Preface of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah Grand. Preface. They call us the Heavenly Twins. What? Signs of the zodiac? Said the tenor. No, signs of the times, said the boy. The time is racked with birth pangs. Every hour brings forth some gasping truth, and truth newborn looks a misshapen and untimely growth, the terror of the household and its shame, a monster coiling in its nurse's lap, that some would strangle, some would starve. But still it breathes, and passed from hand to hand, and suckled at 100 half-clad breasts, comes slowly to its stature and its form, calms the rough ridges of its dragon scales, changes to shining locks its snaky hair, and moves transfigured into angel guise, welcomed by all that cursed its hour of birth, and folded in the same encircling arms that cast it like a serpent from their hold. Oliver Wendell Holmes. Proem. Mendelssohn's Elijah. He watching over Israel slumbers not nor sleeps. From the high cathedral tower the solemn assurance floated forth to be a warning or a promise, according to the mental state of those whose ears it filled, and the mind, familiar with the phrase, continued it involuntarily, carrying the running accompaniment as well as the words and the melody on to the end. After the last reverberation of the last stroke of every hour had died away, and just when expectation had been succeeded by the sense of silence, they rang it out by day and night, the bells, and the four winds of heaven by day and night spread it abroad over the great wicked city, and over the fair flat country, by many a tiny township and peaceful farmstead and scattered hamlet, on, it was said, to the sea which was 20 miles away. But there were many who doubted this, though good men and true, who knew the music well, declared they had heard it, every note distinct, on summer evenings when they sat alone on the beach, and the waves were still, and it sounded then, they said, like the voice of a tenor who sings to himself softly in murmurous monotones. And some thought this must be true, because those who said it knew the music well, but others maintained that it could not be true just for that very reason, while others again, although they confessed that they knew nothing of the distance sound may travel under special circumstances, ventured nevertheless to assert that the chime the people heard on those occasions was ringing in their own hearts. And indeed it would have been strange if those in whose mothers' ears it had rung before they were born, who knew it for one of their first sensations, and felt it to be like a blood relation, a part of themselves, though having a separate existence, had not carried the memory of it with them wherever they went, ready to respond at any moment, like sensitive chords vibrating to a touch. But everything in the world that is worth a thought becomes food for controversy sooner or later, and the chime was no exception to the rule. Differences of opinion regarding it had always been numerous and extreme, and it was amusing to listen to the wordy warfare which was continually being waged upon the subject. There were people living immediately beneath it who wished it far enough, they said, but they used to boast about it, nevertheless, when they went to other places, just as they did about their troublesome children, whom they declared in like manner that they expected to be the death of them when they and their worrying ways were within range of criticism. It was a flagrant instance of the narrowness of small humanity, which judges people and things, not on their own merits, but with regard to their effect upon itself, a circumstance being praised today because importance is to be derived from its importance, and blamed tomorrow because a bilious attack makes thought on any subject irritating. Other people liked the idea of the chime, but were not content with its arrangement. If it had been set in another way, you know, it would have been so different, they asserted with as much emphasis as if there were wisdom in the words, and some said it would have been more effective if it had not rung so regularly, and some maintained that it owed its power to that same regularity which suggested something permanent in this weary world of change. Among the minor details of the discussion, there was one point in particular which exercised the more active minds, but did not seem likely ever to be settled. It was as to whether the expression given to the announcement by the bells did not vary at different hours of the day and night, or at different seasons of the year at all events. And opinion differed as widely upon this point as we are told they did on one occasion in some other place with regard to the question whether a fish weighed heavier when it was dead than when it was alive, a question that would certainly never have been settled either, had it not happened after a long time and much discussion that someone accidentally weighed a fish. When it was found there was no difference. The question of expression, however, could not be decided in that way, expression being imponderable. And it was pretty generally acknowledged that the truth could not be ascertained, and must therefore remain a matter of opinion. But that did not stop the talk. Once, indeed, some one declared positively that the state of a man's feelings at the moment would influence his perceptions, and make the chime sound glad when he was glad, and mournful when he was melancholy, but nobody liked the solution. Let them wrangle as they might, however, the citizens were proud of their chime, and for a really good reason. It meant something. It was not a mere jingle of bells, as most chimes are, but a phrase with a distinct idea in it, which they understood as we understand a foreign language when we can read it without translating it. It might have puzzled them to put the phrase into other words, but they had it off pat enough as it stood, and they held it sacred, which is why they quarreled about it, it being usual for men to quarrel about what they hold sacred, as if the thing could only be maintained by hot insistence. The things they hold sacred, that is, although they cannot be sure of them, like the forms of a religion which admit of controversy, as distinguished from the God they desire to worship, about whom they have no doubt, and therefore never dispute. In this latter respect, however, the case of the people of 𝔂𝔞𝔥 was just the reverse of that which obtains in most other places, for in consequence of the hourly insistence of the chime, their most impressive monitor, they talked much more of Him whom they should worship than of various ways to worship Him. And the most persistent of all the questions which occupied their attention arose out of the involuntary but continuous effort of one generation after another to define with scientific accuracy and to everybody's satisfaction His exact nature and attributes. In consequence of which efforts there had come to be several most distinct but quite contradictory ideas upon the subject. There were some simple-minded folk to whom the chime typified a god, essentially masculine, and like a man, hugely exaggerated, but somewhat amorphous, because they could not see exactly in what the exaggeration consisted, except in the size of him. They pictured him sitting alone on a throne of ivory and gold, inlaid with precious stones, and recited the catalogue of those mentioned in the book of the Revelation, by preference as imparting a fine scriptural flavor to the Dea. And he sat upon the throne day and night, looking down upon the earth, and never did anything else, nor felt it monotonous. Buddha himself in Nirvana could not have attained to a greater perfection of contemplation than that with which they credited this curious divinity, who served solely for a finish to their mental range, as the sky was to their visual. a useful point at which to aim their rudimentary faculty of reverence. But others, again, of a different order of intelligence, had passed beyond this stage, and saw in him more of a creature moving about in worlds not realized. Very like Jove, but unmarried, he was both beneficent and jealous, and had to be propitiated by regular attendance at church. But further than that he was not exacting, and therefore they ventured to take his name in vain when they were angry, and also to call upon him for help, with many apologies, when there was nobody else to whom they could apply, although, so long as the current of their lives ran smoothly on, they seldom troubled their heads about him at all. There were deeper natures than those, however, who were not content with this small advance, and these last had by degrees, as suited their convenience, but without perceiving it, gradually discovered in him every attribute, good, bad, or indifferent, which they found in themselves; thus ascribing to him a nature of a highly complex and most extraordinarily inconsistent kind, less that of a god than of a demon. To them he was still a great shape like a man, but a shape to be loved as well as feared; a god of peace who patronized war; a gentle lamb who looked on at carnage complacently; a just God who condemned the innocent to suffer; an omnipotent God who was powerless to make his law supreme; and they reserved to themselves the right of constantly adding to, or slightly altering this picture. But having completed it so far, they were thoroughly well satisfied with it; and incongruous as it was, they managed to make it the most popular of all the presentments, partly because, being so flexible, it could be adjusted to every state of mind, but also because there was money in it. Numbers of people lived by it, and made name and fame besides, and these kept it going by damaging anybody who ventured to question its beauty. For there is no faith that a man upholds so forcibly as the one by which he earns his livelihood, whether it be faith in the fetish he has helped to make, or in a particular kind of leather that sells quickest because it wears out so fast. In these latter days, however, it began to appear as if the supremacy of the great masculine idea was at last being seriously threatened, for even in morning quest a new voice of extraordinary sweetness had already been heard, not his, the voice of man, but theirs, the collective voice of humanity, which declared that He watching was the all-pervading good, the great moral law, the spirit of pure love, Elohim, mistranslated in the book of Genesis as He only, but signifying the union to which all nature testifies, the male and female principles which together created the universe; the infinite Father and Mother, without whom in perfect accord and exact equality the best government of nations has always been crippled and abortive. Those who heard this final voice were they who loved the chime most truly and reverenced it; but they did not speak about it much; only when the message sounded, they listened with that full hearted pleasure which is the best praise and thanks. Mendelssohn must have felt it when the melody first occurred to him, and the words had wedded themselves to the music in his soul. And the chime certainly had power to move the hearts of many; but it would be hard to say when it had most power, or upon whom. Doubtless the majority of those who had ears to hear in the big old fashioned city heard not, use having dulled their faculties; or if perchance the music reached them, it conveyed no idea to their minds, and passed unheeded. It was but an accustomed measure, one more added to the myriad other sounds that make up the buzz of life, and help, like each separate note of a chord, to complete the varied murmur which is the voice of a whole city full. But of course there were times when it was specially apt to strike home; in the early morning, for instance, when the mind was fresh, and hope was strong enough to interpret the assurance into a promise of joy; and again at noon, when fatigue was growing, and the mind perceived a sympathetic melancholy in the tones which was altogether restful. But it was at midnight it had most power; it seemed to rise then to the last pitch of enthusiasm, sounding triumphant like the special effort that finishes a strain, as if to speed the departing interval of time. But when it rang again, after the first hour of the new day, its voice had dropped, as it were, to that tone of indifference which expresses the accustomed doing of some monotonous duty, which has become too much of a habit to excite either pleasure or pain. To the tired watcher, then, for whom the notes were mere tones, conveying no idea, the soft melancholy cadence, dulled by distance, was like the half stifled echo of her own last stifled sigh. It is likely, however, that the chime failed less of its effect outside the city than it did within; but there again it depended upon the hearer. When the mellow tones floated above the heath, where the gypsies camped, only one, perchance, might listen, lifting her bright eyes with pleasure and longing in them, dumbly, as a child might, yet showing for a moment some glimmering promise of a soul. But to many in the village close at hand the chime brought comfort. It seemed to assure the sick, counting the slow hours, that they were not forsaken, and helped them to bear their pain with patience. It seemed to utter to the wayworn a word which told them their trouble was not in vain. It seemed to invite all those who waited, and were anxious to trust their care to him, and seek repose. It was all this, and much more, to many people; and yet when it spread in another direction over the fields, it meant nothing to the yawning plowman, either musical or poetical, had no significance whatever for him, if it were not of the time of day, gathered, however, with the help of sundry other sensations, of which hunger and fatigue were chief. It probably conveyed as much, and neither more nor less, to the team he drove. But perhaps of all the affairs of life with which the chime had mingled, the most remarkable, could they be collected and recorded, would be the occasions on which the hearing of the message had marked a turning point in the career of some one person, as happened once on a summer afternoon, when it was heard by a Lancashire collier, a young lad with an unkempt mop of golden hair, delicate features, and limbs which were too refined for his calling, who was coming up the river Mourne on a barge. The river winds for a time through a fertile undulating bit of country, and nothing of the city can be seen until you are almost in it, except the castle of the Duke of ℌ𝔞𝔥, high perched on a hill on the farther side, and the spire of the cathedral, which might not attract your attention, however, if it were not pointed out to you above the trees. When the chime floated over this sparsely peopled tract, filling the air with music, but coming from no one could tell whence, there was something mysterious in the sound of it to an imaginative listener in so apparently remote a place. And once, twice, as the long hours passed, the young collier heard it ring, and wondered. He had nothing to do but listen, and watch the man on the bank who led the horse that was towing the barge, or address a rare remark to his solitary companion, an old sailor, dressed in a sou'wester blue jersey, and the invariable drab trousers, tar besprent, and long boots of his calling, who steered automatically, facing the meadows in beautiful abstraction. He would have faced an Atlantic gale, however, with that same look. When the chime rang out for the third time, the young collier spoke. "It's the varse of a song, maybe," he suggested. "Ay, lad," was the laconic rejoinder. The barge moved on, past a little farmhouse close to the water's edge, past some lazy cattle standing in a field, flicking off flies with their tails, past a patient fisherman, who had not caught a thing that day, and scarcely expected to, but still fished on. The sun sparkled down on the water, the weary man and horse plodded along the bank. Far away a sweet bird sang, and the collier spoke again. "Dost thou know the varse?" he said. The old man had been brought up in those parts. He knew it well, and slowly repeated it to the lad, who listened without a sign, sitting with his dreamy eyes fixed on the water. "He watching over Israel slumbers not nor sleeps." There was another long silence, and then the lad spoke once more with apathetic gravity, asking, "Who's he?" The old man kept his eyes fixed on a distant reach of the river, and moved no muscle of his face. "I guess it's Christ," he said at last. "A niver eerd tell on him," the collier answered slowly. "Hast niver eerd tell on Christ?" the old man asked in measured, machine-like tones. "I thought every one knowed on him. Why, what religion are you?" "Well, me feyther's a Liberal, leastways 'im as brought me up," was the passionless rejoinder, slowly spoken; "but I don't know no one o' the name o' Christ, and what's more, I'se sure 'e don't work down our way," with which he sauntered forward with his hands in his trouser pockets and sat in the bow, and the old man steered on as before. How like a mind is to a river! Both may be pure and transparent and lovable, and strong to support and admirable. Each may mirror the beauties of earth and sky, and still have a wonderful beauty of its own to delight us. Both are always moving onward, bound irresistibly to be absorbed in a great ocean mystery, to be swept away irreclaimably, without hope of return, but leaving memories of themselves in good or evil wrought by them. And both are pure at the outset, but can be contaminated when they in turn contaminate, and being perverted in their use, become accursed, and curse again with all the more effect because the province of each was to bless. The collier lad in the bow of the barge felt something of the fascination of the river that day. He saw it sparkle in the sunshine; he heard it ripple along its banks; he felt the slow and dreamy motion of the boat it bore, and his mind was filled with unaccustomed thought, and a strange yearning which he did not understand. There was something singularly attractive about the lad, although his clothes were tattered, his golden hair and delicate skin were begrimed. His great bright eyes had no intelligent expression in them, and there was that discontented, undisciplined look about his mouth which is common to uneducated men. He had no human knowledge, but he had capacity, and he had music, the divine gift, in his soul, and the voice of an angel to utter it. What passed through his dim consciousness in the interval which followed his last remark, no one will ever know, but the chime had once more sounded, and suddenly, as he sat there, he took up the strain and sang it, and the laborers in the fields, and the loiterers by the river, and the ladies in the gardens, even the very cattle in the meadows, looked up and listened, wondering while he varied the simple melody as singers can, finding new meaning in the message, and filling the summer silence with perfect raptures of ecstatic sound. It was a voice to gladden the hearts of men, and one who heard it knew this, and followed the barge, and took the lad, and had him taught, so that in after days the world was ready to fall at his feet and worship the gift. And so time passed. Change followed change, but the chime was immutable. And always, whatever came, it rang out calmly over the beautiful old city of _𝐼𝐴𝐼𝐴𝐼𝐴_quest, and entered into it, and was part of the life of it, mixing itself impartially with the good and evil, with all the sin and suffering, the pitiful pettiness, the indifference, the cruelty, and every form of misery begetting vice, as much as with the purity above reproach, the charity, the self-sacrifice, the unswerving truth, the patient endurance, and courage not to be daunted, which are in every city, mixing itself with these as the light and air of heaven do, and with effects doubtless as unexpected and as fine; and ready also to be a help to the helpless, a guide to the rash and straying, a comfort to the comfortless, a reproach to the reckless, and a warning to the wicked. Perhaps an ambitious stranger passing through the city would hear the chime, and pause to listen, and in the pause a flash of recollection would show him the weary way he had gone, the disappointments which were the inevitable accompaniments of even his most brilliant successes in the years of toil that had been his since he made the world his idol, and swerved from the higher life. And then he would ask himself the good of it all, and finding that there was no good, he would go his way, cherishing the new impression, and asking of all things, "Is it too late now?" And perhaps at the same moment a lady rolling past in her carriage would say, "How sweet!" or the beauty of the bells might win some other thoughtless tribute from her, if she heard the chime at all; but probably she never heard it, because the accustomed tones were as familiar as the striking of the hour, the striking of an hour that bore no special significance for her, and therefore set no chord vibrating in her soul. The thoughts of her mind deafened her heart to it, as completely as the thunder of a wagon had at the same time deafened the waggoner's ears, while the bells uttered their message above him. And so it was with the doctor, overworked and anxious, hurrying on his rounds, the grasping lawyer, absorbed in calculation, and all the other money grubbers, the indolent woman, the pleasure seeker, and the hard-pressed toiler for daily bread. If they heard, they heeded not, because their hour had not yet come. At least, this is what some thought, who believed that for every one a special hour would come, when they would be called, and then left to decide, as it were, between life and death in life. If they accepted life, the next message would be fraught with strength, and help, and blessing. But if they rejected it, the bells would utter their condemnation, and leave them to their fate. End of Preface.
Chapter 1 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah G. Book 1. Childhoods and Girlhoods. The spring is the pleasantest of the seasons, and the young of most animals, though far from being completely fashioned, afford a more agreeable sensation than the full grown, because the imagination is entertained with the promise of something more, and does not acquiesce in the present object of the sense. Burke on the Sublime. I am inclined to agree with Francis Galton in believing that education and environment produce only a small effect on the mind of anyone, and that most of our qualities are innate. Darwin. The Heavenly Twins. Chapter 1. At 19, Evadne looked out of narrow eyes at an untried world inquiringly. She wanted to know. She found herself forced to put prejudice aside in order to see beneath it, deep down into the sacred heart of things, where the truth is, and the bewildering clash of human precept with human practice ceases to vex. And this not of design, but of necessity. It was a need of her nature to know. When she came across something she did not understand, a word, a phrase, or an allusion to a phase of life, the thing became a haunting demon, only to be exorcised by positive knowledge on the subject. Ages of education, ages of hereditary preparation had probably gone to the making of such a mind, and rendered its action inevitable. For generations knowledge is acquired, or, rather, instilled by force in families. But, once in a way, there comes a child who demands instruction as a right, and in her own family Evadne appears to have been that child. Not that she often asked for information. Her faculty was sufficient to enable her to acquire it without troubling herself or anybody else. A word being enough on some subjects to make whole regions of thought intelligible to her. It was as if she only required to be reminded of things she had learnt before. Her mother said she was her most satisfactory child. She had been easy of education in the schoolroom. She had listened to instruction with interest and intelligence, and had apparently accepted every article of faith in God and man which had been offered for her guidance through life with unquestioning confidence. At least she had never been heard to object to any time-honored axiom, and she did, in fact, accept them all, but only provisionally. She wanted to know. Silent, sociable, sober, and sincere, she had walked over the course of her early education, and gone on far beyond it with such ease that those in authority over her never suspected the extent to which she had outstripped them. It was her father who struck the keynote to which the tune of her early intellectual life was set. She was about 12 years old at the time, and they were sitting out on the lawn at ℌ𝔀𝐻𝐿𝐴 one day after dinner, as was their wont in the summer. He, on this occasion, under the influence of a good cigar, mellow in mind and moral in sentiment, but inclining to be didactic for the moment because the coffee was late. She in a receptive mood, ready to gather silently, and store with care, in her capacious memory, any precept that might fall from his lips, to be taken out and tried as opportunity offered. "Where is your mother?" he asked. "I don't know, father," Evadne answered. "I think she is in the drawing room." "Never say you think, my dear, about matters of fact," he said. "When it is possible to know, it is your business to find out. And if you cannot find out, you must say you don't know. It is moral cowardice, injurious to yourself, not to own your ignorance. And you may also be misleading, or unintentionally deceiving someone else." "How might the moral cowardice of not owning my ignorance be injurious to myself, father?" she asked. "Why, don't you see?" he answered. "You would suffer in two ways. If the habit of inaccuracy became confirmed, your own character would deteriorate, and by leading people to suppose that you are as wise as themselves, you lose opportunities of obtaining useful information. They won't tell you things they think you know already." Evadne bent her brows upon this lesson and reflected. And doubtless it was the origin of the verbal accuracy for which she afterward became notable. Patient investigation had always been a pleasure, but from that time forward it became a principle also. She understood from what her father had said that to know the facts of life exactly is a positive duty, which, in a limited sense, was what he had intended to teach her. But the extent to which she carried the precept would have surprised him. Her mind was prone to experiment with every item of information it gathered, in order to test its practical value. If she could turn it to account she treasured it; if not, she rejected it, from whatever source it came. But she was not herself aware of any reservation in her manner of accepting instruction. The trick was innate, and in no way interfered with her faith in her friends, which was profound. She might have justified it, however, upon her father's authority, for she once heard him say to one of her brothers, "Find out for yourself, and form your own opinions," a lesson which she had laid to heart also. Not that her father would have approved of her putting it into practice. He was one of those men who believe emphatically that a woman should hold no opinion which is not of masculine origin, and the maxims he had for his boys differed materially in many respects from those which he gave to his girls. But these precepts of his were, after all, only matches to Evadne which fired whole trains of reflection, and lighted her to conclusions quite other than those at which he had arrived himself. In this way, however, he became her principal instructor. She had attached herself to him from the time that she could toddle, and had acquired from his conversation a proper appreciation of masculine precision of thought. If his own statements were not always accurate, it was from no want of respect for the value of facts, for he was great on the subject, and often insisted that a lesson or principle of action is contained in the commonest fact. But he snubbed Evadne promptly all the same on one occasion when she mentioned a fact of life, and drew a principle of action therefrom for herself. "Only confusion comes of women thinking for themselves on social subjects," he said. "You must let me decide all such matters for you, or you must refer them to your husband when you come under his control." Evadne did not pay much attention to this, however, because she remembered another remark of his with which she could not make it agree. The remark was that women never had thought for themselves, and that therefore it was evident that they could not think, and that they should not try. Now, as it is obvious that confusion cannot come of a thing that has never been done, the inaccuracy of one or other of these statements was glaring enough to put both out of the argument. But what Evadne did note was the use of the word control. As she grew up she became her father's constant companion in his walks, and, flattered by her close attention, he fell into the way of talking a good deal to her. He enjoyed the fine flavor of his own phrase-making, and so did she, but in such a silent way that nothing ever led him to suspect it was having any but the most desirable effect upon her mind. She never attempted to argue. and only spoke in order to ask a question on some point which was not clear to her, or to make some small comment when he seemed to expect her to do so. He often contradicted himself, and the fact never escaped her attention. But she loved him with a beautiful confidence, and her respect remained unshaken. When she had to set herself right between his discrepancies, she did not dwell on the latter as faults in him, but only thought of how wise he was when he warned her to be accurate, and felt grateful. And in this way she formed her mind upon his sayings, and as a direct result of the long, informal, generally peripatetic lectures to which she listened without prejudice, and upon which she brought unsuspected powers of discrimination to bear, he had unconsciously made her a more logical, reasoning, reasonable being than he believed it possible for a woman to be. Poor papa! All that he really knew of his most interesting daughter was that she was growing up a good child, physically strong and active, morally well educated, with a fortunately equable temper, and that she owed a great deal to him. What, precisely, was never defined. But when the thought of his kindness recurred to him, it always suffused him with happiness. He was a portly man, with a place in the country, and a house in town. Not rich for his position, but well off, a magistrate, and much respected, well educated in the ideas of the ancients, with whom his own ideas on many subjects stopped short, and hardly to be called intellectual. A moderate churchman, a bigoted conservative, narrow and strongly prejudiced rather than highly principled. He was quite ignorant of the moral progress of the world at the present time, and ready to resent even the upward tendency of evolution when it presented itself to him in the form of any change, including, of course, changes for the better, and more especially so if such change threatened to bring about an improvement in the position of women, or increase the weight of their influence for good in the world. The mere mention of the subject made him rabid, and he grew apoplectic whenever he reflected upon the monstrous pretensions of the sex at the present time. But the thing that roused his scorn and indignation most was when a woman ventured to enter any protest against the established order of iniquity. He allowed that a certain number of women must of necessity be abandoned, and raised no objection to that. But what he did consider intolerable was that any one woman should make a stand against the degradation of her own sex. He thought that immoral. He was well enough to live with, however, this obstinate English country gentleman, although without sympathetic insight, and liable to become a petty domestic tyrant at any moment. Sound was what he would have called himself, and he was a man to be envied upon the whole, for his family loved him, and his friends knew no ill of him. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kathleen. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah G. Evadne, like the Vicar of Wakefield, was by nature a lover of happy human faces, and she could be playful herself on occasion. But she had little if any of the saving sense of humor. Her habit was to take everything au grand sérieux, and to consider it. When other people were laughing she would be gravely observant, as if she were solving a problem, and she would sooner have thought of trying to discover what combination of molecules resulted in a joke, with a view to benefiting her species by teaching them how to produce jokes at will, than of trying to be witty herself. She had, too, a quite irritating trick of remaining, to all outward seeming, stolidly unmoved by events which were causing an otherwise general commotion. But in cases of danger or emergency she was essentially swift to act, as on one occasion, for instance, when the Hamilton House twins were at Frelinghuysen. The twins had arrived somewhat late in the married lives of their parents. and had been welcomed as angel visitants, under which fond delusion they were christened respectively Angelica and Theodore. Before they were well out of their nurse's arms, however, society, with discernment, had changed Theodore's name to Diavolo, but Angelica was sanctioned, the irony being obvious. The twins were alike in appearance, but not nearly so much so as twins usually are. It would have been quite easy to distinguish them apart, even if one had not been dark and the other fair, and for this mercy everybody connected with them had reason to be thankful, for as soon as they reached the age of active indiscretion they would certainly have got themselves mixed if they could. Angelica was the dark one, and she was also the elder, taller, stronger, and wickeder of the two, the organizer and commander of every expedition. Before they were 5 years old everybody about the place was upon the alert, both in self-defense and also to see that the twins did not kill themselves. Bars of iron had to be put on the upstairs windows to prevent them making ladders of the traveller's joy and wisteria, modes of egress which they very much preferred to commonplace doors. And Mr. Hamilton Wells had been reluctantly obliged to have the moat, which was deep and full of fish, and had been the glory of Hamilton House for generations, drained for fear of accidents. Argument was unavailing with the twins as a means of repression, but they were always prepared to argue out any question of privilege with their father and mother cheerfully. Punishment, too, had an effect quite other than that intended. They were interested at the moment, but they would slap each other's hands and put each other in the corner for fun 5 minutes after they had received similar chastisement in solemn earnest. They would have lived out of doors altogether by choice, and they managed to make their escape in all weathers. If the vigilant watch that was kept upon them were relaxed for a moment, they disappeared as if by magic, and would probably only be recovered at the farthest limit of their father's property, or in the kitchen of some neighbouring country gentleman, where they were sure to be popular. They were always busy about something, and when every usual occupation failed they fought each other. After a battle they counted scars and scratches for the honour of having most, and if there were not bruises enough to satisfy one of them, the other was always obligingly ready to fight again until there were. Mr. Hamilton Wells had great faith in the discipline of the church service for them, and was anxious that they should be early accustomed to go there. They behaved pretty well while the solemnity was strange enough to awe them, and one Sunday when Lady Adeline, their mother, could not accompany him, Mr. Hamilton Wells ventured to go alone with them. He took the precaution to place them on either side of him so as to separate them and interpose a solid body between them and any signals they might make to each other. But in the quietest part of the service, when everybody was kneeling, some movement of Diavolo's attracted his attention for a moment from Angelica, and when he looked again the latter had disappeared. She had discovered that it was possible to creep from pew to pew beneath the seats, and had started to explore the church. On her way, however, she observed a pair of stout legs belonging to a respectable elderly woman who was too deep in her devotion to be aware of the intruder, and, being somewhat astonished by their size, she proceeded to test their quality with a pin, the consequence being an appalling shriek from the woman, which started a shrill treble cry from herself. The service was suspended, and Mr. Hamilton Wells, the most precise of men, hastened down the aisle, and fished his daughter out, an awful spectacle of dust, from under the seat, incontinently. When Mr. and Lady Adeline Hamilton Wells went from home for any length of time they were obliged to take their children with them, as servants who knew the latter would rather leave than be left in charge of them. And this was how it happened that Evadne made their acquaintance at an early age. It was during their first visit to Frelinghuysen, while they were still quite tiny, and she was hardly in her teens. that the event referred to in illustration of one of Evadne's characteristics occurred. The twins had arrived late in the afternoon, and were taken into the dining room, where the table was already decorated for dinner. It evidently attracted a good deal of their attention, but they said nothing. At dessert, however, to which Evadne had come down with the elder children, the dining room door was seen to open with portentous slowness, and there appeared in the aperture two little figures in long nightgowns, their forefingers in their mouths, their inquisitive noses tilted in the air, and their bright eyes round with astonishment. It was like the middle of the night to them, and they had expected to find the room empty. "Oh, you naughty children!" Lady Adeline exclaimed. "The darlings!" cried Mrs. Frayling, Evadne's mother. "Do let them come in." And she picked up Angelica, and held her on her knee, one of the other ladies at the opposite end of the long table taking Diavolo up at the same time. But the moment the children found themselves on a level with the table they made a dart for the centerpiece simultaneously, on their hands and knees, regardless of the smash of dessert plates, decanters, wine glasses, and fruit dishes, which they upset by the way. "It is!" shrieked Angelica, thumping the flat mirror which was part of the table decorations triumphantly. "It is what?" cried Lady Adeline, endeavouring to reach the child. "It's looking glass, mamma. Diavolo said it was water." There was much amusement at the words, and at the quaint spectacle of the two little creatures sitting amid the wreckage in the middle of the table, not a bit abashed by the novelty of their conspicuous position. Only Evadne, who was standing behind her mother's chair, remained grave. She seemed to be considering this situation severely, and, acting on her own responsibility, she picked Diavolo up in the midst of the general hilarity, and carried him out of the room with her hand pressed tight on his thigh. The child had come down armed with an open penknife, with which to defend Angelica should they encounter any ogres or giants on the stairs, and in scrambling up the table he had managed to strike himself in the thigh with it, and had severed the femoral artery. But, with the curious shame which makes some children dislike to own that they are hurt, he had contrived to conceal the accident for a moment with his nightgown under cover of the flowers, and it was only Evadne's observant eye and presence of mind that had saved his life. No one in the house could make a tourniquet, and she sat with the child on her knee while a doctor was being fetched, keeping him quiet as by a miracle, and stopping the hemorrhage with the pressure of her thumb, not even his parents daring to relieve her, since Diavolo had never been known to be still so long in his life with anybody else. She held him till the operation of tying the artery was safely accomplished, by which time Mr. Diavolo was sufficiently exhausted to be good and go to sleep, and then she quietly fainted. But she was about again in time to catch him when he woke, and keep him quiet, and so by unwearied watching she prevented accidents until all danger was over. Diavolo afterward heard his parents praise her in unmeasured terms to her parents one day in her absence. She happened to return while they were still in the room, and, being doubtless wide awake to the advantages of such a connection, he took the opportunity of promising solemnly, in the presence of such respectable witnesses, to marry her as soon as he was able. She had added the word tourniquet to her vocabulary during this time, and having looked it up in the dictionary, she requested the doctor to be so good as to teach her to make one. While doing so the doctor became interested in his silent, intelligent pupil, and it ended in his teaching her all that a young lady could learn of bandaging, of antidotes to poisons, of what to do in case of many possible accidents, and also of nursing, theoretically. But this was not a solitary instance of the quiet power of the girl which already compelled even elderly gentlemen much overworked and self-absorbed to sacrifice themselves in her service. End of Chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah Grand. Chapter 3. It is a notable thing that in almost every instance it was her father's influence which forced Evadne to draw conclusions in regard to life quite unlike any of his own, and very distasteful to him. He was the most conservative of men, and yet he was continually setting her mind off at a tangent in search of premises upon which to found ultra-liberal conclusions. His primitive theories about women and all that they are good for one thing, differed so materially from the facts as she observed them every day, formed a constant mental stimulus to which her busy brain was greatly indebted. "Women should confine their attention to housekeeping," he remarked once, when the talk about the higher education of women first began to irritate elderly gentlemen. "It is all they are fit for." "Is it?" said Evadne. "Yes, and they don't know arithmetic enough to do that properly." "Don't they? Why?" she asked. "Because they have no brains," he answered. "But some women have been clever," she ventured seriously. "Yes, of course, exceptional women, but you can't argue from exceptional women." "Then ordinary women have no brains and cannot learn arithmetic," she concluded. "Precisely," he answered irritably. Such signs of intelligence always did irritate him somehow. Evadne found food for reflection in these remarks. She had done a certain amount of arithmetic herself in the schoolroom, and had never found it difficult. But then she had not gone far enough, perhaps, and she went at once to get a ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 or a Barnard Smith to see. She found them more fascinating when she attacked them of her own free will, and with all her intelligence, than she had done when necessity, in the shape of her governess, forced her to pay them some attention. And she went through them both in a few weeks at odd times, and then asked her father's advice about a book on advanced mathematics. "Advanced mathematics!" he exclaimed. "Can you keep accounts?" "I don't know," she answered doubtfully. "Then what is this nonsense about advanced mathematics?" "Oh, I have finished Barnard Smith, and I thought I should like to go on," she explained. "Now isn't that like your sex?" he observed, smiling at his own superiority. "You pick up things with a parrot-like sharpness, but haven't intelligence enough to make any practical application of them. A woman closely resembles a parrot in her mental processes, and in the use she makes of fine phrases which she does not understand to produce an effect of cleverness, such as advanced mathematics." Evadne bent her brow, and let him ruminate a little in infinite self-content, then asked abruptly, "Can men keep accounts who have never seen accounts kept?" "No, of course not," he answered, seeing in this a new instance of feminine imbecility, and laughing. "Ah," she observed, then added thoughtfully as she moved away, "I should like to see how accounts are kept." She never had any more conversation with her father upon this subject, but from that time forwards mathematics, which had before been only an incident in the way of lessons, became an interest in life, and a solid part of her education. But although she found she could do arithmetic without any great difficulty, it never occurred to her either that her father could be wrong, or that there might be in herself the making of an exceptional woman. The habit of love and respect kept her attention from any point which would have led to judgment upon her father, and she was too unconscious of herself as a separate unit to make personal application of anything as yet. Her mind at this time, like the hold of a ship with a general cargo, was merely being stored with the raw materials, which were to be distributed over her whole life, and turned by degrees to many purposes, useful, beautiful, not impossibly detestable. But that remark of her father's about all that women are fit for, which he kept well watered from time to time with other conventional expressions of a contemptuous kind, was undoubtedly the seed of much more than a knowledge of the higher mathematics. And it was that which set her mind off on a long and patient inquiry into the condition and capacity of women, and made her, in the end of the 19th century, essentially herself. But she did not begin her inquiry of set purpose. She was not even conscious of the particular attention she paid to the subject. She had no foregone conclusion to arrive at, no wish to find evidence in favour of the woman which would prove the man wrong. Only coming across so many sneers at the incapacity of women, she fell insensibly into the habit of asking why. The question to begin with was always, why are women such inferior beings? But by degrees, as her reading extended, it changed its form, and then she asked herself doubtfully, are women such inferior beings? A position which carried her in front of her father at once by 100 years, and led her rapidly on to the final conclusion that women had originally no congenital defect of inferiority, and that, although they have still much to make up, it now rests with themselves to be inferior or not as they choose. She had an industrious habit of writing what she thought about the work she studied, and there is an interesting record still in existence of her course of reading between the ages of 12 and 19. It consists of one thick volume, on the title page of which she had written roundly, but without flourish, "Commonplace Book," and the date. The first entries are made in a careful, unformed, childish hand, and with diffidence evidently, but they became rapidly decided both in calligraphy and tone as she advanced. The handwriting is small and cramped, but the latter probably with a view to economy of space, and it is always clear and neat. There are few erasures or mistakes of grammar or spelling, even from the first, and little tautology, but she makes no attempt at literary style or elegance of expression. Still, all that she says is impressive, and probably on that account. She chooses the words best calculated to express her meaning clearly and concisely, and undoubtedly her meaning is always either a settled conviction or an honest endeavour to arrive at one. It is the honesty, in fact, that is so impressive. She never thinks of trying to shine in the composition of words. There was no idea of budding authorship in her mind. She had no more consciousness of purpose in her writing than she had in her pinging when she sang about the place. The one was as involuntary as the other, and the outcome of similar sensations. It pleased her to write, and it pleased her to sing, and she did both when the impulse came upon her. She must, however, have had considerable natural facility of expression. Writing seems always to have been her best mode of communication. She was shy from the first in conversation, but bold to a fault with her pen. Some of the criticisms she wrote in her Commonplace Book are quite exhaustive. Most of them are temperate, although she does give way occasionally to bursts of fiery indignation at things which outrage her sense of justice. But the general characteristic is a marked originality, not only in her point of view, but also in the use she makes of quite unpromising materials. In fact, the most notable part of the record is the proof it contains that all the arguments upon which she formed her opinions were found in the enemy's works alone. She had drawn her own conclusions, but after having done so, as it happened, she had the satisfaction of finding confirmation strong in John Stuart Mill on the subjection of women, which she came across by accident. An accident, by the way, for which Lady Adeline Hamilton Wells was responsible. She brought the book to 𝔅𝔀𝐻𝐽, and forgot it when she went home, and Evadne, happening to find it throwing about, took charge of it, read it with avidity, and found for herself a world of thought in which she could breathe freely. The Vicar of Wakefield was one of her early favourites. She read it several times, and makes mention of it twice in her Commonplace Book. Her first notice of it is a childish little synopsis, very quaint in its unconscious irony, but interesting principally from the fact that she was struck even then by the point upon which she afterwards became so strong. "The vicar," she says, "was a good man, and very fond of his wife and family, and they were very fond of him, but his wife was queer and could only read a little, and he never taught her to improve herself, although he had books and was learned." Footnote. This is the point alluded to. "He had 2 daughters who were spiteful, and did not like other girls to be pretty. They had bad taste too, and wanted to go to church overdressed, and thought it finer to ride a plough horse than walk. It does not say that they ever read anything either. If they had, they would have known better. There is a very nasty man in the book called Squire Thornhill, and a nice one called Sir William Thornhill, who was his uncle. Sir William marries Sophia, and Squire Thornhill marries Olivia, although he does not intend to. Olivia was a horrid deceitful girl, and it served her right to get such a husband. They have a brother called Moses, who used to talk philosophy with his father at dinner, and once sold a cow for a gross of green spectacles. A gross is 12 dozen. Of course they were all annoyed, but the vicar himself was cheated by the same man when he went to sell the horse. He seemed to think a great deal of knowing Latin and Greek, but it was not much use to him then. It was funny that he should be conceited about what he knew himself, and not want his wife to know anything. He said to her once, "I never dispute your abilities to make a goose pie, and I beg you'll leave argument to me," which she might have thought rude, but perhaps she was not a lady, as ladies do not make goose pies. I forgot, though, they had lost all their money. They had great troubles, and the vicar was put in prison. He was very ill, but preached to the prisoners, and everybody loved him. I like the Vicar of Wakefield very much, and if I cannot find another book as nice, I shall read it again. Turn, Gentle Hermit is silly. I suppose Punch took Edwin and Angelina out of it to laugh at them. Quite 3 years must have elapsed before she again mentions the Vicar of Wakefield, and in the meantime she had been reading a fair variety of books, but for the most part under schoolroom supervision, carefully selected for her. Some, however, she had chosen for herself, during the holidays when discipline was relaxed. But it was a fault which she had to confess, and she does so always honestly. Lou's Life of Goethe was one of these. She wrote a glowing description of it, at the end of which she says, "I found the book on a sofa in the drawing-room, and began it without thinking, and read until I had nearly finished it, quite forgetting to ask leave. But of course I went at once to tell father as soon as I thought of it. Mother was there too, and inclined to scold, but father frowned and said, 'Let her alone. It will do her no harm. She won't understand it.' I asked if I might finish it, and he said, 'Oh, yes,' impatiently. I think he wanted to get rid of me, and I am sorry I interrupted him at an inconvenient time. Mother often does not agree with father, but she always gives in. Very often she is right, however, and he is wrong. Last week she did not want us to go out one day because she was sure it would rain, but he did not think so, and said we had better go. It did rain, poured, and we got wet through and have had colds ever since. But when we came in, mother scolded me for saying, 'You see, you were right.' She said I should be saying, 'I told yon so,' next in a nasty jeering way as the boys do, which really means rejoicing because somebody else is wrong, and is not generous. I hope I shall never come to that. But I know if I am ever sure of a thing being right which somebody else thinks is wrong, it won't matter what it is or who it is, I shall not give in. I don't see how I could." Her pen seldom ran away with her into personal matters like these in the early part of the book, but from the first she was apt to be beguiled occasionally by the pleasure of perceiving a powerful stimulant under the influence of which everything is lost sight of but the point perceived. She had never to fight a daily and exhausting battle for her private opinions as talkative people have, simply because she rarely, if ever, expressed an opinion. But her father stood ready always, a post of resistance to innovation, upon which she could sharpen the claws of her conclusions silently whenever they required it. When she next mentions the Vicar of Wakefield, she says expressly, "I do not remember what I wrote about it the first time I read it, and I will not look to see until I have written what I think now, because I should like to know if I still agree with myself as I was then." And it is interesting to note how very much she does agree with herself as she was then. The feeling, in fact, is the same, but it has passed from her heart to her head, and been resolved by the process into positive opinion, held with conscious knowledge, and delivered with greatly improved power of expression. "The Vicar of Wakefield makes me think a good deal," she continues, "but there is no order in my thoughts. There is, however, one thing in the book that strikes me first and foremost, and above all others, which is that the men were educated and the women were ignorant. It is not to be supposed that the women preferred to be ignorant, and therefore I presume they were not allowed the educational advantages upon which the men prided themselves. The men must accordingly have withheld these advantages by main force, yet they do not scorn to sneer at the consequences of their injustice. There is a sneer implied in the vicar's remark about his own wife. She could read any English book without much spelling. That her ignorance was not the consequence of incapacity is proved by the evidence which follows of her intelligence in other matters. Had Mrs. Primrose been educated, she might have continued less lovable than the vicar, but she would probably have been wiser. The vicar must always have been conscious of her defects, but had never apparently thought of a remedy, nor does he dream of preventing a repetition of the same defects in his daughters by providing them with a better education. He takes their unteachableness for granted, remarking complacently that an hour of recreation was taken up in innocent mirth between my wife and daughters, and in philosophical arguments between my son and me. As if innocent mirth were as much as he could reasonably expect from such inferior beings as a wife and daughters must necessarily be. The average schoolgirl of today is a child of light on the subject of her own sex compared with the gentle vicar, and incapable, even before her education is half over, of the envy and meanness which the latter thinks it kindest to take a humorous view of, and of the disingenuousness at which he also smiles as the inevitable outcome of feminine inferiority. At least I never met a girl in my position who would not have admired Miss Wilmot's beauty, nor do I know one who would not answer her father frankly, however embarrassing the question might be, if he asked her opinion of a possible lover. The next entry in the book is on the subject of Mrs. Caudle's curtain lectures, and, like most of the others, it merits attention from the unexpected view she takes of the position. It does not strike her as being humorous, but pathetic. She feels the misery of it, and she had already begun to hold that human misery is either a thing to be remedied, or a sacred subject to be dwelt on in silence, and she considers Mrs. Caudle entirely with a view to finding a cure for her case. The Caudles were petty tradespeople, she says, respectable in their own position, but hardly lovable according to our ideas. Mr. Caudle, with meek persistency, goes out to amuse himself alone when his day's work is done. Mrs. Caudle's day's work never is done. She has the wearing charge of a large family, and the anxiety of making both ends meet on a paltry income, which entails much self-denial and sordid parsimony, but is conscientiously done, if not cheerfully, nevertheless. It is Mr. Caudle, however, who grumbles, making no allowances for extra pressure of work on washing days, when she is too busy to hash the cold mutton. The rule of her life is weariness and worry from morning till night, and for relaxation in the evening she must sit down and mend the children's clothes, and even when that is done she goes to bed with the certainty of being roused from her hard-earned rest by a husband who brings a sickening odour of bad tobacco and spirits home with him. And naturally her temper suffers. She knows nothing of love and sympathy. She has no pleasurable interest in life. Fatigue and worry are succeeded by profound disheartenment. One can imagine that while she was young, the worn garments she was wont to mend during those long lonely evenings were often wet with tears. The dullness must have been deadly, and dullness added to fatigue time after time ended at last not in tears, but in peevish irritation, ebullitions of spleen, and ineffectual resistance. The woman was thoroughly embittered, and the man had to pay the penalty. Whatever pleasure there might have been in their joint lives, he had secured for himself, leaving her to stagnate for want of a little variety to keep her feelings flowing wholesomely. And she did stagnate, dutifully, but she was to blame for it. Had she gone out and amused herself with other wives similarly situated, and had tobacco and beer, if she liked them, every evening, it would have been better for herself and her husband. There must have been some system in Evadne's reading, for the Naggletons came immediately after Mrs. Caudle, and are dismissed curtly enough. Vulgar, ill-bred, lower-class people, she calls them, objectionable to contemplate from every point of view, but a book which should enlighten the class whom it describes on the subject of their own bad manners. We don't nag." She owed her acquaintance with the next two books she mentions to the indirect instigation of her father, and she must have read them when she was about 18, and emancipated from schoolroom supervision, but not yet fairly entered upon the next chapter of her existence, for they are among the last she notices before she came out. The date is fixed by an entry which appears on a subsequent page with the note, "I was presented at court today by my mother." After this entry life becomes more interesting than literature, evidently, for the book ceases to be a record of reading and thought, with an occasional note on people and circumstances, and becomes just the opposite, viz. a diary of events interspersed with sketches of character, and only a rare allusion to literature. But judging by the number and variety and the careful record kept of the work she read, the 6 months or so immediately preceding her presentation must have been a time of the greatest intellectual activity, her father's influence being, as usual, often apparent as primary instigator. Once, when they were having coffee out on the lawn after dinner, he began a discussion in her hearing about books with another gentleman who was staying in the house, and in the course of it he happened to praise Roderick Random and Tom Jones eloquently. He said they were superior in their own line to anything which the present day has produced. "They are true to life in every particular," he maintained, "and not only to the life of those times, but of all time. In fact, you feel as you read that it is not fiction but human nature itself that you are studying, and there is an education in moral philosophy on every page." Evadne was much impressed, and being anxious to know what an education in moral philosophy might be, she got Roderick Random and Tom Jones out of the library when she went in that evening, and took them to her own room to study. They were the two books already referred to as being among the last she read just before she came out. They did not please her, but she waded through them from beginning to end conscientiously nevertheless, and then she made her remarks. Of Roderick Random she wrote, "The hero is a kind of king-can-do-no-wrong young man. If a thing were not right in itself, he acted as if the pleasure of doing it sanctified it to his use sufficiently. After a career of vice, in which he revels without any sense of personal degradation, he marries an amiable girl named Narcissa, and every one seems to expect that such a union of vice and virtue would be productive of the happiest consequences. In point of fact, he should have married Miss Williams, for whom he was in every respect a suitable mate. If anything, Miss Williams was the better of the two, for Roderick sinned in weak wantonness, while she only did so of necessity. They repent together, but she is married to an unsavoury manservant named Strap as a reward, while Roderick considers himself entitled to the peerless Narcissa. Miss Williams, moreover, becomes Narcissa's confidential friend, and the whole disgraceful arrangement is made possible by Narcissa herself, who calmly accepts these two precious associates at their own valuation, and admits them to the closest intimacy without any knowledge of their true characters and early lives. The fine flavour of a real life in the book seems to me to be of the putrid kind, which some palates relish perhaps, but it cannot be wholesome, and it may be poisonous. The moral is, be as vicious as you please, but prate of virtue. Tom Jones she dismissed with greater contempt, if possible. "Another young man," she wrote, "steeped in vice, although acquainted with virtue. He also marries a spotless heroine. Such men marrying are a danger to the community at large. The two books taken together show well the self-interest and injustice of men, the fatal ignorance and slavish apathy of women. And it may be good to know these things, but it is not agreeable." The ventilation of free discussion would doubtless have been an advantage to Evadne, at this impressionable period, when she was still, as it were, more an intellectual than a human being, travelling upon her head rather than upon her heart, so to speak, and one cannot help speculating about the probable modification it would have wrought in some of her opinions. Unfortunately, however, her family was one of those in which the clôture is rigorously applied when any attempt is made to introduce ideas which are not already old and accustomed. It was as if her people were satisfied that by enforcing silence they could prevent thought. End of chapter 3. Recorded by Jenny Wildman.
Book 1, Chapter 4 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The Heavenly Twins, by Sarah G. Book 1, Chapter 4. It is interesting to trace the steps by which Evadne advanced. One item of knowledge accidentally acquired, compelling her to seek another, as in the case of some disease mentioned in a story-book, the nature of which she could not comprehend without studying the construction of the organ it affected. But haphazard seems to have determined her pursuits much more than design, as a rule. Some people in after life, who liked her views, said they saw the guiding hand of Providence directing her course from the first, but those who opposed her said it was the devil, and others again, in idleness or charity, or the calm neutrality of indifference, set it all down to the inevitable, a fashionable first cause at this time, which is both comprehensive, convenient, and inoffensive, since it may mean anything, and so suits itself to everybody's prejudices. But she certainly made her first acquaintance with anatomy and physiology without design of her own. Her mother sent her up to a lumber room one day to hunt through an old box of books for a story she wanted her to read to the children, and the box happened to contain some medical works, which Evadne peeped into during her search. A plate first attracted her attention, and then she read a little to see what the plate meant, and then she read a little more because the subject fascinated her, and the lucid language of a great scientific man, certain of his facts, satisfied her, and carried her on insensibly. She continued standing until one leg tired, then she rested on the other. Then she sat on the hard edge of the box, and finally she subsided onto the floor, in the dust, where she was found hours later, still reading. "My dear child, where have you been?" her mother exclaimed irritably, when at last she appeared. "I sent you to get a book to read to the children." "There it is, mother, the gold thread," Evadne answered. "But I cannot read to the children until after their tea. They were at their lessons this morning, and we are all going out this afternoon." She had neither forgotten the children, nor the time they wanted their book, which was eminently characteristic. She never did forget other people's interests, however much she might be absorbed by the pleasure of her own pursuits. "And I found 3 other books, mother, that I should like to have. May I?" she continued. "They are all about our bones and brains, and the circulation of the blood and digestion. It says in one of them that muriatic acid, the chemical agent by which the stomach dissolves the food, is probably obtained from muriate of soda, which is common salt contained in the blood. Isn't that interesting? And it says that pleasure, not excitement, you know, is the result of the action of living organs, and it goes on to explain it. Shall I read it to you?" "My dear child, what nonsense have you got hold of now?" Mrs. Frayling exclaimed, laughing. "It is all here, mother," Evadne remonstrated, tapping her books. "Do look at them." Mrs. Frayling turned over a few pages with dainty fingers. "Tracing from without inward the various coverings of the brain are," she read in one. "The superior extremity consists of the shoulder, the arm, the forearm, and the hand," she saw in another. "Dr. Harley also confirms the opinion of Monsieur Chavot that the sugar is not destroyed in any appreciable quantity during its passage through the tissues," she learned from the third. "Oh, how nasty!" she ejaculated, alluding to the dust on the cover. "And what a state you are in yourself! You seem to have a perfect mania for grubbing up old books. What do you want with them? You cannot possibly understand them. Why, I can't. It is all vanity, you know. Here, take them away." "But, mother, I want to keep them. They can't do me any harm if I don't understand them." "You really are tiresome, Evadne," her mother rejoined. "It is quite bad taste to be so persistent." "I am sorry, mother. I apologize. But I can read them, I suppose, as you don't see anything objectionable in them?" "Don't you see, dear child, that I am trying to write a letter? How do you suppose I can do so while you stand there chattering at my elbow? You won't understand the books, but you are too obstinate for anything, and you had better take them and try. I don't expect to hear anything more about them," she added complacently, as she resumed her letter. Nor did she, but she felt the effect of them strongly in after years. When Evadne went out for a ride with 3 of her sisters that afternoon, her mind was full to overflowing of her morning studies, and she would like to have shared such interesting information with them, but they discouraged her. "Isn't it curious," she began, "our skulls are not all in one piece when we're born?" "I call it simply nasty," said Julia. She was the one who screamed at a mouse. "You'll be a bore if you don't mind," cried Evelyn, who monopolized the conversation as a rule. Barbara politely requested her to "shur up," a word of the boys which she permitted herself to borrow in the exuberance of her spirits and the sanctity of private life whenever Evadne threatened, as on the present occasion, to be too kind. Evadne turned back then and left them, not because they vexed her, but because she wanted to have her head to the wind, and her thick brown hair blown back out of her eyes, and full leisure to reflect upon her last acquisition as she cantered home happily. End of Book 1, Chapter 4. Book 1, Chapter 5 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah G. Book 1, Chapter 5. Evadne was never a great reader in the sense of being omnivorous in her choice of books, but she became a very good one. She always had a solid book in hand, and some standard work of fiction also, but she read both with the utmost deliberation, and with intellect clear and senses unaffected by anything. After studying anatomy and physiology, she took up pathology as a matter of course, and naturally went on from thence to prophylactics and therapeutics, but was quite unharmed because she made no personal application of her knowledge as the coarser mind masculine of the ordinary medical student is apt to do. She read of all the diseases to which the heart is subject, and thought of them familiarly as cardiac affections, without fancying that she had one of them, and she obtained an extraordinary knowledge of the digestive processes and their ailments, without realizing that her own might ever be affected. She possessed, in fact, a mind of exceptional purity as well as of exceptional strength, one to be enlightened by knowledge, not corrupted. But had it been otherwise, she must certainly have suffered in consequence of the effect of the curiously foolish limitations imposed upon her by those who had charge of her conventional education. Subjects were surrounded by mystery which should have been explained. An impossible ignorance was the object aimed at, and so long as no word was spoken on either side it was supposed to be attained. The risk of making mysteries for an active intellect to feed upon was never even considered, nor did anyone perceive the folly of withholding positive knowledge, which, when properly conveyed, is the true source of healthy mindedness, from a child whose intelligent perception was already sufficiently keen to require it. Principles were dealt out to her, for one thing, with a generous want of definition, which must have made them fatal to all progress had she been able to take them intact. Her mother's favourite and most inclusive dictum alone, that "everything is for the best, and all things work together for good," should have forced her to a matter-of-fact acceptance of wickedness as a thing inevitable, which it would be a waste of time to oppose, since it was bound to resolve itself into something satisfactory in the end, like the objectionable refuse which can be converted by ingenious processes into an excellent substitute for butter. But she was saved from the stultification of such a position by finding it impossible to reconcile it practically with the constant opposition which she found herself at the same time enjoined to oppose to so many things. If everything is for the best, it appeared to her, clearly we cannot logically oppose ourselves to anything, and there must accordingly be two trinities in ethics, good, better, best, and bad, worse, worst, which it is impossible to condense into one comprehensive axiom. But most noticeably prominent, to her credit, through all this period, are the same desirable characteristics, viz., that provisional acceptance already noticed, of what she was taught by those whom she delighted to honour and obey, and the large-minded absence of prejudice which enabled her to differ from them, when she saw good cause, without antagonism. "Drop the subject when you do not agree. There is no need to be bitter because you know you are right," was the maxim she used in ordinary social intercourse. But she was at the same time forming principles to be acted upon in opposition to everybody, when occasion called for action. Another noticeable point, too, was the way in which her mind returned from every excursion into no matter what abstruse region of research, to the position of women, her original point of departure. "Withholding education from women was the original sin of man," she concludes. Mind as creator appealed to her less than mind as recorder, reasoner, and ruler, and for one gem of poetry or other beauty of purely literary value which she quotes, there are 50 records of principles of action. The acquisition of knowledge was her favourite pastime, her principal pleasure in life, and there were no doubts of her own ability to disturb her, so long as there was no self-consciousness. Unfortunately, however, for her tranquillity, the self-consciousness had to come. She approached the verge of womanhood. She was made to do up her hair. She was encouraged to think of being presented, coming out, and having a home of her own eventually. Her liberty of action was sensibly curtailed, but all supervision in the matter of her mental pursuits was withdrawn. She had received the accustomed education for a girl in her position, which her parents held, without knowing it themselves, perhaps, to consist for the most part in being taught to know better than to read anything which they would have considered objectionable. But the end of the supervision, which should have been a joy to her, brought the first sudden sense of immensity, and was chilling. She perceived that the world is large and strong, and that she was small and weak, that knowledge is infinite, capacity indifferent, life short. And then came the inevitable moment. She does not say what caused the first overwhelming sense of self in her own case, but the change it wrought is evident, and the disheartening doubts with which it was accompanied are expressed. She picks her flower in the crannied wall, and realizes her own limitations. But if I could understand what you are, root and all in all, I should know what God and man is. And from this time forward there is less literature and more life in the Commonplace Book. End of Book 1, Chapter 5.
Chapter 6 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Riley. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah Grand. Chapter 6. Mr. and Lady Adeline Hamilton Wells, with the inevitable twins, came constantly to Frelinghuyes while Evadne was in the schoolroom, and generally during the holidays, that she might be at liberty to look after the twins, whose moral obliquities she was supposed to be able to control better than anybody else. They once told their mother that they liked Evadne because she was so good, and Lady Adeline had a delicious moment of hope. If the twins had begun to appreciate goodness, they would be better themselves directly, she was thinking, when Diavolo exclaimed, "We can shock her easier than anybody," and hope died prematurely. They had been a source of interest, and also of some concern, to Evadne from the first. She took a grave view of their vagaries, and entertained doubts on the subject of their salvation should an all-wise Providence catch them peering into a sewer, resolve itself into a poisonous gas, and cut them off suddenly, a fate which had actually overtaken a small brother of her own, who was not a good little boy either, a fact which was the cause of much painful reflection to Evadne. She understood all about the drain and the poisonous gas, but she could not fit in the all-wise Providence acting only for the best, which was introduced as a primary agent in the sad affair by "their dear Mr. Campbell," as her mother called him, in a most touching and strengthening discourse he delivered from the pulpit on the subject. If Binny were naughty, and Binny was naughty beyond all hope of redemption, according to the books, there could be no doubt about that, for he not only committed one, but each and every sin sufficient in itself for condemnation, all in one day, too, when he could, and twice over, if there were time. He disobeyed orders, he fought cads, he stole apples, he told lies. In fact, he preferred to tell lies. Truth had no charm for him. And all these things he was in the habit of doing regularly to the best of his ability when he was cut off. And how such an end could be all for the best, if the wicked must perish, and it is not good to perish, was the puzzle. There was something she could not grasp of a contradictory nature in it all that tormented her. The doctrine of purgatory might have been a help, but she had not heard of it. She told the twins the story of Binny's sad end once in the orthodox way, as a warning, but the warning was the only part of it which failed to impress them. "And do you know," she said solemnly, "there were some green apples found in his pockets after he was dead, actually." "What a pity!" Diavolo exclaimed. "If they had been found in his stomach, it would have been so much more satisfactory. How did he get the apples? Off the tree or out of the storeroom?" "I don't know," said Evadne. "They wouldn't have green apples in the storeroom," Angelica thought. "Oh, yes, they might." Diavolo considered. "Those big cooking fellows, you know. They're green enough." "But they're not nice," said Angelica. "No, but you don't think of that till you've got them," was the outcome of Diavolo's experience. "Is your storeroom on the ground floor?" he asked Evadne. "No," she answered. "Is there a creeper outside the window?" he pursued. "No, creepers won't grow because a big lime tree hangs it." The children exchanged glances. "I shouldn't have made that room a storeroom," said Angelica. "Lime trees bring flies. There's something flies like on the leaves." "But any tree will bring flies if you smear the leaves with sweet stuff," said Diavolo. "You remember that copper beech outside Papa's dressing room window, Angelica?" "Yes," she said thoughtfully. "He had to turn out of his dressing room this summer. He couldn't stand them." "But was Binny often caught, Evadne?" Diavolo asked. "Often," she said. "And punished?" "Always." "But I suppose he had generally eaten the apples," Angelica suggested anxiously. "It's better to eat them at once," sighed Diavolo. "Did you say he did everything he was told not to?" "Yes." "I expect when he was told not to do a thing, he could not think of anything else until he had done it," said Angelica. "And now he's in heaven," Diavolo speculated, looking up through the window with big bright eyes pathetically. The twins thought a good deal about heaven in their own way. Lady Adeline did not like them to be talked to on the subject. They were indefatigable explorers, and it was popularly supposed that only the difficulty of being present at an inquest on their own bodies, which they would have thoroughly enjoyed, had kept them so far from trying to obtain a glimpse of the next world. They discovered the storeroom at Frelinghuyes half an hour after they had discussed the improving details of Binny's exciting career, and had found it quite easy of access by means of the available lime tree. They both suffered a good deal that night, and they thought of Binny. "But there's nothing in our pockets, that's one comfort," Diavolo exclaimed suddenly to the astonishment of his mother, who was sitting up with him. Angelica heaved a sigh of satisfaction. Evadne's patience with the twins was wonderful. She always took charge of them cheerfully on wet days and in other times of trouble, and managed them with infinite tact. "How do you do it, my dear?" Lady Adeline asked. "Do you talk to them and tell them stories?" "No," said Evadne. "I don't talk much. I just don't lose sight of them, or interfere, if I can possibly help it." The twins had no reverence for anything or anybody. One day they were in Evadne's little sitting room, which overlooked the courtyard. It was an antechamber to her bedroom, and peculiarly her own by right of primogeniture. Nobody ever thought of going there without her special permission, except, of course, the twins. But even they assumed hypocritical airs of innocent apology for accidental intrusion when they wanted to make things pleasant for themselves. On this particular occasion, Evadne was sitting beside her little work table, busy with her needle, and the twins were standing there together looking out of the window. "There's Papa," said Diavolo. "He's going for a ride," said Angelica. "Doesn't he mount queerly?" Diavolo observed. "He'd be safer in a bath chair." "Not if we were wheeling him," Angelica suggested with a chuckle. "What shall we do?" yawned Diavolo. "Shall we fight?" "Yes, let's," said Angelica. "You must do no such thing," Evadne interfered. "Not fight? Why?" Angelica demanded. We must fight, you know, Diavolo asserted. I don't see that, said Evadne. Why should you fight? It's good for the circulation of the blood, said Angelica. Warms a body, you know. And there's the property, too, said Diavolo. We've got to fight for that. Evadne did not understand, so Angelica kindly explained. You see, I'm the eldest, but Diavolo's a boy, so he gets the property because of the entail, and we neither of us think it fair, so we fight for it, and whichever wins is to have it. I won the last battle, so it's mine just now, but Diavolo may win it back if we fight again before Papa dies. That's why he wants to fight now, I expect. Yes, Diavolo candidly confessed, but we generally fight when we see Papa go out for a ride. Because you are afraid he will catch you and punish you as you deserve, if he's at home, I suppose, you bad children. Not at all, said Angelica. It's because he looks so unsafe on a horse. You never know what'll happen. It's kind of a last chance, said Diavolo, and that makes it exciting. But wouldn't you be very sorry if your father died? Evadne said. The twins looked at each other doubtfully. Should we? Diavolo said to Angelica. I wonder, said Angelica. One wet day they chose to paint in Evadne's room because they could not go out. She found pictures and got everything ready for them good-naturedly, and then they sat themselves down at a little table opposite each other. But the weather affected their spirits and made them both fractious. They wanted the same picture to begin with, and only settled the question by demolishing it in their attempts to snatch it from each other. Then there was only one left between them, but happily they remembered that artists sometimes work at the same picture, and it further occurred to them that it would be an original method, or funny, as they phrased it, for one of them to work at it wrong side up. So Angelica daubed the sky blue on her side of the table, and Diavolo flung green on the fields from his. They had large genial mouths at that time, indefinite noses, threatening to turn up a little, and bright dark eyes, quick glancing, but with no particular expression in them, no symptom either of love or hate, nothing but living interest. It was pretty to see Diavolo's fair head touching Angelica's dark one across the little table, but when it came too close Angelica would dunt it sharply out of the way with her own, which was apparently the harder of the two, and Diavolo would put up his hand and rub the spot absently. He was too thoroughly accustomed to such sisterly attentions to be altogether conscious of them. The weather darkened down. I wish I could see, he grumbled. Get out of your own light, said Angelica. How can I get out of my own light when there isn't any light to get out of? Angelica put her paint-brush in her mouth, and looked up at the window thoughtfully. Let's make it into a song, she said. Let's, said Diavolo, intent upon making blue and yellow into green. No light have we, and that we do resent, and learning this, the weather will relent, repent, relent. Amen. Angelica sang. Diavolo paused with his brush halfway to his mouth, and nodded intelligently. Now, said Angelica, and they repeated the parody together, Angelica making a perfect second to Diavolo's exquisite treble. Evadne looked up from her work, surprised. Her own voice was contralto, but it would have taken her a week to learn to sing a second from the notes, and she had never dreamt of making one. I didn't know you could sing, she said. Oh, yes, we can sing, Angelica answered cheerfully. We've a decided talent for music. Angelica can make a song in a moment, said Diavolo. Let me paint your nose green, Evadne. You can paint mine if you like, said Angelica. No, I shan't. I shall paint my own. No, you paint mine and I'll paint yours, Angelica suggested. Well, both together, then, Diavolo answered. Honest Injun, Angelica agreed, and they set to work. Evadne sat with her embroidery in her lap and watched them. Their faces would have to be washed in any case, and they might as well be washed for an acre as for an inch of paint. She never nagged with "Don't do this," and "Don't do that," about everything. If their offences could be summed up and wiped out in some such way all at once. "We'll sing you an anthem some day," Angelica presently promised. "Why not now?" said Evadne. "The spirit does not move us," Diavolo answered. "But you may forget," said Evadne. "We never forget our promises," Angelica protested as proudly as was possible with a green nose. Nor did they, curiously enough. They made a point of keeping their word, but in their own way, and this one was kept in due course. The time they chose was when a certain Grand Duke was staying in the house. They had quite captivated him, and he expressed a wish to hear them sing. "Shall we?" said Diavolo. "We will," said Angelica, "not because he's a prince, but because we promised Evadne an anthem, and we might as well do it now," she added with true British independence. The prince chuckled. "What shall it be?" said Diavolo, settling himself at the piano. He always played the accompaniments. "Papa, I think," said Angelica. "What is Papa?" Lady Adeline asked anxiously. "Very nice, or you wouldn't have married him," answered Angelica. "Go on, Diavolo. If you sing flat, I'll slap you." "If you're impertinent, miss, I'll put you out," Diavolo retorted. "Go on," said Evadne sharply, fearing a fight. But to everybody's intense relief, the prince laughed, and then the twins' distinguished manners appeared in a new and agreeable light. "Papa, papa, papa," they sang. "Papa says that we are little devils, and so we are, and ever shall be, world without end." "I am a chip," Diavolo trilled exquisitely. "I am a chip, thou art a chip, thou art a chip," Angelica responded. "We are both chips," they concluded harmoniously, "chips of the old, old block, and as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen." "You sang that last phrase flat, you pulp!" cried Angelica. "I can't both sing and play," Diavolo protested. "You'll say you can't eat and breathe next," she retorted, giving his hair a tug. "What did you do that for?" he demanded. "Just to waken you up," she answered. "Are they always like this?" the prince asked, much edified. "This is nothing," groaned Mr. Hamilton Wells. "Nothing if it is not genius," the prince suggested gracefully. "The ineffectual genius of the 19th century, I fancy, which betrays itself by strange incongruities and contrasts of a violent kind, but is otherwise unproductive," Mrs. Orton Begg whispered to Mr. Frayling, incautiously. Lady Adeline looked up. "I could not help hearing," she said. "Oh, Adeline, I am sorry," Mrs. Orton Begg exclaimed. "I thank you," said Lady Adeline, sighing. Courtly phrases are pleasant plums, even to latter-day palates, which are losing all taste for such dainties, but they are not nourishing. I would rather know my children to be merely naughty, and to spend my time in trying to make them good, than falsely flatter myself that there is anything great in them, and indulge them on that plea, until I had thoroughly confirmed them in faults which I ought to have been rigorously repressing. "You're right there," said Mr. Frayling, "but all the same, you'll be able to make a good deal of that boy, or I'm much mistaken. And as for Angelica, why, when she is at the head of an establishment of her own, she will require all her smartness. But teach her housekeeping, Lady Adeline, that is the thing for her." Evadne was sitting near her father, not taking part in the conversation, but attending to it, and Lady Adeline, happening to look at her this moment, saw something which gave her pause to ponder. Evadne's face recalled somewhat the type of old Egypt, Egypt with an intellect added. Her eyes were long and apparently narrow, but not so in reality. A trick she had of holding them half shut habitually gave a false impression of their size, and veiled the penetration of their glance also, which was exceptionally keen. In moments of emotion, however, she would open them to the full unexpectedly, and then the effect was startling and peculiar, and it was one of these transient flashes which surprised Lady Adeline when Mr. Frayling made that last remark. It was a mere gleam, but it revealed Evadne to Lady Adeline as a flash of lightning might have revealed a familiar landscape on a dark night. She saw what she expected to see, but all transformed, and she saw something beyond, which she did not expect, and could neither comprehend nor forget. So far she had only thought of Evadne as a nice, quiet little thing with nothing particular in her. From that evening, however, she suspended her opinion, suspecting something, but waiting to know more. Evadne was then in her 18th year, but not yet out. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Riley. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah Grand. Chapter 7. Mrs. Orton Begg was a sister of Mrs. Frayling's and an oracle to Evadne. Mrs. Frayling was fair, plump, sweet, yielding, commonplace, prolific. Mrs. Orton Begg was a barren widow, slender, sincere, silent, firm, and tender. Mrs. Frayling, for lack of insight, was unsympathetic. Mrs. Orton Begg was just the opposite, and she and Evadne understood each other, and were silent together in the most companionable way in the world. When Evadne went to her own room on the evening made memorable by the twins' famous anthem, she was haunted by that word ineffectual, which Mrs. Orton Begg had used. Ineffectual genius! There was something familiar as well as high-sounding in the epithet. It recalled an idea with which she was already acquainted. What was it? She opened her Commonplace book, and sat with her pen in her hand, cogitating comfortably. She had no need to weary her fresh young brain with an irritating pursuit of what she wanted. She had only to wait, and it would recur to her. And presently it came. Her countenance brightened. She bent over the book, and wrote a few lines, read them when she had blotted them, and was satisfied. "I have it," she wrote. "Shelley equals genius of the 19th century. Beautiful and ineffectual angel, beating in the void his luminous wings in vain. Matthew Arnold." When she had done this, she took up a book, went to the fire, settled herself in an easy chair, and began to read. The book was Ruth, by Mrs. Gaskell, and she was just finishing it. When she had done so, she went back to the table and copied out the following paragraph. The daily life into which people are born, and into which they are absorbed before they are aware, forms chains which only 1 in 100 has moral strength enough to despise, and to break when the right time comes, when an inward necessity for independent action arises, which is superior to all outward conventionalities. She stopped here, and pushed the volume away from her. It was the only passage in it which she cared to remember. She had lost the confidence of the child by this time, and become humbly doubtful of her own opinion, and instead of summing up Ruth boldly, as she would have done the year before, she paused now a moment to reflect before she wrote with diffidence. The principal impression this book has made upon me is that Mrs. Gaskell must have been a very lovable woman. Footnote. George Eliot thought so too, years before Evadne was born, and expressed the thought in a letter in which she also prophesied that Ruth would not live through a generation. The impression the book made upon Evadne is another proof of prescience in the great writer. The story seems to me long drawn out and of small significance. It is full of food for the heart, but the head goes empty away, and both should be satisfied by a work of fiction, I think. But perhaps it is my own mood that is at fault. At another time I might have found gems in it, which now, in my dullness, I have failed to perceive. Somebody knocked at the door as she blotted the words. "Come in, auntie," she said, as if in answer to an accustomed signal, and Mrs. Orton Begg entered in a long, loose, voluminously draped white wrapper. Evadne drew an easy chair to the fire for her. "Sit down, auntie," she said, "and be cosy. You are late to-night. I was afraid you were not coming." Mrs. Orton Begg was in the habit of coming to Evadne's room every evening when she was at Frelinghuyes, to chat or sit silently sociable over the fire with her before saying good night. "Do I ever fail you?" she asked, smiling. "No, but I have been afraid of the fatal fascination of that great fat foreign prince. He singled you out for special attention, and I have been jealous." "Well, you need not have been, for he singled me out in order to talk about you. He thinks you are a nice child. You interest him." "Defend me!" said Evadne. "But you mistake me, dear aunt. It was not of him I was jealous, but of you. The fat prince is nothing to me, and you are a very great deal." Mrs. Orton Begg's face brightened at the words, but she continued to look into the fire silently for some seconds after Evadne had spoken, and made no other visible sign of having heard them. "I don't think I ought to encourage you to sit up so late," she said presently. "Lady Adeline has just been asking me who it is that burns the midnight oil up here so regularly." "Lady Adeline must be up very late herself to see it," said Evadne. "I suppose those precious twins disturb her. I wish she would let me take entire charge of them when she is here. It would be a relief, I should think." "It would be an imposition," said Mrs. Orton Begg. "But you are a brave girl, Evadne. I would not venture." "Oh, they delight me," Evadne answered, "and I know them well enough now to forestall them." "When I told Lady Adeline that these were your rooms," her aunt pursued, "she said something about a lily maid high in her chamber up a tower to the east, guarding the sacred shield of Launcelot." "Singularly inappropriate," said Evadne, "for my tower is south and west, thank heaven." "And there isn't a symptom of Launcelot," her aunt concluded. "Young ladies don't guard sacred shields nowadays," said Evadne. "No," answered her aunt, glancing over her shoulder at the open book on the table. "They have substituted the sacred, commonplace book, full of thought, I fancy." "You speak regretfully, auntie. But isn't it better to think and be happy than to die of atrophy for a sentiment?" "I don't think it better to extinguish all sentiment. Life without sentiment would be so bald. But life with that kind of sentiment doesn't last, it seems, and nobody is benefited by it. It is extreme misery to the girl herself, and she dies young, leaving a legacy of lifelong regret and bitterness to her friends. I should think it small comfort to become the subject for a poem or a picture at such a price. And surely, auntie, sentiments which are silly or dangerous would be better extinguished." Mrs. Orton Begg smiled at the fire enigmatically. "But the poem or the picture may become a lasting benefit to mankind," she suggested presently. "Humph!" said Evadne. "You doubt it?" "Well, you see, auntie, there are two ways of looking at it. When you first come across the poem or the picture which perpetuates the sentiment that slew the girl, and beautifies it, You feel a glow all over, and fancy you would like to imitate her, and think that you would deserve great credit for it if you did. But when you come to consider, there is nothing very noble, after all, in a hopeless passion for an elderly man of the world who is past being benefited by it, even if he could reciprocate it. Elaine should have married a man of her own age, and made him happy. She would have done some good in her time so, and been saved from setting us a bad example. I think it a sin to make unwholesome sentiments attractive." "Then Launcelot does not charm you?" "No," said Evadne thoughtfully. "I should have preferred the king." "Ah, yes, because he was the nobler, the more ideal man?" "No, not exactly," Evadne answered, "but because he was the more wholesome." "My dear child, are you speaking literally?" "Yes, auntie." "Good heavens!" Mrs. Orton-Begg ejaculated softly. "The times have changed." "Yes, we know more now," Evadne answered tranquilly. "You are fulfilling the promise of your youth, Evadne," her aunt remarked, after a thoughtful pause. "I remember reading a fairy tale of Jean Ingelow's aloud to you children in the nursery long ago. I forget the name of it, but it was the one into which 'One morning, oh so early' comes, and you started a controversy as to whether, speaking of the dove, when the lark said, 'Give us glory,' she should have made answer, 'Give us peace,' or 'peas,' the latter you maintained as being the more natural and the most sensible." "I must have been a horrid little prig in those days," said Evadne, smiling. "But, auntie, there can be no peace without plenty, and I think I would rather be a sensible realist than a foolish idealist. You mean that you think me too much of a utilitarian, do you not?" "You are in danger, I think. Utilitarianism is Bentham's greatest happiness principle, is it not?" Evadne asked. "Yes, greatest human happiness," her aunt replied. "Well, I don't know how that can be dangerous in principle. But of course I know nothing of such questions practically, only I do seem to perceive that you must rest on a solid basis of real advantages before you can reach up to ideal perfection with any chance of success." "You seem to be very wide awake to night, Evadne," Mrs. Orton-Begg rejoined. "This is the first I have heard of your peculiar views." "Oh, I am a night owl, I think, auntie," Evadne answered apologetically. "You see, I never had anything to do in the schoolroom that I could not manage when I was half asleep, and so I formed a habit of dozing over my lessons by day and waking up when I came to bed at night. Having a room of my own always has been a great advantage. I have been secure all along of a quiet time at night for reading and thought, and that is real life, auntie, isn't it? I don't care to talk much, as a rule, do you? I like to listen and watch people, but I always wake up at this time of the night, and I feel as if I could be quite garrulous now when everybody else is going to sleep. But, auntie, don't use such ominous expression as peculiar views about anything I say, please. Views are always in ill odor, and peculiarities, even peculiar perfections, would isolate one, and that I do dread. It would be awful to be out of sympathy with one's fellow creatures, and have them look suspiciously at one, and it would be no comfort to me to know that want of sympathy is the proof of a narrow nature, and that suspicion is the inevitable outcome of ignorance and stupidity. I don't want to despise my fellow creatures. I would rather share their ignorance and conceit, and be sociable, than find myself isolated even by a very real superiority. The one would be pleasant enough, I should think, the other pain beyond all bearing of it." Mrs. Orton-Begg's heart contracted with a momentary fear for her niece, but she dismissed it promptly. "The room to yourself has been a doubtful advantage, I fancy," she said. "It has made you theoretical, but you will lose all that by and by. And in the meantime you must remember that in such matters we have small choice. We are born with superior or inferior faculties, and must make use of them, such as they are, to become inferior cooks or countesses, or superior ditto, as the case may be. But there are always plenty of one's own kind, whichever it is, to consort with. Birds of a feather, you know. You need not be afraid of being isolated." "You are thinking of ordinary faculties, auntie. I was thinking of extraordinary. But even with ordinary ones we are hampered. Birds of a feather would flock together if they could, of course, but then they can't always. And suppose, being superior, you find yourself forced to associate with inferior cooks of your kind, what then? Be their queen, which, unless you were a queen of hearts, would really amount to being an object of envy and dislike, and that brings us back to the point from which we started." "Evadne, you talk like a book. Go to bed," Mrs. Orton Begg exclaimed, laughing. "It is you who have made me talk, then," Evadne rejoined, promptly, "and I feel inclined to ask now, with all proper respect, what has come to you? It must be the prince." "Yes, it must be the prince," Mrs. Orton Begg responded, raising her slender white hand to smother a yawn. "And it must be good night, too, or rather good morning. Just look at the clock. It is nearly 3. End of chapter 7.
Book 1, Chapter 8 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah G. Book 1, Chapter 8. The next morning all the guests left Frelinghuyh, and the family there settled into their accustomed grooves. Evadne and her father walked and rode, conversing together as usual, he enjoying the roll and rumble and fine flavour of his own phrase-making amazingly, and she also impressed by the roll and rumble. But when it was all over, and he had marched off in triumph, she would collect the mutilated remains of the argument, and examine them at her leisure, and in 9 cases out of 10 it proved to be quartz that he had crushed and contemned, overlooking the gold it contained, but releasing it for her to find and add exultingly to her own collection. In this way, therefore, she continued to obtain her wealth of ore from him, and both were satisfied. He because he was sure that, thanks to him, she was a thoroughly sensible girl with no nonsense of new-fangled notions about her, and she because, being his daughter, she had not altogether escaped the form of mental myopia from which he suffered, and was in the habit of seeing only what she hoped and wished to see in those she loved. Man, the unjust and iniquitous, was to her always the outside, vague, theoretical man of the world, never the dear, undoubted papa at home. Evadne was the eldest of 6 girls, and their mother had a comfortable, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, feeling about them all. But she prided herself most upon Evadne as answering in every particular to the conventional idea of what a young lady should be. "The dear child," she wrote to Lady Adeline, "is all and more than we dared to hope to have her become. I can assure you she has never caused me a moment's anxiety in her life, except of course such anxiety for her health and happiness as every mother must feel. I have had her educated with the utmost care, and her father has, I may say, devoted himself to the task of influencing her in the right direction in matters of opinion, and has ably seconded all my endeavours in other respects. She speaks French and German well, and knows a little Italian. In fact, I may say that she has a special aptitude for languages. She does not draw, but is a fair musician, and is still having lessons, being most anxious to improve herself, and she sings very sweetly. But, best of all, as I am sure you will agree with me, I notice in her a deeply religious disposition. She is really devout, and beautifully reverential in her manner both in church and to us, her parents, and indeed to all who are older and wiser than herself. She is very clever too, they tell me, but of course I am no judge of that. I do know, however, that she is perfectly innocent, and I am indeed thankful to think that at 18 she knows nothing of the world and its wickedness, and is therefore eminently qualified to make somebody an excellent wife, and all I am afraid of is, that the destined somebody will come for her all too soon, for I cannot bear to think of parting with her. She is not quite like other girls in some things, I am afraid, mere trifles, however, as for instance about her presentation. I know I was in quite a flutter of excitement for days before I was presented, and was quite bewildered with agitation at the time, but Evadne displayed no emotion whatever. I never knew anyone so equable as she is. In fact, nothing seems to ruffle her wonderful calm. It is almost provoking sometimes. On the way home she would not have made a remark, I think, if I had not spoken to her. "Don't you think it was a very pretty sight?" I said at last. "Yes," she answered doubtfully, and then she added with genuine feeling, "Mais il y a des longueurs." Oh, mother, the hours we have spent hanging about draughty corridors, half dressed and shivering with cold, and the crowding and crushing and unlovely faces, all looking so miserable, and showing the discomfort and fatigue they were enduring so plainly! I call it positive suffering, and I never want to see another drawing-room. My soul desires nothing now but decent clothing and hot tea. And that is all she has ever said about the drawing-room in my hearing. But wasn't it a very curious view for a girl to take? Of course the arrangements are detestable, and one does suffer a great deal from cold and fatigue and for want of refreshments, but still I never thought of those things when I was a girl. Did you? I never thought of anything, in fact, but whether I was looking my best or not. Don't let me make you imagine, however, that Evadne was whining and querulous. She never is, you know, and I should call her tone sorrowful, if it were not too absurd for a girl to be saddened by the sight of other people in distress. Well, not quite in distress, that is an exaggeration, but at all events not quite comfortably situated, on what was really one of the greatest occasions of her own life. I am half inclined to fear that she may not be quite so strong as we have always thought her, and that she was depressed by the long fasting and fatigue, which would account for a momentary morbidness. But excuse my garrulity. I always have so much to say to you. I will spare you any more for the present, however. Only do tell me all about yourself and your own lovely children. And how is Mr. Hamilton Wells? Remember that you are to come to us, twins and all, on your way home as usual this year. We are anxiously expecting you, and I hope your next letter will fix the day. Ever, dear Adeline, your loving friend, Elizabeth Frayling. P.S. We return to Freylingay tomorrow, so please write to me there. The following is Lady Adeline's reply to Mrs. Frayling's letter. Hamilton House, Morningquest, 30th July. My dear Elizabeth, I am afraid you will have been wondering what has become of us, but I know you will acquit me of all blame for the long delay in answering your letter when I tell you that I have only just received it. We had left Paris before it arrived, for what is always to me a tiresome tour about the continent, and it has been following us from pillar to post, finally reaching me here at home, where we have been settled a fortnight. I had not forgotten your kind invitation, but I am afraid I must give up all idea of going to you this year. We hurried back because Mr. Hamilton Wells became homesick suddenly while we were abroad, and I don't think it will be possible to get him to move again for some time. But won't you come to us? Do, dear, and bring your just come out, and I am sure most charming Evadne for our autumn gaieties. If Mr. Frayling would come too, we should be delighted, but I know he has a poor opinion of our coverts, and I despair of being able to tempt him from his own shooting, and therefore I ask you first and foremost, in the hope that you will be able to come whether he does or not. I have been thinking much of all you have told me about Evadne. She had already struck me as being a most interesting child and full of promise, and I do hope that now she is out of the schoolroom I shall see more of her. I know you will trust her to me, although I do think that in parts of her education you have been acting by the half-light of a past time, and following a method now out of date. I cannot agree, for instance, that it is either right or wise to keep a girl in ignorance of the laws of her own being, and of the state of the community in which she will have to pass her existence. While she is at an age to be influenced in the right way, she should be fully instructed by those she loves, and not left to obtain her knowledge of the world haphazard from anyone with whom accident may bring her acquainted. People, perhaps, whose point of view may not only differ materially from her parents', but be extremely offensive to them. The first impression in these matters, you know, is all important, and my experience is that what you call beautiful innocence, and what I consider dangerous ignorance, is not a safe state in which to begin the battle of life. In the matter of marriage especially, an ignorant girl may be fatally deceived, and indeed I know cases in which the man who was liked well enough as a companion was found to be objectionable in an unendurable degree as soon as he became a husband. You will think I am tainted with new notions, and I do hope I am, in so far as these notions are juster and better than the old ones. For surely the elder ages did not discover all that is wisdom, and certainly there is still room for nobler modes of life, and sweeter manners, purer laws. If this were not allowed, moral progress must come to a standstill. So I say, instruct, instruct. The knowledge must come sooner or later. Let it come wholesomely. A girl must find out for herself if she is not taught, and she may, in these plain-spoken times, obtain a wholly erroneous theory of life and morality from a newspaper report which she reads without intention in an idle moment while enjoying her afternoon tea. We are in a state of transition, we women, and the air is so full of ideas that it would be strange if an active mind did not catch some of them, and I find myself that stray theories swallowed whole without due consideration are of uncertain application, difficult in the working, if not impracticable, and apt to disagree. Theories should be absorbed in detail, as dinner, if they are to become an addition to our strength, and not an indigestible item of inconvenience, seriously affecting our mental temper. But you ask me about my twins. In health they continue splendid. In spirits they are tremendous. But their tricks are simply terrible. We never know what mischief they will devise next, and Angelica is much the worst of the two. If we had taken them to Frelinghuyes it would have been in fear and trembling. But we should have been obliged to take them had we gone ourselves, for they somehow found out that you had asked them, and they insisted upon going, and threatened to burn down Hamilton House in our absence if we did not take them, a feat which we doubt not they would have accomplished had they had a mind to. Indeed, I cannot tell you what these children are. Imagine their device to extort concessions from their father. You know how nervous he is. Well, if he will not do all that they require of him, they blow him up, literally and actually. They put little trains of gunpowder about in unexpected places, with lucifer matches that go off when they are trodden upon, and you can imagine the consequence. I told him what it would be when he would spoil them so, but it was no use, and now they rule him instead of him them, so that he has to enter into solemn compacts with them about not infringing what they call their rights. And only fancy, he is so fond to foolishness as to be less annoyed by their naughtiness than pleased, because, when they promise not to do anything again, honest Injun as they phrase it, they keep to their word. Dr. Galbraith calls them in derision the heavenly twins. But have I told you about Dr. Galbraith? He is the new master of Fountain Towers, and a charming as well as a remarkable man, quite young, being in fact only 29, but already distinguished as a medical man. He became a professional man of necessity, having no expectation at that time of ever inheriting property. But now that he is comparatively speaking a rich man, he continues to practice for the love of science, and also from philanthropic motives. He is a fine-looking young man physically, with a strong face of most attractive plainness, only redeemed from positive ugliness, in fact, by good grey eyes, white teeth, and an expression which makes you trust him at once. After the first 5 minutes' conversation with him, I have heard people say that they not only could, but would positively have enjoyed telling him all the things that ever they did, so great is the confidence he inspires. He and Sir Daniel Galbraith's adopted son, Sir Daniel is Dr. Galbraith's uncle, were my brother Don's great friends at Oxford, where the three of them were known as Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, because they passed unscathed through the burning fiery furnace of temptation to which young men of position at the universities are exposed. Dr. Galbraith is somewhat abrupt in manner, and quick of temper, but most good-naturedly long-suffering with my terrible children, nevertheless. Of course they impose upon his good nature, and they are always being punished, but that they do not mind. In fact, I heard Angelica say once, "It is all in the day's work," when she had a long imposition to do for something outrageous. And Diavolo called to her over the stairs only yesterday, "Wait for me a minute in the hall, till I've been thrashed for letting the horses and dogs loose, and then we'll go and snare pheasants in the far plantation." They explained to me once that being found out and punished added the same zest to their pleasures that cayenne pepper does to their diet. A little too much of it stings, but just the right quantity relieves the insipidity and adds to the interest. And then there is the element of uncertainty, which has a charm of its own. They never know whether they will catch it hot or not. When they are found out, they always confess everything with a frankness which is quite provoking, because they so evidently enjoy the recital of their own misdeeds, and they defend themselves by quoting various anecdotes of the naughty doings of children which have been written for our amusement. And it is in vain that I explain to them that parents who are hurt and made anxious by their children's disobedience cannot see anything to laugh at in their pranks, at least not for a very long time afterward. They pondered this for some time, and then arrived at the conclusion that when they were grown up and no longer a nuisance to me, I should be a very jolly old lady, because I should have such a lot of funny stories all my own to tell people. But I shall weary you with this inexhaustible subject. You must forgive me if I do, for I am terribly anxious about my young Turks. If they are equal to such enormities in the green leaf, I am always asking myself, what will they do in the dry? I own that my sense of humour is tickled sometimes, but never enough to make me forget the sense of danger, present and to come, which all this keeps for ever alive. Come and comfort me, and tell me how you have made your own children so charming. Ever lovingly yours, Adeline Hamilton Wells. Mrs. Frayling wrote a full account of Evadne's presentation at court to her sister, Mrs. Orton Begg, who was wandering about Norway by herself at the time, and concluded her description of the dear child's gown, very charming appearance, and dignified self-possession with some remarks about her character to the same effect as those which she had addressed to Lady Adeline. It was natural, perhaps, that the last conversation Mrs. Orton Begg had had with Evadne at Frelinghuyes, which was in fact the first articulate outcome of Evadne's self-training, coming as it did at the end of a day of pleasurable interest and excitement, should have made no immediate impression upon her tired faculties. But she recollected it now, and smiled as she read her sister's letter. "If that is all you know of your daughter, my dear Elizabeth," was her mental comment, "I fancy there will be surprises at Frelinghuyes." But in reply she merely observed that she was glad Evadne was so satisfactory. She was too wise a woman to waste words on her sister Elizabeth, who, in consequence of having had them in abundance to squander all her life long, had lost all sense of their value, and would have failed to appreciate the force which they collect in the careful keeping of such silent folk as Mrs. Orton Begg. Mrs. Frayling was not able to accept Lady Adeline's invitation that year. End of Book 1, Chapter 8. Book 1, Chapter 9 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The Heavenly Twins, by Sarah G. Book 1, Chapter 9. This was the period when Evadne looked out of narrow eyes at an untried world inquiringly, and was warmed to the heart by what she saw of it. Theoretically, people are cruel and unjust, but practically, to an attractive young lady of good social position and just out, their manners are most agreeable, and when Evadne returned to Frelinghuyes after her first season in town, she thought less and sang more. A little bird in the air is singing of Thyri the fair, the sister of Sven the Dane, and the song of the garrulous bird in the streets of the town is heard, and repeated again and again. She carolled about the house, while the dust collected on her books. She took up one old favourite after another when she first returned, but her attention wandered from her best beloved, and all that were solid came somehow to be set aside and replaced, the nourishing fact by inflated fiction, reason and logic by rhyme and rhythm, and sense by sentimentality. So far had her strong, simple, earnest mind deteriorated in the unwholesome atmosphere of London drawing-rooms. It was only a phase, of course, and she could have been set right at once had there been anybody there to prescribe a strengthening tonic. But failing that, she tried sweet stimulants that soothed and excited, but did not nourish. Tales that caused chords of pleasurable emotion to vibrate while they fanned the higher faculties into inaction. Vampire things inducing that fatal repose which enables them to drain the soul of its life-blood and compass its destruction. But Evadne escaped without permanent injury, for, fortunately for herself, among much that was far too sweet to be wholesome, she discovered Oliver Wendell Holmes's The Breakfast Table Series, Elsie Venner, and The Guardian Angel, and was insensibly fixed in her rightful place and sustained by them. The sun streaming into her room one morning at this time awoke her early, and tempted her up and out. There was a sandy space beyond the grounds, a long level of her father's land extending to the eastern cliffs, and considered barren by him, but rich with a certain beauty of its own, the beauty of open spaces which rest and relieve the mind, and of immensity in the shining sea-line beyond the cliffs, and the arching vault of the sky overhead, dipping down to encircle the earth, and of colour for all moods, from the vividest green of grass and yellow of gorse to the amethyst ling and the browns with which the waning year tipped every bush and bramble, things which, when properly appreciated, make life worth living. It was in this direction that Evadne walked, taking it without design, but drawn insensibly as by a magnet to the sea. She had thought herself early up, but the whole wild world of the heath was before her, and she began to feel belated as she went. There was a suspicion of frost in the air which made it deliciously fresh and exhilarating. The early morning mists still hung about, but the sun was brightly busy dispelling them. The rabbits were tripping hither and thither, too intent on their own business to pay much heed to Evadne. A bird sprang up from her feet and soared out of sight, and she paused a moment with upturned face, dilated eyes, and lips apart to watch him. But a glimpse of the gorse recalled her, and she picked some yellow blooms with delicate finger-tips, and carried them in her bare hand, savouring the scent, and at the same time looking and listening with an involuntary straining to enjoy the perception of each separate delicate delight at once, till presently the enthusiasm of nature called forth some further faculty, and she found herself sensible of every tint and tone, sight and sound, distinguishing, deciphering, but yet perceiving all together as the trained ear of a musician does the parts played by every instrument in an orchestra, and takes cognizance of the whole effect as well. At the end of the waste there was a little church overlooking the sea. She saw that the door was open as she approached it, and she paused to look in. The early week-day service was in progress. A few quiet figures sat apart in the pews. The light was subdued. Something was being read aloud by a voice of caressing quality and musical. She did not attend to the words, but the tone satisfied. It seemed to her that the peace of God invited, and she slipped into the nearest pew. She found a Bible on the seat beside her, and opening it haphazard, her eyes fell upon the words, "They that go down to the sea in ships, that do business in great waters, these see the works of the Lord, and his wonders in the deep." The lap of the little waves on the beach below was distinctly audible, the bird calls and their twitterings, intermittent, incessant, persistent, came close and departed, and the fragrance of the blossoms, crushed in her hand, rose to remind her they were there. "They that go down to the sea in ships." It was a passage to be felt at the moment with the sea itself so near, and as she paused to ponder it, her mind attuned itself involuntarily to the habit of holy thought associated with the place, while the scents and sounds of nature streamed in upon her, forming now a soft undercurrent, now a delicious accompaniment which filled the interval between what she knew of this world and all that she dreamt of the next. The cycle of sensation was complete, and in a moment her whole being blossomed into gladness. Her intellectual activity was suspended, her senses awoke. It was the morning of life with her, and she sank upon her knees, and lifted up her heart to express the joy of it in one ecstatic note. O blessed Lord! Lord of the happy earth, Lord of the sun and our senses, he who comes to us first in love's name, and bids us rejoice and be glad, not he who would have us mourn. End of Book 1, Chapter 9. Book 1, Chapter 10 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The Heavenly Twins, by Sarah G. Book 1, Chapter 10. After the experiences of that early morning's walk, Evadne did not go to bed so late. She got up early and went to church. The agreeable working of her intellectual faculties during the early part of her absorbing self-education had kept her senses in abeyance. But when the discipline of all regular routine was relaxed, they were set free to get the upper hand if they would, and now they had begun to have their way, a delicate, dreamy way of a surety, but it was a sensuous way nevertheless, and not at all a spiritual way, as her mother maintained it to be, because of the church-going. Sometimes sense, sometimes intellect is the first to awake in us, supposing we are dowered with an intellect. But pain, which is the perfecting of our nature, must precede the soul's awakening, and for Evadne at that age, With her limited personal knowledge of life, and scant experience of every form of human emotion which involves suffering, such an awakening was impossible. The first feeling of a girl as happily situated, healthy minded, and physically strong as she was, is bound to be pleasurable, and had she been a young man at this time, she would not improbably have sought to heighten and vary her sensations by adding greater quantities of alcohol to her daily diet. She would have grown coarse of skin by eating more than she could assimilate. She would have smelt strongly enough of tobacco, as a rule, to try the endurance of a barmaid. She would have been anxious about the fit of coats, fastidious as to the choice of ties, quite impossible in the manner of trousers, and prone to regard her own image in the glass caressingly. She would have considered that every petticoat held a divinity, or every woman had her price, according to the direction in which nature had limited her powers of perception, with a view to the final making of her into a sentimental, or a vicious, fool. When she should have been hard at work, she would have stayed in bed in the morning, flattering her imagination with visions of the peerless beauties who would all adore her, and the proud place she would conquer in the world, and she would have gone girl-stalking in earnest, probably, had she been a young man. But being as she was, she got up early and went to church. It was the one way she had of expressing the silent joy of her being, and of intensifying it. She practised an extreme ritual at this time, and found in it the most complete form of expression for her mood possible. And in those early morning walks, when she brushed the dew-bespangled cobwebs from the gorse, and startled the twittering birds from their morning meal, in the caressing of healthy odours, the uplifting of all sweet natural sounds, the soothing of the great sea voice, the sense of infinity in the level landscape, of beauty in form and colour, of rest and peace in the grateful shadow of the little church on the cliff, but above all in the release from mental tension, and the ease of feeling after the strain of thought, she found the highest form of pleasure she had tasted, the most rarefied, the most intense. The St. Valentine's Day of her development was approaching, and her heart had begun already to practise the notes of the song significant into which she would burst when it came. It is a nice question that, as to where the sensuous ends and the spiritual begins. The dovetail is so exact just at the junction, that it is impossible to determine, and it is there that spirit and flesh grow one with delight on occasion. But the test of the spiritual lies in its continuity. Pleasures of the senses pall upon repetition, but pleasures of the soul continue and increase. A delicate dish soon wearies the palate, but the power to appreciate a poem or a picture grows greater the more we study them. Illustrations as trite, by the way, as those of the average divine in his weekly sermon, but calculated to comfort to the same extent, in that they possess the charm of familiarity, which satisfies self-love by proving that we know quite as much of some subjects as those who profess to teach them. Still, a happy condition of the senses may easily be mistaken for a great outpouring of spiritual enthusiasm, and many an inspiring soul unconsciously stimulates them, in ways less pardonable perhaps than the legitimate joy of a good dinner to a hungry man, or the more subtle pleasure which a refined woman experiences while sharing the communion of well-dressed saints on a cushioned seat, listening to exquisite music in a fashionable church. Sensations of gladness send some people to church whom grief of any kind would drive from thence effectually. It is a matter of temperament. There are those who are by nature grateful for every good gift, who even bow their heads and suffer meekly if they perceive that they will have their reward, but are ready to rebel with rage against any form of ineffectual pain. This was likely to be Evadne's case, yet her mother had been right about her having a deeply religious disposition. The vicar in charge of the church on the cliff, he of the musical voice, Mr. Borthwick by name, became aware at once of Evadne's regular attendance. He was a young man, very earnest, very devout, worn thin with hard work, but happy in that he had it to do, and with that serene expression of countenance which comes of the habit of conscientious endeavour. As a matter of course, with such men at the present time, he sought solace in ritual. His whole nature thrilled to the roll of the organ, to the notes of a grateful anthem, to the sight and scent of his beautiful flowers on the altar, and to the harmony of colour and conventional design on the walls of his little church. He spent his life and his substance upon it, doing what he could to beautify it himself, in the name of the Lord, and finding in the act of worship a refinement of pleasure difficult of attainment, but possible and precious. And while all that sufficed for him, he honestly entertained the idea of celibacy as a condition necessary for the perfect purification of his own soul, and desirable as giving him a place apart, which would help to maintain and strengthen his influence with his people. A layman may remain a bachelor without attracting attention, but a priest who abjures matrimony insists that he makes a sacrifice, and deserves credit for the same. He says that the laws of nature are the laws of God, yet arranges his own life in direct opposition to the greatest of them. He can give no unanswerable reason for maintaining that the legitimate exercise of one set of natural functions is less holy than the exercise of the others, but that is what he believes, and curiously inconsistent as the conclusion is, the Reverend Henry Borthwick had adopted this view emphatically at the outset of his clerical career, and had announced his intention of adhering to it for the rest of his life. But just as the snow under the cool and quiet stars at dusk might feel full force in itself to vow to the rising moon that it will not melt, and find nevertheless of necessity when the sun appears that it cannot keep its vow, so did the idea of celibacy pass from the mind of the Reverend Henry Borthwick when Evadne began to attend his morning services. Insensibly his first view of the subject vanished altogether, and was immediately replaced, first by an uplifting vision of the advantages of having a wife's help in the parish, then by a glimpse of the tender pleasure of a wife's presence in the house, and, extraordinary as it may seem, this final thought occurred to him while the psalms were being sung in church one morning, so uncertain is the direction of man's mind at any time. He even had a vision of the joy of a wife's kiss, when the sweet red lips that gave it were curved like those of the girl before him. He felt a great outpouring of spiritual grace during that service. His powers of devotion were intensified. But the moment it was over, he hurried to the vestry, tore off his surplice and threw it on the floor, met Evadne as she left the church, and lingered long on the cliffs with her in earnest conversation. She was late for breakfast that morning, and her mother asked her what had detained her. "Mr. Borthwick was talking to me about the sacraments of the church, mother," she answered, her calm, true eyes meeting her mother's without confusion, "and about the necessity for, and the advantage of, frequent communions." "And what do you think about it, dear?" "I think I should like it." Her mother said no more. Young Borthwick was a cadet of good family, with expectations in the way of money, influence enough to procure him a deanery at least, and with a reputation for ability which, with his other advantages, gave him as fair a prospect as anybody she knew of a bishopric eventually. Just the thing for Evadne, she reflected, so she did not interfere. This was really a happy time for Evadne. The young priest frequently met her after the early service, and she liked his devotion. She liked his clean-featured, close-shaven face too, and his musical voice. He was her perfection of a priest, and when he did not meet her, she missed him. She did not care for him so much when he called at the house, however. She associated him somehow with her morning moods, with religious discourses and the church service, but when he ventured beyond these limits they lost touch, and so she held him down to them rigorously. He tried to resist. He even conceived a distaste for ecclesiastical subjects, and endeavoured to float her attention from these on little boats of fancy phrases made out of the first freshness of new days, the beauty of the sun on the sea, the jade green of grass on the cliffs, the pleasure he took in the songs of birds, and other more mundane matters. But he lost her sympathetic interest when he did so, receiving her polite attention instead, which was cold in comparison, and therefore did not satisfy him. So he determined to try and come to a perfect understanding, and during one of their morning walks he startled her by making her a solemn and abrupt offer of marriage. She considered the proposition in silence for some time. Then she looked at him as if she had never seen him before. Then she said, not knowing she was cruel, and only desiring to be frank, "I have never thought of you as a man, you know, only as a priest, and in that character I think you perfect. I respect and reverence you. I even love you, but—" "But what?" he asked eagerly, his delicate face flushing, his whole being held in suspense. "But I could not marry a priest. It would seem to be a sort of sacrilege." She was very pale when she went in that morning, and her mother noticed it, and questioned her. "Mr. Borthwick asked me to marry him, mother," She answered straight to the point, as was her wont. "He surprised me." "I am not surprised, dear," her mother rejoined, smiling. "Did you suppose he would, mother?" "Yes, I was sure of it." "Oh, I wish you had warned me." "Then you haven't accepted him, Evadne?" "No. I have always understood that it is not right for a priest to marry, and the idea of marrying one repels me. He has lowered himself in my estimation by thinking of such a thing. I could not think of him as I do of other men. I cannot dissociate him from his office. I expect him somehow to be always about his reading desk and pulpit." Mrs. Frayling's face had fallen, but she only said, "I wish you could have felt otherwise, dear." Evadne went up to her room, and stood leaning against the frame of the open window, looking out over the level landscape. The poor priest had shown deep feeling, and it was the first she had seen of such suffering. It pained her terribly. She got up early next morning, and went out as usual, but the scent of the gorse was obtrusive. The bird voices had lost their charm. The far off sound of the sea had a new and melancholy note in it, and the little church on the cliff looked lonely against the sky. She could not go there again to be reminded of what she would fain have forgotten. No, that phase was over. The revulsion of feeling was complete, and to banish all recollection of it, she tried with a will to revive the suspended animation of her interest in her books. End of Book 1, Chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of The Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Laura Riley. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah Grand. Chapter 11. All excitements run to love in women of a certain, let us not say age, but youth, says the professor. An electrical current passing through a coil of wire makes a magnet of a bar of iron lying within it, but not touching it. So a woman is turned into a love magnet by a tingling current of life running round her. I should like to see one of them balanced on a pivot properly adjusted, and watch if she did not turn so as to point north and south, as she would if the love currents are like those of the earth, our mother. This passage indicates exactly the point at which Evadne had now arrived, and where she was pausing. The attempt to return to her books had been far from successful. Her eye would traverse page after page without transferring a single record to her brain, and she would sit with one open in her lap by the hour together, not absorbed in thought, but lost in feeling. She was both glad and sad at the same time, glad in her youth and strength, and sad in the sense of something wanting. What was it? If she had, well, she longed, and knew not wherefore. Had the world nothing she might live to care for? No second self to say her evening prayer for? The poor little bird loved the old nest, but she had unconsciously outgrown it, and was perplexed to find no ease or comfort in it any more. She certainly entertained the idea of marriage at this time. She had acquired a sort of notion from her friends that it was good to marry, and her own inclinations seconded the suggestion. She meant to marry when she should find the right man, but the difficulty of choice disturbed her. She had still much of the spirit which made her at 12 see nothing but nonsense in the "turn, gentle hermit of the dale" drivel, and she was quite prepared to decide with her mind. She never took her heart into consideration, or the possibility of being overcome by a feeling which is stronger than reason. She made her future husband a subject of prayer, however. She prayed that he might be an upright man, that he might come to her soon. She even asked for some sign by which she should know him. This was during the morning service in church one day, not the little one on the cliff, which was only a chapel of ease, but the parish church to which the whole family went regularly. Her thoughts had wandered away, from the lesson that was being read, to this subject of private devotion, and as she formulated the desire for a sign, for some certainty by which she might know the man whom the dear Lord intended to be her husband, she looked up, and from the other side of the aisle she met a glance that abashed her. She looked away, but her eyes were drawn back inevitably, and this time the glance of those other eyes enlightened her. Her heart bounded, her face flushed. This was a sign, she was sure of it. She had felt nothing like it before, and although she never raised her eyes again, she thrilled through the rest of the service to the consciousness that there, not many yards away, her future husband sat and sighed for her. After the service, the subject of her thoughts claimed her father's acquaintance, and was introduced by him to her as Major Colquhoun. He looked about 38, and was a big blond man, with a heavy moustache and a delicate skin that flushed easily. His hair was thin on the forehead; in a few more years he would be bald there. Mr. Frayling asked him to lunch, and Evadne sat beside him. She scarcely spoke a word the whole time, or looked at him, but she knew that he looked at her, and she glowed and was glad. The little church on the cliff seemed a long way off, and out in the cold now. She was sorry for Mr. Borthwick. She had full faith in the sign. Was not the fact that Major Colquhoun, whom she had never even heard of in her life before, was sitting beside her at that moment, confirmation strong, if any were wanting? But she asked no more. After lunch her father carried his guest off to smoke, and she went up to her own room to be alone, and sat in the sun by the open window, with her head resting on the back of the chair, looking up at the sky, and sighed and smiled, and clasped her hands to her breast, and revelled in sensations. Major Colquhoun had been staying with a neighbouring county gentleman, but she found when she met him again at afternoon tea that her father had persuaded him to come to Frelinghuyes for some shooting. He was to go back that night, and return to them the following Tuesday. Evadne heard of the arrangement in silence, and unsurprised. Had he gone and not returned, she would have wondered, but this sudden admission of a stranger to the family circle, although unusual, was not unprecedented at Frelinghuyes, where, after it was certain that you knew the right people, pleasant manners were the only passport necessary to secure a footing of easy intimacy, and besides, it was inevitable that the sign might be fulfilled. So Evadne folded her hands, as it were, and calmly awaited the course of events, not doubting for a moment that she knew exactly what the course was to be. She did not actually see much of Major Colquhoun in the days that followed, although when he was not out shooting he was always beside her, but such timid glances as she stole satisfied her, and she heard her mother say what a fine-looking man he was, and her father emphatically pronounced him to be a very good fellow. He was Irish by his mother's side, Scotch by his father's, but much more Irish than Scotch by predilection, and it was his mother tongue he spoke, exaggerating the accent slightly to heighten the effect of a tender speech or a good story. With the latter he kept Mr. Frayling well entertained, and Evadne he plied with the former on every possible occasion. His visit was to have been for a few days only, but it extended itself to some weeks, at the end of which time Evadne had accepted him. The engagement had been announced in the proper papers, Mrs. Frayling was radiant, congratulations poured in, and everybody concerned was in a state of pleasurable excitement from morning till night. Mrs. Frayling was an affectionate woman, and it was touching to see her writing fluent letters of announcement to her many friends, the smiles on her lips broken by ominous quiverings now and then, and a handkerchief held crumpled in her left hand, and growing gradually damper as she proceeded, with the happy tears that threatened her neat epistle with blots and blisters. "It has been the prettiest ideal to us onlookers," she wrote to Lady Adeline. "Love at first sight with both of them, and their first glimpse of each other was in church, which we all take to be the happiest omen that God's blessing is upon them and will sanctify their union. Evadne says little, but there is such a delicate tinge of color in her cheeks always, and such a happy light in her eyes, that I cannot help looking at her. George is senior major, and will command the regiment in a very short time, and his means are quite ample enough for them to begin upon. There is 20 years' difference in their ages, which sounds too much theoretically, but practically, when you see them together, you never think of it. He is very handsome, every inch a soldier, and an Irishman, with all an Irishman's brightness and wit, and altogether the most taking manners. I tell Evadne I am quite in love with him myself. He is a thoroughly good churchman, too, which is a great blessing, never misses a service, and it is a beautiful sight to see him kneeling beside Evadne as rapt and intent as she is. He was rather wild as a young man, I am sorry to say, but he has been quite frank about all that to Mr. Frayling, and there is nothing now we can object to. In fact, we think he is exactly suited to Evadne, and we are thoroughly satisfied in every way. You can imagine that I find it hard to part with her, but I always knew it would be the case as soon as she came out, and so was prepared in a way. Still, that will not lessen the wrench when it comes. But of course I must not consider my own feelings when the dear child's happiness is in question, and I think that long engagements are a mistake. And as there is really no reason why they should wait, they are to be married at the end of next month, which gives us only 6 weeks to get the trousseau. We are going to town at once to see about it, and I think that probably the ceremony will take place there, too. It would be such a business at Frelinghuyes, with all the tenants and everything, and altogether one has to consider expense. But do write at once and promise me that we may expect you and Mr. Hamilton Wells and the dear twins, wherever it is. In fact, I believe Evadne is writing to Theodore at this moment to ask him to be her page, and Angelica will, of course, be a bridesmaid. During the first days of her absorbing passion, Evadne's devotion to God was intensified. "Sing to the Lord a new song" was forever on her lips. When the question of her engagement came to be mooted, she had had a long talk with her father, following a still longer talk which he had with Major Colquhoun. "And you are satisfied with my choice, father?" she said. "You consider George in every respect a suitable husband for me?" "In all respects, my dear," he answered heartily. "He is a fine, manly fellow." "There was nothing in his past life to which I should object?" she ventured timidly. "Oh, nothing, nothing," he assured her. "He has been perfectly straightforward about himself, and I am satisfied that he will make you an excellent husband." It was all the assurance she required, and after she had received it she gave herself up to her happiness without a doubt, and unreservedly. The time flew. Major Colquhoun's leave expired, and he was obliged to return to his regiment at Shorncliffe, but they wrote to each other every day, and this constant communion was a new source of delight to Evadne. Just before they left Frelinghuyes she went to see her aunt, Mrs. Orton Begg. The latter had sprained her ankle severely, and would therefore not be able to go to Evadne's wedding. She lived in Morningquest, and had a little house in the close there. Morningquest was only 20 miles from Frelinghuyes, but the trains were tiresomely slow, and did not run in connection, so that it took as long to get there as it did to go to London, and people might live their lives in Frelinghuyes and know nothing of Morningquest. Mrs. Orton Begg's husband was buried in the old cathedral city, and she lived there to be near his grave. She could never tear herself away from it for long together. The light of her life had gone out when he died, and was buried with him. But the light of her life, fed upon the blessed hope of immortality, burnt brighter every day. Her existence in the quiet close was a very peaceful, dreamy one, soothed by the chime, uplifted by the sight of the beautiful old cathedral, and regulated by its service. Evadne found her lying on the couch beside an open window in the drawing room, which was a long, low room running the full width of the house, and with a window at either end, one looking up at the close to the north, the other to the south, into a high-walled, old-fashioned flower garden, and this was the one near which Mrs. Orton Begg was lying. "I think I should turn to the cathedral, Aunt Olive," Evadne said. "I do," her aunt answered, "but not at this time of day. I'd travel round with the sun." "It would fill my mind with beautiful thoughts to live here," Evadne said, looking up at the lonely spire reverently. "I have no doubt that your mind is always full of beautiful thoughts," her aunt rejoined, smiling. "But I know what you mean. There are thoughts carved on those dumb grey stones which can only come to us from such a source of inspiration. The sincerity of the old workmen, their love and their reverence, were wrought into all they produced, and if only we hold our own minds in the right attitude, we receive something of their grace. Do you remember that passage of Longfellow's? Ah, from what agonies of heart and brain, what exaltations trampling on despair, what tenderness, what tears, what hate of wrong, what passionate outcry of a soul in pain, uprose this poem of the earth and air, this mediaeval miracle. Sitting alone here, sometimes I seem to feel it all the capacity for loving sacrifice, and all the energy of human passion which wrought itself into that beautiful offering of its devotion, and made it acceptable. But tell me, Evadne, are you very happy?" "I am too happy, I think, auntie, but I can't talk about it. I must keep the consciousness of it close in my own heart, and guard it jealously, lest I dissipate any atom of it by attempting to describe it." "Do you think, then, that love is such a delicate thing that the slightest exposure will destroy it?" "I don't know what I think, but the feeling is so fresh now, auntie, I am afraid to run the risk of uttering a word, or hearing one, that might tarnish it." She strolled out into the garden during the afternoon, and sat on a high-backed chair in the shade of the old brick wall, with eyes half closed, and a smile hovering about her lips. The wall was curtained with canariensis, Virginia creeper rich in autumn tints, ivy, and giant nasturtiums. Great sunflowers grew up against it, and a row of single dahlias of every possible hue crowded up close to the sunflowers. They made a background to the girl's slender figure. She sat there a long time, happily absorbed, and Mrs. Orton Begg's memory, as she watched her, slipped back inevitably to her own love days, till tears came of the inward supplication that Evadne's future might never know the terrible blight which had fallen upon her own life. Evadne walked through the village on her way back to Frelinghuysen. A young woman with a baby in her arms was standing at the door of her cottage, looking out as she passed, and she stopped to speak to her. The child held out his little arms, and kicked and crowed to be taken, and when his mother had entrusted him to Evadne, he clasped her tight round the neck, and nibbling her cheek with his warm, moist mouth, sending a delicious thrill through every fibre of her body, a first foretaste of maternity. She hurried on to hide her emotion, but all the way home there was a singing in her heart, a certainty of joys undreamt of hitherto, the tenderest, sweetest, most womanly joys. Her own house, her own husband, her own children, perhaps, it all lay in that, her own. End of chapter 11.
Chapter number 12 of The Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah G. Chapter 12. The next few weeks were decked with the richness of autumn tints, the glory of autumn skies. But Evadne was unaware of either. She had no consciousness of distinct days and nights, and indeed they were pretty well mingled after she went to town, for she often danced till daylight and slept till dusk, and it was all a golden haze this time, with impressions of endless shops, of silks, of satins, and lovely laces, of costly trinkets, of little notes flying between London and Shorncliffe, and of everybody so happy that it was impossible to help sitting down and having a good cry occasionally. The whirl in which she lived during this period was entered upon without thought, her own inclinations agreeing at the time to every usage sanctioned by custom. But in after years she said that those days of dissipation and excitement appeared to her to be a curious preparation for the solemn duties she was about to enter upon. Evadne felt the time fly, and she felt also that the days were never ending. It was 6 weeks at first. Then all at once, as it seemed, there was only 1 week. And then it was tomorrow. All that last day there was a terrible racket in the house, and she was hardly left alone a single moment, and was therefore thankful when, finally, late at night, she managed to escape to her own room. Not that she was left long in peace even then, however, for 2 of her bridesmaids were staying in the house, and they and her sisters stormed her chamber in their dressing gowns, and had a pillow fight to begin with, and then sat down and cackled for an hour, speculating as to whether they should like to be married or not. They decided that they should, because of the presents, and the position, and the delight of having such a lot of new gowns, and being your own mistress, with your own house and servants. They thought of everything, in fact, but the inevitable husband, the possession of whom certainly constituted no part of the advantages which they expected to secure by marriage. Evadne sat silent, and smiled at their chatter, with the air of one who has solved the problem, and knows. But she was glad to be rid of them, and when they had gone, she got her sacred commonplace book, and glanced through it dreamily. Then, rousing herself a little, she went to her writing-table, and sat down and wrote, "This is the close of the happiest girlhood that a girl ever had. I cannot recall a single thing that I would have had otherwise." When she had locked the book away, with some other possessions in a box that was to be sent to await her arrival at her new home, she took up a photograph of her lover and pressed it to her lips and breast, and placed it where her eyes might light on it as soon as she awoke. She was aroused by a kiss on her lips and a warm tear on her cheek the next morning. "Wake, darling," her mother said. "This is your wedding day." "Oh, mother," she cried, flinging her arms around her neck. "How good of you to come yourself. I am so happy." Mr. Hamilton Wells, Lady Adeline, and the Heavenly Twins had been at the Frayling since breakfast, and nothing had happened. Lady Adeline, having seen the children safely and beautifully dressed for the ceremony, Angelica as bridesmaid, Diavolo as page, left them sitting with a picture book between them, like model twins. "Really," she said to Mr. Hamilton Wells, "I think the occasion is too interesting for them to have anything else in their heads." But the moment she left them alone, those same heads went up and set themselves in a listening attitude. "Now, Diavolo, quick!" said Angelica, as soon as the sound of her mother's departing footsteps had died away. Diavolo dashed the picture book to the opposite side of the room, sprang up, and followed Angelica swiftly but stealthily to the very top of the house. When the wedding party assembled in the drawing-room, the twins were nowhere to be found. Mr. Hamilton Wells went peering through his eyeglasses into every corner, removed the glass and looked without it, then dusted it and looked once more to make sure, while Lady Adeline grew rigid with nervous anxiety. The search had to be abandoned, however. But When the party went down to the carriages, it was discovered, to everybody's great relief, that the children had already modestly taken their seats in one of them, with their backs to the horses. Each was carefully covered in an elegant wrap, and sitting bolt upright, the picture of primness. The wraps were superfluous, and Mr. Hamilton Wells was about to remonstrate, but Lady Adeline exclaimed, "For heaven's sake, don't interfere! It is such a trifle. If you irritate them, goodness knows what will happen." But, manlike, he could not let things be. "Where have you been, you naughty children?" he demanded in his precisest way. "You really have given a great deal of trouble." "Well, papa," Angelica retorted hotly, at the top of her voice through the carriage window for the edification of the crowd, "you said we were to be good children, and not to get in anybody's way, and here we have been sitting an hour as good as possible and quite out of the way, and you aren't satisfied. It is quite unreasonable, isn't it, Diavolo? Papa can't get on, I believe, without finding fault with us. It's just a bad habit he's got, and when we give him no excuse, he invents one." Mr. Hamilton Wells beat a hasty retreat, and the party arrived at the church without mishap. But when the procession was formed, there was a momentary delay. They were waiting for the bride's page, who had descended with the youngest bridesmaid from the last carriage, and the two came into church demurely, hand in hand. "What darlings! Aren't they pretty? What a sweet little boy with his lovely dark curls!" was heard from all sides, but there was also an audible titter. Lady Adeline turned pale. Mrs. Frayling's fan dropped. Evadne lost her countenance. The twins had changed clothes. There was nothing to be done then, however, so Angelica obtained the coveted pleasure of acting as page to Evadne, and Diavolo escaped the trouble of having to hold up her train, and managed besides to have fun with a small but amorous boy, who was to have been Angelica's pair, and who, knowing nothing of the fraud which had been perpetrated, insisted on kissing the fair Diavolo, to that young gentleman's lasting delight. It was a misty morning, with only fitful glimpses of sunshine. Mrs. Frayling was not a bit superstitious. Nobody is, but she had been watching the omens. Most people do, and she would have been better satisfied had the day been bright. But still, she felt no shadow of foreboding until the twins appeared. Then, however, there arose in her heart a horrified exclamation. "It is unnatural! It will bring bad luck!" There was no fun for the heavenly twins apart, so they decided to sit together at the wedding breakfast, and nobody dared separate them, lest worse should come of it. Diavolo bet he could drink as much champagne as Major 𝐋𝐿, and having secured a seat opposite to an uncorked bottle, he proceeded conscientiously to do his best to win the wager. Toward the end of the breakfast, however, he lost count, and then he lost his head, and showed signs of falling off his chair. "You must go to sleep under the table now," said Angelica. "It's the proper thing to do when you're drunk. I'm going to, but I'm not far enough gone yet. My legs are queer, but my head is steady. Get under, will you? I'll be down directly." And she cautiously but rapidly dislodged him, and landed him at her feet, everybody's attention being occupied at the moment by the gentleman who was gracefully returning thanks for the ladies. When the speech was over, Lady Adeline remembered the twins with a start, and at once Miss Diavolo. "Where is he?" she asked anxiously. "He's just doing something for me, mamma," Angelica answered. He was acting at that moment as her footstool under the table. She did not join him there as she had promised, however, because when the wine made her begin to feel giddy, she took no more. She said afterwards she saw no fun in feeling nasty, and she thought a person must be a fool to think there was. And Diavolo, who was suffering badly at that moment from headache and nausea, the effect of his potations, agreed. That was on the evening of the eventful day at their own town-house, their father and mother having hurried them off there as soon after Diavolo was discovered in a helpless condition as they could conveniently make their escape. The twins had been promptly put to bed in their respective rooms and told to stay there. But, of course, it did not in the least follow that they would obey, and locking them up had not been found to be the answer. Angelica did remain quiet, however, an hour or so, resting after all the excitement of the morning. But she got up eventually, put on her dressing gown, and went to Diavolo, and it was then they discussed the drink question. Discussion, however, was never enough for the twins. They always wanted to do something. And so now they went down to the library together, erected an altar of valuable books, and arranged themselves in white sheets which they tore from the parental couch for the purpose, considerably disarranging the same, and the sheets they covered with crimson curtains taken down at imminent risk of injuring themselves from one of the dining-room windows with the help of a ladder, abstracted from the area by the way of the front door. Although they were in their dressing gowns, the time chosen for this revel being when their parents were in the drawing-room after dinner, and all the servants were having their supper and safe out of the way. The ladder was used to go down to the coal cellar and never, of course, replaced, the consequence being that the next person who went for coal fell in the dark and broke her leg, an accident which cost Mr. Hamilton Wells from first to last a considerable sum, he being a generous man and unwilling to let anyone suffer in pocket in his service. He thought the risk to life and limb was sufficient without that. Having completed these solemn preparations, the twins swore a ghastly oath on the altar never to touch drink again, and might they be found out in everything they did on earth if they broke it, and never see heaven when they died. The wedding breakfast went off merrily enough, and when the bride and bridesmaid left the table, and the dining-room door was safely shut, there was much girlish laughter in the hall, and an undignified scamper up the stairs. Also a tussle as to who should take the first pin from the bride's veil and be married next, and much amusement when Mrs. Frayling's elderly maid unconsciously appropriated it herself in the way of business. Evadne hugged her, exclaiming, "You dear old Jenny, you shall be married next, and I shall be your bridesmaid." "Oh, no, you won't," cried one of the girls. "You'll never be bridesmaid again." Suddenly there was silence. Never again is chilling in its effect. It is such a very long time. As Evadne was leaving her room in her travelling dress, she noticed some letters lying on her dressing table, which she had forgotten, and turned back to get them. They had come by the morning's post, but she had not opened any of them, and now she began to put them in her pocket one by one to read at her leisure, glancing at the superscriptions as she did so. One was from Aunt Olive. Dear Aunt Olive, how kind of her. 2 were letters of congratulation from friends of the family. A 4th was from the old housekeeper at 𝔅𝔶𝔶𝐴. She kissed that. And the 5th was in a strange and peculiar hand, which she did not recognize, and she opened it at first to see who her correspondent might be. The letter was from the north, and had been addressed to 𝔅𝔶𝐴, and she should have received it some days before. As she drew it from its envelope, she glanced at the signature, and at the last few words, which were uppermost, and seemed surprised. She knew the writer by name and reputation very well, although they had never met, and feeling sure that the communication must be something of importance, she unfolded the letter and read it at once deliberately from beginning to end. When she appeared amongst the guests again, she was pale, her lips set, and she held her head high. Her mother said the dear child was quite overwrought, but she saw only what she expected to see through her own tear-bedimmed eyes. And other people were differently impressed. They thought Evadne was cold and preoccupied when it came to the parting, and did not seem to feel leaving her friends at all. She went out, dry-eyed, after kissing her mother, took her seat in the carriage, bowed polite but unsmiling acknowledgments to her friends, and drove off with Major 𝐋𝐻𝐿 with as little show of emotion and much the same air as if she had merely been going somewhere on business and expected to return directly. "Thank goodness all that's over," Major 𝐋𝐻𝐿 exclaimed. She looked at him coolly and critically. He was sitting with his hat in his hand. She noticed that his hair was thin on the forehead, and there was nothing of youth in his eyes. "I expect you are tired," he further observed. "No, I am not tired, thank you," Evadne answered. Then she set her lips once more, leant back, and looked out of the carriage window at the street all sloppy with mud, and the poor people seeming so miserable in the rain which had been falling steadily for the last hour. "Poor weary creatures," she thought. "We have so much, and they so little." But she did not speak again till the carriage pulled up at the station. when she leaned forward with anxious eyes and said something confusedly about the crowd. Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿 thought she was afraid of being stared at. He took out his watch. "You will only have to cross the platform to the carriage, and the train ought to be up by this time. But if you don't mind being left alone a moment, I'll just go myself and see if it is, and where they are going to put us, and then I can take you there straight. You won't feel the crowd at all." He was not gone many minutes, but when he returned, the carriage was empty. "Where is Mrs. 𝔅𝐻𝐿?" he said. "She followed you, sir," the coachman answered, touching his hat. "Confound—" He pulled himself up. "She'll be back in a moment, I suppose," he muttered. "Dover Express, take your seats," bawled a porter. "Are you for the Dover Express?" "Yes," said Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿. "Engaged carriage, sir?" "Yes. By the way, perhaps she's gone to the carriage," and he started to see the porter following him. "Did you notice a young lady in a grey dress pass this way?" he asked the man as they went. "With a pink feather in her hat, sir?" "Yes." "Not pass up this way, sir," the man rejoined. "She got in the hansom over there and drove off. It was the same young lady." Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿 stopped short. The compartment reserved for them was empty also. "Dover Express! Dover Express!" the guard shouted as he came along, banging the carriage doors to. "For Dover, sir?" he said in his ordinary voice to Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿. "No, it seems not," the gentleman answered deliberately. The guard went on. "Dover Express! Dover Express! All right, Bill!" This was to someone in the front as he popped into his own van and shut the door. And then the whistle shrieked derisively, the crank turned, and the next moment the train slid out, serpent-like into the mist. Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿 had watched it off like any other ordinary spectator, and when it had gone he looked at the porter, and the porter looked at him. "Was your luggage on the train, sir?" the man asked him. "Yes, but only booked to Dover," Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿 answered carelessly, taking out a cigarette case and choosing a cigarette with exaggerated precision. When he had lighted it, he tipped the porter and strolled back to the entrance, on the chance of finding the carriage still there. But it had gone, and he called a hansom, paused a moment with his foot on the step, and finally directed the man to drive to Frayling's. "Swell's been sold somehow," commented the porter, "and if I was a swell I wouldn't take on neither." End of Chapter 12. Chapter 13 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Heavenly Twins, by Sarah G. Chapter 13. The Fraylings had decided to postpone all further activities till the bride and bridegroom's return, so that the wedding guests had gone, and the house looked as drearily commonplace as any other in the street when the hansom pulled up a little short of the door for Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿 to alight. The servant who answered his ring made no pretence of concealing his astonishment when he saw who it was, but Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿's manner effectively checked any expression of it. He was not the kind of man whom a servant would ever have dared to express any sympathy with. However, obviously things had gone wrong. But there was nothing in Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿's appearance at that moment to show anything had gone wrong, except his return when he should have been off on his wedding journey. There was probably a certain amount of assumption in his apparent indifference. He had always cultivated an inscrutable bearing, as being the thing in his set, so that it was easy for him to now appear to be cooler and more collected than he was. His attitude, however, was largely due to want of proper healthy feeling, for he was a vice-worn man, with small capacity for any great emotion. He walked into the hall and hung up his hat. "Is Mr. Frayling alone?" he said. "Yes, sir, with Mrs. Frayling and the family upstairs in the drawing-room," the man stammered. "Ask him to see me down here, please. Say a gentleman." He stepped to a mirror as he spoke and carefully twisted the ends of his blonde moustache. "Very good, sir," said the servant. Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿 walked into the library in the same deliberate way and turned up the gas. Mr. Frayling came hurrying down, fat and fussy, puffing a little, but cheerfully rubicund upon the success of the day's proceedings, and apprehending nothing untoward. When he saw his son-in-law, he opened his eyes, stopped short, turned pale, and gasped. "Is Evadne here?" ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥 asked quietly. Here? No. What should she be doing here? What has happened? Mr. Frayling exclaimed, aghast. That is just what I don't rightly know myself, if she's not here, ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 replied, the quiet demeanour he had assumed contrasting favourably with his father-in-law's fuss and fume. Why have you left her? What are you doing here? Explain, Mr. Frayling demanded, almost angrily. ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 related the little he knew, and Mr. Frayling plumped down into a chair to listen, and bounced up again when all was said, to speak. Let me send for her mother, he began, showing at once where, in an emergency, he felt his strength lay. No, though I'd better go myself and prepare her, he added on second thought. We mustn't make a fuss, with all the servants about too. They would talk. And then he fussed off himself, with agitation evident in every step. Something like a smile disturbed ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞's calm countenance for a moment, and then he stood, twisting the ends of his fair moustache slowly with his left hand, and gazing into the fire, which shone reflected in his steely blue eyes, making them glitter like pale sapphires coldly while he waited. Mr. Frayling returned with his wife almost immediately. The latter had had her handkerchief in her hand all day, but she put it in her pocket now. ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞 had to repeat his story. Did you look for her in the waiting rooms? Mrs. Frayling asked. No. She may be there waiting for you at this very moment. It was a practical suggestion. But the porter said he saw her get into a hansom, ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 objected. He said he saw a young lady in grey get into a hansom, I understood you to say, Mrs. Frayling corrected him. A young lady in grey is not necessarily a ℌ𝔞𝔫. There may be a dozen young ladies in grey in such a crowd. There might, yes, Mr. Frayling agreed. And the proof that it was not a ℌ𝔞𝔫 is that she is not here, her mother proceeded. If she had been seen getting into a hansom, it could only have been to come here. The hansom might break down on the way, said ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞, entertaining the idea for a moment. That is not impossible, Mr. Frayling decided. But why would she come here? ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 slowly pursued, looking hard at his parents-in-law. Had she any objection to marrying me? Was she over-persuaded into it? Oh, no, Mrs. Frayling exclaimed emphatically. How can you suppose such a thing? We should never have dreamed of influencing the dear child in such a matter. If there were ever a case of love at first sight, it was one. Why, her first words on awaking this morning were, "Oh, mother, I am so happy." That doesn't sound like being over-persuaded. Then what, in God's name, is the explanation of all of this? ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 exclaimed, showing some natural emotion for the first time. That is it, said Mr. Frayling energetically. There must be some explanation. Heaven grant that the dear child has not been entrapped in some way and carried off and robbed and murdered or something dreadful, Mrs. Frayling cried, giving way to strain all at once, wringing her hands. They then looked at each other, and the period of speculation was followed by a momentary interregnum of silence, which would in due course be succeeded by a desire to act, to do something, if nothing happened in the meantime. Something did happen, however. The doorbell rang violently. They looked up and listened. The hall door was opened. Footsteps approached, paused outside the library, and then the butler entered and handed Mr. Frayling a telegram on a silver salver. "Is there any answer, sir?" he asked. Mr. Frayling opened it with trembling hand and read it. No answer, he said. The butler looked at them all as if they interested him, and withdrew. "Well?" cried Mrs. Frayling. "Is it from her?" "Yes," Mr. Frayling replied. "It was handed in at the General Post Office at—" "The General Post Office!" ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞 ejaculated. "What on earth took her there?" "The hansom, you know," said Mrs. Frayling. "Oh dear," to her husband, "do read it." "Well, I'm going to, if you let me," he answered irritably, but delaying nevertheless to mutter something irrelevant about women's tongues. Then he read, "Don't be anxious about me. Have received information about Major C.'s character and past life which does not satisfy me at all, and am going now to make further inquiries. Will write." "Information about my character and past life!" exclaimed ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞. "Why, what is wrong with my character? What have I done?" "Oh, the child is mad. She must be mad," Mrs. Frayling ejaculated. Mr. Frayling fumed up and down the room, in evident perturbation. He had not a single phrase ready for such an occasion, nor the power to form one, and was consequently compelled to employ quite simple language. "You had better make inquiries at the post office," he said to Major 𝐋𝐿, "and try to trace her. You must follow her and bring her back at once, if possible." "Not I, indeed," was Major 𝐋𝐿's most unexpected rejoinder. "I shall not give myself any trouble on her account. She may go." "Oh, for heaven's sake, don't say that, George!" Mrs. Frayling exclaimed. "You do love her, and she loves you. I know she does. Some dreadful mischief-making person has come between you. But wait, do wait, until you know more. It will all come right in the end. I am sure it will." Major 𝐋𝐿 compressed his lips and looked sullenly into the fire. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by 𝐋𝐿𝐻𝔀𝐻𝔀𝐻. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah Grant. On the third day after Evadne's wedding, in the afternoon, Mrs. 𝔂𝐿𝐻𝔂𝐻 was sitting alone in her long, low drawing-room by the window which looked out into the high-walled garden. She had her slender hands folded upon her lap, her large, dark, luminous eyes and delicate, refined features all set in a wishful sadness. There was a singular likeness between herself and Evadne in some things, a vague, haunting family likeness which continually obtruded itself but could not be defined. It had been more distinct when Evadne was a child, and would doubtless have grown greater had she lived with her aunt. But the very different mental attitude which she gradually acquired had melted the resemblance, as it were, so that at 19, although her slender figure and air and carriage continually recalled Mrs. 𝔂𝐿𝐻𝔂𝐻, who was then in her 35th year, the expression of her face was so different that they were really less alike than they had been when Evadne was 4 years younger. Evadne's disposition, it must be remembered, was essentially swift to act. She would, as human being, have her periods of strong feeling, but that was merely a physical condition, in no way affecting her character, and the only healthy-minded, happy state for her was the one in which thought instantly translated itself into action. With Mrs. 𝔂𝐿𝐻𝔂𝐻 it was different. Her spiritual nature predominated. Her habits of mind were dreamy. She lived for the life to come entirely, and held herself in constant communion with another world. She felt it near her, she said. She believed that its inhabitants visit the earth, and take cognizance of all we do and suffer. And she cherished the certainty of one day assuming a wondrous form, and entering upon a new life, as vivid and varied and as real as this, but far more perfect. Her friends were chiefly of her own way of thinking, but her faith was so profound, and the charm of her conversation so entrancing, that the hardest-headed materialists were apt to feel strange delicious thrills in her presence, forebodings of possibilities beyond the test of reason and knowledge, and they would return time after time to dispute her conclusions and argue themselves out of the impression she had produced, but only to relapse into their former state of blissful sensation so soon as they once more found themselves within range of her influence. Opinions are germs in the moral atmosphere, which fasten themselves upon us if we are predisposed to entertain them. But some states of feeling are a perfume, which every sentient being must perceive with emotions that vary from extreme repugnance to positive pleasure through diverse intermediate strata of lively interest or mere passive perception. And the feeling which emanated from Mrs. 𝔂𝐿𝐻𝔂𝐻 is one that is especially contagious. For, in the first place, the beauty of goodness appeals pleasurably to the most depraved. To be elevated above themselves for a moment is a rare delight to them. And, in the second, there is a deeply implanted leaning in the heart of man towards the something beyond everything, the impalpable, impossible, imperceptible, which he cannot know and will not credit, but is nevertheless compelled to feel in some of his moods or in certain presences, and having once felt, find himself fascinated by it, and so returns to the subject for the sake of the sensation. In that long, low drawing-room of Mrs. Ottenbeg's, with the window at either end, in view of the grey old cathedral, towering above the gnarled elms of the lower close, itself the scene of every form of human endeavour, every expression of human passion, in surroundings so heavy with memories of the past, and listening to the quiet tone of conviction in which Mrs. Ottenbeg spoke, with the double charm of extreme polish and simplicity combined. In that same room even the worldliest had found themselves raised into the ecstasy of the higher life, spiritually freed for the moment, and with the desire to go forth and do great deeds of love. Mrs. Ottenbeg had sat idle an hour, looking out of the window, her mind in the mood for music, but bare of thought. A gale was blowing without. The old elms in the close were tossing their stuff, bare arms about, the ground was strewed with branches and leaves from the limes, and a watery, wintry sun made the misery of the muddy ground apparent, and accentuated the blight of the flowers and torn untidiness of the creepers, and all the items which make autumn gardens so desolate. The equinoctial gales had set in early that year. They began on Yvonne's wedding day, with a fearful storm which raged all over the country, and burst with especial violence upon 𝔂𝔶𝔶𝐻, and the wind continued high, and showed no sign of abating. It was depressing weather, and Mrs. Ottenbeg sighed more than once unconsciously. But presently the cathedral clock began to strike, and she raised her head to listen. 1, 2, 3, 4. The round notes fell. Then there was a pause, and then the chime rolled out over the storm-stained city. Mechanically, Mrs. Ottenbeg repeated the phrase with each note as it floated forth, filling the silent spaces, and then she awoke with a start to thought once more, and knew that she had been a long, long time alone. She was going to ring, but at that moment a servant entered and announced Mrs. and Miss Beale. They were the wife and daughter of the Bishop of 𝔂𝔶𝔶𝐻, the one a very pleasant, attractive elderly lady, the other a girl of 17, like her mother, but with more character in her face. "Ah, how glad I am to see you!" Mrs. Ottenbeg exclaimed, trying to rise. "And what a delicious breath of fresh air you have brought in with you!" "My dear Olive, don't move," Mrs. Beale rejoined, preventing her. "We have been nearly blown away walking this short distance. Just look at Edith's hair." "I feel quite tempest-tossed," said Edith, getting up and going to a glass before which she removed her hat, and let down her hair, which was the colour of burnished brass, and fell to her knees in one straight heavy coil without a wave. "You remind me of some Saxon Edith I have seen in a picture," said Mrs. Ottenbeg, looking at her admiringly. "But, dear child," her mother deprecated, "should you make a dressing-room of the drawing-room?" "I know Mrs. Ottenbeg will pardon me," said Edith, rolling her hair up deftly and neatly as she spoke, with the air of a privileged person quite at home. Mrs. Ottenbeg smiled at her affectionately, but before she could speak, the door opened once more, and the servant announced, "Lord Dawn," and there entered a grave, distinguished-looking man between 30 and 40 years of age, apparently with black hair and deep blue eyes at once penetrating and winning in expression. Mrs. Ottenbeg greeted him with pleasure, Mrs. Beale with pleasure also, but with more ceremony, Edith quite simply and naturally, and then she sat down. He was in riding dress, with his whip and hat in his hand. "This is an unexpected pleasure. I did not know you were at Morn," said Mrs. Ottenbeg. "Is Claudia with you?" "No, I have only come for a few days," Lord Dawn replied. "I came to see Adeline specially, but they don't return from town till tomorrow. They have all been assisting at the marriage of a niece of yours, I hear, and the heavenly twins have been prolonging the festivities on their own account. Adeline wrote to me in despair, and I have come to see if I can be of any use. My sister," he added, turning to Mrs. Beale with his bright, almost boyish smile, which was like his nephew Diabollo's, and made them both irresistible. "My sister flatters herself that I have some influence with the children, and as it is quite certain that nobody else has, I am careful not to dispel the illusion. It is comfort to her, but the twins will not allow me to deceive myself upon that head. They put me in my place every time I see them. The last time we had a serious talk together, I noticed that Diavolo was thinking deeply, and hoped for a moment that it was about what I was saying, but that, apparently, had not interested him at all, for I had the curiosity to ask, just to see if I had, perchance, made any impression, and discovered that he had something else in his mind the whole time. "I was just wondering," he answered, "if you care much about being Duke of ℌ𝔞𝔥." "No, not very much," I assured him. "Why?" "Well, I was pretty certain you didn't," he replied, "and, you see, I do. So I was just thinking, couldn't you remain as you are when Grandpa dies, and let me walk into the title? Then I'd give Angelica the Hamilton House property, and it would be very jolly for all of us. But look here." Angelica broke in her energetic way. "If you are going to be a duke, I won't be left plain Miss Hamilton Wells." "You couldn't be plain Miss anything," Diavolo gallantly assured her, bowing in the most courtly way. But Angelica said, with more force than refinement, that was all rot, and then Diavolo lost his temper and pulled her hair, and she got hold of his and dragged him out of the room by his. My presence, of course, counted for nothing, and the next I saw of them they were in their ponies in a secluded grassy glade of the forest, tilting at each other with long pose of dukedom. Angelica says she means to beat Demosthenes hollow. I use her own phraseology to give character to the quotation, that delivering orations with a natural inclination to stammering was nothing to get over, compared to the disabilities which being a girl imposes upon her. But she means to get over them all by hook, which she explains as being the proper development of her muscles and physique generally, and by crook, which she defines as circumventing the slave drivers of her sex, a task which she seems to think can easily be accomplished by finessing. "And what was the last thing?" Mrs. Ottenbeg inquired, smiling indulgently. "Oh, that was very simple," Lord Dawn rejoined. "Diavolo, dressed in velvet, was caught and taken up by a policeman for recklessly driving a hansom in Oxford Street, Angelica being inside the same, disguised in something of her mother's." "I wonder it was Angelica who went inside," Mrs. Ottenbeg exclaimed. "Well, that was what her mother said," Lord Dawn replied. and both her parents seemed to think the matter was not nearly so bad as it might have been in consequence. Mr. Hamilton Wells had to pay a fine for the fewest driving, and use all his influence with the press to keep the thing out of the papers. But where did the children get the hansom? Mrs. Beale begged to be informed. I regret to say that they hailed it through the dining room window, and plied the driver with raw brandy until his venal nature gave in to their earnestly persuasive eloquence and the contents of their purses, and he consented to let Diavolo just try what it was like to sit up on that high box. Angelica having previously got inside, and of course the moment the young scamp had the reins in her hand, he drove off full tilt. "Oh, dear, poor Lady Adeline!" Mrs. Beale exclaimed. Lord Don smiled again, and changed the subject. "Did you feel the storm much here?" he asked. "My trees have suffered a great deal, I am sorry to say." "Ah, that reminds me," Mrs. Beale began. "A very strange and solemn thing happened on the day of the storm. Have you heard of it, Olive?" "No," Mrs. Ottenbeg answered with interest. "What was it?" "Well, you know the Dean's brother has a large family of daughters," Mrs. Beale replied, "and they had a very charming governess, Mrs. Winstanley, a lady by birth and an accomplished person, and extremely spirituelle. Well, on the morning of the storm she was sitting at work with one of her pupils in the schoolroom, when another came in from the garden and uttered an exclamation of surprise when she saw Miss Winstanley. 'How did you get in and take your things off so quickly?' she said. 'I have not been out,' Miss Winstanley answered. 'Why, I saw you. I ran past you over by the duck pond.' 'Dear child, you must be mistaken. I haven't been out to-day,' the governess answered, smiling. Well, that child got out her work and sat down, but she had hardly done so when another came in and also exclaimed, 'Oh, Miss Winstanley, how did you get here? I saw you standing out, looking out of the window at the bottom of the picture gallery as I ran past this minute.' 'I must have a double,' said Miss Winstanley lightly. 'But it was you,' the child insisted. 'I saw you quite well, flowers and all.' The governess was wearing some scarlet geranium. You know what they say if people are seen like that, where they have never been in the body, she said jokingly. 'They say it is a sign that the person is going to die in the afternoon,' Mrs. Beale continued, lowering her voice and glancing round involuntarily, and in the momentary pause the rush of the gale without sounded obtrusively. In the afternoon of that same day she went out alone for a walk, and did not return. They became alarmed at last, and sent some men to search for her when the storm was at its height, and they found her lying across a stile. She had been killed by the branch of a tree falling on her." "How do you explain that?" Mrs. Ottenbeg said softly to Lord Don. "I should not attempt to explain it," he answered, rising. "Must you go?" "Yes. I am sorry to say Claudia and Ideala charged me with many messages for you. They are together as usual, and well, I trust?" "Yes," he answered, "and most anxious to hear a better account of your foot." "Ah, I hope to be able to walk soon," she said, holding out her hand to him. "What a charming man he is," Mrs. Beale remarked when he had gone. "There is no hope of his marrying, I suppose," she added, trying not to look at her daughter. "Oh, no!" Mrs. Ottenbeg exclaimed in an almost horrified tone. Lord Don's friends made no secret of his grand and chivalrous devotion to the distinguished woman known to them all as Ideala. Every one of them was aware, although he had never let fall a word on the subject, that he had remained single on her account. Every one but Ideala herself. She never suspected it, or thought of love at all in connection with Lord Don. and besides, she was married. When her friends had gone that day, Mrs. Ottenbeg sat long in the gathering dusk, watching the newly lighted fire burn up, and thinking. She was thinking of Evadne chiefly, wondering why she had had no news of her, why her sister Elizabeth did not write and tell her all about the wedding, and she was just on the verge of anxiety, in that state when various possibilities of trouble that might have occurred to account for delays began to present themselves to the mind, when all at once, without hearing anything, she became conscious of a presence near her, and looking up she was startled to see Evadne herself. "My dear child," she gasped, "what has happened? Why are you here?" "Nothing has happened, auntie. Don't be alarmed," Evadne answered. "I am here because I have been a fool." She spoke quietly, but with concentrated bitterness, and then sat down and began to take off her gloves with that exaggerated show of composure which is a sign in some people of suppressed emotion. Her face was pale, but her eyes were bright, and the pupils were dilated. "I have come to claim your hospitality, auntie," she pursued, "to ask you for shelter from the world for a few days, because I have been a fool. May I stay?" "Surely, dear child," Mrs. Ottenbeg replied, and then she waited, mastering the nervous tremor into which the shock of Evadne's sudden appearance had thrown her with admirable self-control. And here again the family likeness between aunt and niece was curiously apparent. Both masked their agitation, because both by temperament were shy and ashamed to show strong feelings. Evadne looked into the fire for a little, trying to collect herself. "I knew we should take nothing for granted. We should never be content merely to feel and suppose, and hope for the best, in matters about which we should know exactly. And yet I took no trouble to ascertain. I fell in love, and liked the sensation, and gave myself up to it unreservedly. Certainly, I was a fool. There is no other word for it." "But are you married, Evadne?" Mrs. Ottenbeg asked, in a voice rendered unnatural by the rapid beating of her heart. "Let me tell you, auntie, all about it," Evadne answered hoarsely. She drew her chair a little closer to the fire, and spread her hands out to the blaze. There was no other light in the room by this time. The wind without howled dismally still, but at intervals, as if with an effort. During one of its noisiest bursts, the cathedral clock began to strike, and hushed it, as it were, suddenly. It seemed to be listening, to be waiting, and Evadne waited and listened too, raising her head. There was a perceptible, momentary pause. Then came the chime, full, round, mournful, melodious, yet glad too. In the strength of a solemn assurance, filling the desolate regions of sorrow and silence with something of hope whereon the very mind might repose. When the last reverberation of the last note had melted out of hearing, Evadne sighed. Then she straightened herself, as if collecting her energy, and began to speak. "Yes, I am married," she said. "But when I went to change my dress after the ceremony, I found this letter. It was intended, you see, to reach me some days before it did, but unfortunately it was addressed to Frelinghey, and time was lost in forwarding it." She handed it to her aunt, who raised her eyebrows when she saw the writing, as if she recognized it, hastily drew the letter from its envelope, and held it so that the blaze fell upon it while she read. Evadne knelt on the hearthrug and stirred the fire, making it burn up brightly. Mrs. Ottenbeg returned the letter to the envelope when she read it. "What did you do?" she said. "I read it before I went downstairs, and at first I could not think what to do, so we drove off together. But on the way to the station it suddenly flashed upon me that the proper thing to do would be to go at once and hear all that there was to tell, and fortunately Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿 gave me an opportunity of getting away without any dispute. He went to see about something, leaving me in the carriage, and I just got out, walked round the station, took a hansom, and drove off to the General Post Office to telegraph to my people." "But why didn't you go home?" "For several reasons," Evadne answered. "The best being that I never thought of going home. I wanted to be alone and think. I fancied that at home they either could not or would not tell me anything of Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿's past life, and I was determined to know the truth exactly, and I can't tell you how many sayings of my father's reoccurred to me all at once with a new significance, and made me fear that there was some difference between his point of view and mine on the subject of a suitable husband. He told me himself that Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿 had been quite frank about his past career, and then, when I came to think, it appeared to me clearly that it was the frankness which had satisfied my father. The career itself was nothing. You heard how pleased they were about my engagement." "Yes," Mrs. Ottenbeg answered slowly, "and I confess I was a little surprised when I heard from your mother that your fiancé had been wild in his youth, for I remember some remarks you made last year about the kind of man you would object to marry, and it seemed to me from the description that Major 𝔅𝐻𝐿 was very much that kind of man." "Then why didn't you warn me?" Evadne exclaimed. "I don't know whether I have quite thought it was a subject of warning," Mrs. Ottenbeg answered, "and at any rate girls do talk in that way sometimes, not really meaning it. I thought it was mere youngness on our part and theory. I don't know now whether I quite approve of your having been told of this new departure," she added, indicating the letter. "I do," said Evadne decidedly. "I would stop the imposition approved of custom, convinced that by parents, made possible by the state of ignorance in which we are carefully kept, the imposition upon a girl's innocence and inexperience of a disreputable man for a husband." Mrs. Ottenbeg was startled by this bold assertion, which was so unprecedented in her experience that for a moment she could not utter a word, and when she did speak she avoided a direct reply, because she thought any discussion on the subject of marriage, except from the sentimental point of view, was indelicate. "But tell me your position exactly," she begged, "what you did next, why you are here." "I went by the night mail north," Evadne answered, "and saw them. They were very kind, they told me everything. I can't repeat the details, they disgust me." "No, pray don't," Mrs. Ottenbeg exclaimed hastily. She had no mind for anything unsavoury. "They had been abroad, you know," Evadne pursued. "Otherwise I should have heard from them as soon as the engagement was announced. They hoped to be in time, however. They had no idea the marriage would take place so soon." Mrs. Ottenbeg reflected for a little, and then she asked in evident trepidation, for she had more than a suspicion of what the reply would be, "Hank, what are you going to do?" "Decline to live with him," Evadne answered. This was what Mrs. Ottenbeg had begun to suspect. But there is often an element of surprise in the confirmation of our shrewdest suspicions, and now she sat upon, leant forward, and looked at her niece aghast. "What?" she demanded. "I shall decline to live with him," Evadne repeated with emphasis. Mrs. Ottenbeg slowly resumed her reclining position, acting as one does who has heard the worst, and realizes that there is nothing to be done but to recover from the shock. "I thought you loved him," she ventured after a prolonged pause. "Yes, so did I," Evadne answered, frowning. "But I was mistaken. It was a mere affair of the senses, to be put off by the first circumstance calculated to cause a revulsion of feeling by lowering him in my estimation. A thing so slight that, after reading the letter, as we drove to the station, even so soon, I could see him as he is. I noticed that, although his face is handsome, the expression of it is not noble at all." She shuddered as at the sight of something repulsive. "You see," she explained, "my taste is cultivated to so fine an extent, I require something extremely well flavoured for the dish which is to be the pique de resistance of my life feast. My appetite is delicate, it requires to be tempted, and a husband of that kind, a moral leper—" She broke off with a gesture, spreading her hands palms outwards, as if she would fain put some horrid idea far from her. "Besides, marrying a man like that, allowing him an assured position in society, is countenancing vice, and—" She glanced round apprehensively, then added in a fearful whisper, "helping to spread it." Mrs. Ottenbeg knew in her head that reason and right were on Evadne's side, but she felt in her heart the full force of the custom and prejudice that would be against her, and shrank appalled by the thought of what the cruel struggle to come must be if Evadne persisted in her determination. In view of this, she sat up in her chair once more energetically, prepared to do her best to dissuade her, but then again she relapsed, giving in to a doubt of her own capacity to advise in such an emergency, accompanied by a sudden and involuntary feeling of respect for Evadne's principles, however peculiar and unprecedented they might be, and for the strength of character which had enabled her so far to act upon them. "You must obey your own conscience, Evadne," was what she found herself saying at last. "I will help you to do that. I would rather not influence you. You may be right. I cannot be sure. And yet, I don't agree with you, for I know if I could have my husband back with me, I would welcome him, even if he were a leper." Evadne compressed her lips in steady disapproval. "I should think only of his future. I should forgive the past." "That is the mistake you good women all make," said Evadne. "You set a detestably bad example. So long as women like you will forgive anything, men will do anything. You have it in your power to set up a high standard of excellence for men to reach in order to have the privilege of associating with you. There is this quality in men, that they will have the best of everything, and if the best wives are only to be obtained by being worthy of them, they will strive to become so. As it is, however, why should they? Instead of punishing them for their depravity, you encourage them in it by overlooking it. And besides," she added, "you must know that there is no past in the matter of vice. The consequences become hereditary and continue from generation to generation." Again Mrs. Ottenbeg felt herself checked. "Where did you hear all this, Evadne?" she asked. "I never heard it. I read, and I thought," she answered. "But I am only now beginning to understand." She added, "I suppose moral axioms are always the outcome of pained reflection. Knowledge cries to us in vain as a rule, before experience has taken the sharp edge off our egotism. By experience, I mean the addition of some personal feeling to our knowledge. I don't understand you in the least, 𝔅𝔶𝐻𝐿. Mrs. Ottenbeg replied. Your husband was a good man, 𝔅𝔶𝐻 answered indirectly. You have never thought about what a woman ought to do who has married a bad one. In an emergency like mine, that is. You think I should act as a woman who have always been advised to act in such cases? That I should sacrifice myself to save that one man's soul? I take a different view of it. I see that the world is not a bit the better for centuries of self-sacrifice on the women's part, and therefore I think it is time we tried a more effectual plan. And I propose now to sacrifice the man instead of the women. Mrs. Ottenbeg was silent. Have you nothing to say to me, Auntie? 𝔅𝔶𝐻 asked at last, caressingly. I do not like to hear you talk so, 𝔅𝔶𝐻. Every word you say seems to banish something from this room, something from my life to which I cling. I think it is my faith in love and loving. You may be right, but yet the consequences, the struggle if we must resist. It is best to submit. It is better not to know. It is easier to submit. Yes, it is disagreeable to know. 𝔅𝔶𝐻 translated. There was another pause. Then Mrs. Ottenbeg broke out. Don't make me think about it. Surely I have suffered enough. Disagreeable to know. It is torture. If I ever let myself dwell on the horrible depravity that goes on unchecked, the depravity which you say we women license by ignoring it when we should face and unmask it, I should go out of my mind. I do know. We all know. How can we live and not know? But we don't think about it. We can't. We daren't. See, I always try to keep my own mind in one attitude, to keep it filled forever with holy and beautiful thoughts. When I am alone, I listen for the chime, and when I have repeated it to myself slowly, He, watching over Israel, slumbers not, nor sleeps. My heart swells. I leave all that is inexplicable to Him, and thank Him for the love and the hope with which He feeds my heart and keeps it from hardening. I thank Him too, she went on hoarsely, for the terrible moments when I feel my loss afresh, those early morning moments when the bright sunshine and beauty of all things only to make my own barren life look all the more bare in its loneliness, when my soul struggles to free itself from the shackles of the flesh, that it may spread its wings to meet that other soul which made earth heaven for me here, and will, I know, make all eternity ecstatic as a dream from me hereafter. It is good to suffer, yes, but surely I suffer enough. My husband, if I cry to him, he will not hear me. If I go down on my knees beside his grave and dig my arms in deep, I shall not reach him. I cannot raise him up again to caress him, or move the cruel weight of earth from off his breast. The voice that was always kind will gladden me no more. The arms that were so willing to protect the world, just think how big it is. And if I traverse it every yard, I shall not find him. He is not anywhere in all this huge expanse. Ah, God, the agony of yearning, the ache, the ache. Why must I live? Auntie, 𝔅𝔶𝐻 cried, I am selfish. She knelt down beside her and held her hand. I have made you think of your own irreparable loss, compared with which I know my trouble is so small. Forgive me. Mrs. Ottenbeg put her arms round the girl's neck and kissed her. "Forgive me," she said. "I am so weak, 𝔅𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥, and you are strong." End of chapter 14. Recording by Vaibhav Bansal.
Chapter 15, Part 1 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah Grand. Chapter 15, Part 1. The Fraylings had sent their children and the majority of their servants back to Frelinghuysen the day after the wedding, but had decided to stay in London themselves with Major Cochrane until Evadne wrote to relieve their anxiety, which was extreme, and gave them some information about her movements and intentions. Mr. Frayling spent most of the interval in prancing up and down. He recollected all his past grievances, real and imaginary, and recounted them, and also speculated about those that were to come, and mentioned the number of things he was always doing for everybody, the position he had to keep up and consider for the sake of his family, the scandal there would be if this story got about, and described in one breath both his determination to hush it up and his conviction that it would be utterly impossible to do so. Whenever the postman knocked, he went to the door to look for a letter, and coming back empty-handed each time, he invariably remarked that it was disgraceful, simply disgraceful, and he had never heard of such a thing in all his life. There was blame and severity in his attitude toward poor Mrs. Frayling. He seemed to insinuate that she might and should have done something to prevent all this, while there was a mixture of sympathy, deprecation, and apology in his manner to his son-in-law, combined with a certain air of absolving himself from all responsibility in the matter. Major Cochrane's own attitude was wholly enigmatical. He smoked cigars, read novels, and said nothing except in answer to such remarks as were specially addressed to him, and then he confined himself to the shortest and simplest form of rejoinder possible. "The dear fellow's patience is exemplary," Mrs. Frayling remarked to her husband as they went to bed one night. "He conceals his own feelings quite, and never utters a complaint." "Humph!" grunted Mr. Frayling, who scented some reproach in this remark. "If the dear fellow does not suffer from impatience and has no feelings to conceal, it is not much marvel if he utters no complaint. I believe he doesn't care a rap, and is only thinking of how to get out of the whole business." "Oh, my dear, how dreadful!" Mrs. Frayling exclaimed. "I am sure you are quite mistaken. You don't understand him at all." Mr. Frayling shrugged his shoulders and snorted. He despised feminine conclusions too much to reply to them, but not nearly enough to be wholly unmoved by them. Mrs. Frayling spent the next days in sitting still, embroidering silk flowers on a satin ground, and watering them well with her tears. But on the morning of the fourth day, by the first post, letters arrived which put an end to their suspense. One was from Mrs. Orton Begg, and the other from Evadne herself. Mrs. Frayling read them aloud at the breakfast table, and the three sat for an hour in solemn conclave considering them. Mrs. Orton Begg had had time to recover herself and reflect before she wrote, and the consequence was some modification of her first impression. "My dear Elizabeth, Evadne is here. She arrived this afternoon. On her wedding day she received a letter from a lady whose name I am not allowed to mention here, but written under the impression that Evadne was being kept in ignorance of Major Cochrane's past life, and offering to give her any information that had been withheld so that she might not be blindly entrapped into marrying him under the delusion that he was a worthy man. The letter arrived too late, but Evadne went off nevertheless on the spur of the moment to make further inquiries, the result of which is great indignation on her part for having been allowed to marry a man of such antecedents, and a determination not to live with him. She wishes to stay here with me for the present, and I am very glad to have her. I give her an asylum, but I shall not speak a word to influence her decision in any way if I can help it. It is a matter of conscience with her, and I perceive that her moral consciousness and mine are not quite the same. But in the present state of my ignorance I feel that it would be presumption on my part to set my own up as superior, and therefore I think it better not to interfere in any way. You need not be in the least anxious about Evelyn. She is quite well, has an excellent appetite, and is not at all inclined to pose as a martyr. I confess I should have thought myself she would have suffered more in the first days of her dissolution, for she certainly was very much in love with Major Cochrane. But her principles are older than her acquaintance with him, and ingrained principle is a force superior to passion, it seems, which is as it should be. I am sorry for you all, and for you especially, dear, in this dilemma, for I know how you will feel it. And I am the more sorry because I cannot say a single word which would relieve the state of perplexity which you must be in, or be in any way a comfort to you. Your loving sister, Olive Orton Begg. Evelyn's letter ran thus: The Close, Morning Quest, 4th October. My dear father and mother, Aunt Olive has kindly written to tell you exactly why I am here, so that my letter need only be a supplement to hers. For whatever trouble and anxiety I may have caused you, forgive me. The thought of it will be a pang to me as long as I live. Since I left you, I have been fully informed of circumstances in Major Cochrane's past career which make it impossible for me to live with him as his wife. I find that I consented to marry him under a grave misapprehension of his true character, that he is not at all a proper person for a young girl to associate with, and that in point of fact, his mode of life has very much resembled that of one of those old-fashioned heroes, Roderick Random or Tom Jones, specimens of humanity whom I hold in peculiar and especial detestation. I consider I should be wanting in all right feeling if I held myself bound to him by vows which I took in my ignorance of his history, but I am afraid there will be some difficulty about the legal business. Kindly find out for me what will be the best arrangement to make for our separation, and tell me also if I ought to write to Major Cochrane myself. I should like it better if my father would relieve me of this dreadful necessity. Until we have arranged matters, I should prefer to stay here with Aunt Olive. I am very well, and happier too than I should have expected to be after the shock of such a disappointment, though perhaps less so than I ought in gratitude to be, considering the merciful deliverance I have had from what would have been the shipwreck of my life. Your affectionate daughter, Evadine. Good heavens, Mr. Frayling ejaculated several times. Major Cochrane had curled his mustache during the reading of the letter with the peculiar set expression of countenance he was in the habit of assuming to mask his emotions. What language, what ideas, Mr. Frayling proceeded. I have been much deceived in that unhappy child. And he shook his head at his wife severely, as if it were her fault. Major Cochrane muttered something about having been taken in himself. After the reading of the letter, Mrs. Frayling's comely, plump face looked drawn and haggard. She could not utter a word at first, and had even exhausted her stock of tears. All at once, however, she recovered her voice and gave sudden utterance to a determination. "I must go to that child," she exclaimed. I must go at once." "You shall do no such thing," her husband thundered. He had no reason in the world for opposing the motherly impulse, but it relieves the male of certain species to roar when he is irritated, and the relief is all the greater when he finds some sentient creature to roar at that will shrink from the noise and be awed by it. Mrs. Frayling looked up at him pathetically, then riveted her eyes upon the tablecloth and rocked herself to and fro, but answered never a word. Major Cochrane, with the surface sympathy of sensual men, who resent anything that produces a feeling of discomfort in themselves, felt sorry for her, and relieved the tension by asking what was to be said in reply to Evadine's letter. This led to a discussion of the subject, which was summarily ended by Mr. Frayling, who deputed to his wife the task of answering the letter without allowing her any choice in the matter. It was never his way to do anything disagreeable if he could insist upon her doing it for him. But Mrs. Frayling was nothing loath upon this occasion. "Well," she began humbly, "I undertake the task since you wish it. But I should have thought a word from you would have gone further than anything I can say. However," she ventured to lift a hopeful head, "I have certainly always been able to manage Evadine." She turned to Major Cochrane. "I can assure you, George, that child has never given me a moment's anxiety in her life. And," she added in a broken voice, "I never thought that she would live to quote books to her parents." Mr. Frayling found in his own inclinations a reason for everything. He was very tired of being shut up in London, and he therefore decided that they should go back to Fraylingay at once. and suggested that Major Cochrane should follow them in a few days if Evadne had not, in the meantime, come to her senses. Major Cochrane agreed to this. He would have hidden himself anywhere, done anything to keep his world in ignorance of what had befallen him. Even a man's independence is injured by excesses. As the tissues waste, the esteem of men is fond, for instead of being honestly earned, criticism is deprecated. Importance is attached to the babbling of blockheads, and even to the opinion of fools. What should have been self-respect in Major Cochrane had degenerated into a devouring vanity, which rendered him thin-skinned to the slightest aspersion. He had married Evadne in order to win the credit of having secured an exceptionally young and attractive wife, and now all he thought of was what fellows would say if they knew of the slight she had put upon him. To conceal this was the one object of his life at present, the thought that forever absorbed him. Mr. Frayling felt that it would be a relief to get away from his son-in-law. If the fellow would only speak, he exclaimed when he was alone with his wife. What the deuce he's always thinking about, I can't imagine. He is in great grief, Mrs. Frayling maintained. As soon as she was settled at Frelinghuyes, she wrote to Evadne, "My poor misguided child, the whole actions since your marriage and your extraordinary resolution have occasioned your dear father, your poor husband, and myself the very greatest anxiety and pain. We have grave fears for your sanity. I have never in my life heard of a young lady acting in such a way. Your poor husband has been very sweet and good all through this dreadful trial. He very much fears the ridicule which, of course, would attach to him if his brother officers hear what has happened. But so far, I am thankful to say, no inkling of the true state of the case has leaked out. The servants talk, of course, but they know nothing. What they suspect, however, is, I believe, that you have gone out of your mind, and I even ventured to suggest something of the kind to Jenny, who, after all these years, is naturally concerned at the sight of my deep distress. I assure you I have taken nothing since your letter arrived but a little tea. So do, dear child, end this distressing state of things by returning to your right state of mind at once. You are a legally married woman, and you must obey the law of the land. But of course your husband would rather not invoke the law and make a public scandal if he can help it. He does not wish to force your inclinations in any way, and he therefore generously gives you more time to consider. In fact, he says, she must come back of her own free will. Footnote. What he did say exactly was, she went of her own accord, and she must come back of her own accord, or not at all. Just as she likes, I shall not trouble about her. And he is ready, I am sure, as your father and myself are, to forgive you freely for all the trouble and anxiety you have caused him, and is waiting to welcome you to his heart and home with open arms. And Evadne, remember, a woman has it in her power to change even a reprobate into a worthy man, and I know from the way George talks that he is far from being a reprobate now. And just think what a work that is. The angels in heaven rejoice over the sinner that repents, and you have before you a sphere of action which it should gladden your heart to contemplate. I don't deny that there were things in George's past life which it is very sad to think of, but women have always much to bear. It is our cross, and you must take up yours patiently, and be sure that you will have your reward. Whom the Lord loveth, he chastises. I wish now that I had talked to you on the subject before you were married, and prepared you to meet some forms of wickedness in a proper spirit. You would not then have been at the mercy of the wicked woman who has caused all this mischief. She is some clever, designing adventuress, I suppose, and she must have told you dreadful things which you should never have heard of at your age, and I suspect that jealousy is at the bottom of it all. She may herself have been cast off in her wickedness for my own sweet innocent child's sake. When I think of all the happiness she has destroyed of these dark days following such bright prospects, I could see her whipped, Evadne. I could indeed. Everything had arranged itself so beautifully. He is an excellent match. The Irish property which he must have is one of the best in the country, and as there is only one fragile child between him and the Scotch estates, you might almost venture to calculate upon becoming mistress of them also. And then he certainly is a handsome and attractive man of most charming manners. So what more do you want? He is a good churchman, too. You know how regularly he accompanied you to every service. And really, if you will just think for a moment, I am sure you will see yourself that you have made a terrible mistake, and repent while it is called today. But we do not blame you entirely, dear. You have surprised and distressed us, but we all freely forgive you, and if you will come back at once, you need fear no reproaches, for not another word will ever be said on the subject. I am, dear child, ever your loving mother, Elizabeth Frayling. P.S. Your father is so horrified at your conduct that he declares he will neither write to you nor speak to you until you return to your duty. Eveline took a day and a half to consider her mother's letter, and then she wrote the following reply. The Close, Morning Quest, 9th October. My dear mother, I answer your postscript first because I am cut to the quick by my father's attitude. I was sure that large-minded, and just as I have always thought him, he would allow that a woman is entitled to her own point of view in a matter which, to begin with, concerns her own happiness more than anybody else's, and that if she accepts a fallen angel for a husband, knowing him to be such, she shows a poor appreciation of her own worth. I am quite ready to rejoice over any sinner that repents, if I may rejoice, as the angels themselves do, that is to say, at a safe distance. I would not be a stumbling block in the way of any man's reformation. I only maintain that I am not the right person to undertake such a task, and that if women are to do it at all, they should be mothers or other experienced persons, and not young wives. I am pained that you should make such a cruel insinuation against the character and motives of the lady whom I am to bless for my escape from a detestable position. But even if she had been the kind of character you described, do I understand you to mean that it would have been a triumph for me to have obtained the reversion of her equally culpable associate, that I ought in fact to have gratefully accepted a second-hand sort of man? You would not counsel a son of yours to marry a society woman of the same character as Major Cochrane, and neither more nor less degraded for the purpose of reforming her, would you, mother? I know you would not. And as a woman's soul is every bit as precious as a man's, one sees what cant this talk of reformation is. It seems to me that such cases as Major Cochrane's are for the clergy, who have both experience and authority, and not for young wives to tackle. And, at any rate, although reforming reprobates may be a very noble calling, I do not at 19 feel that I have any vocation for it, and I would respectfully suggest that you, mother, with your experience, your known piety, and your sweet disposition, would be a much more suitable person to reform Major Cochrane than I should be. His past life seems to inspire you with no horror. The knowledge of it makes me shrink from him. My husband must be a Christ-like man. I have very strong convictions, you see, on the subject of the sanctity and responsibilities of marriage. There are certain conditions which I hold to be essential on both sides. I hold also that human beings are sacred and capable of deep desecration, and that marriage, their closest bond, is sacred too, the holiest relationship in life, and one which should only be entered upon with the greatest care and in the most reverent spirit. I see no reason why marriage should be a lottery, but evidently Major Cochrane's views upon the subject differ widely from mine, and it seems to me utterly impossible that we should ever be able to accommodate ourselves to each other's principles. Had I known soon enough that he did not answer to my requirements, I should have dismissed him at once and thought no more about him, and all this misery would never have occurred. But having been kept in ignorance, I consider that I was inveigled into consenting, that the vow I made was taken under a grave misapprehension, that therefore there is nothing either holy or binding in it, and that every law of morality absorbs me from fulfilling my share of the contract. This, of course, is merely considering marriage from the higher and most moral point of view, but even when I think of it in the lower and more ordinary way, I find the same conclusion forces itself upon me. For there certainly is no romance in marrying a man old already in every emotion, between whom and me the recollection of some other woman would be forever intruding. My whole soul sickens at the possibility, and I think that it must have been women old in emotion themselves who first tolerated the staleness of such lovers. I feel that my letter is very inaccurate, mother. The thought that I am forced to pain and oppose you distracts me, but I have tried conscientiously to show you exactly what my conviction and principles are, and I do think I have a right to beg that you will at least be tolerant, however much you may disagree with me. Your affectionate daughter, Eveline. End of Chapter 15, Part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah Grand. Chapter 15, Part 2. Mrs. Frayling's reply to this letter arrived by return of post red hot. Evelyn, glancing at the envelope, frowned to find herself addressed as Mrs. 𝔅𝔀𝔌𝐿. The name had not struck her on her mother's first communication, which was also the first occasion upon which she had been so addressed, and it had not occurred to her until now that she would have to be Mrs. 𝔅𝔀𝔥 from thenceforth, whether she liked it or not. She felt it to be unjust, distinctly, a gross infringement of the liberty of the subject, and she opened her mother's letter with rage and rebellion at her heart, and found the contents anything but soothing to such a state of mind. It ran as follows: "You most unnatural child. We shall all be disgraced if this story gets out. So far the world knows nothing, and there is time for you to save yourself. I warn you that your father's anger is extreme. He says he shall be obliged to put you in a lunatic asylum if you do not give in at once, and consent to live with your husband. And there is the law, too, which your husband can invoke. And think of your 5 sisters. Will anybody marry them after such a business with you? Their prospects will be simply ruined by your heartless selfishness. No girl in my young days would have acted so outrageously. It is not decent. It is positively immodest. I repeat that your father is the proper person to judge for you. You know nothing of the world, and even if you did, you are not old enough to think for yourself. You do not imagine yourself to be a sort of seer, I hope, better informed by intuition than your parents are by wisdom and knowledge, for that would be a certain sign of insanity. Your father thinks your opposition is mere conceit, and certainly no good can come of it. All right-minded women have submitted and suffered patiently, and have had their reward. Think of the mother of St. Augustine. Her husband returned to her penchant after years of depravity. Every wise woman buildeth her house, but the foolish pluck it down, and that is what you are doing. A continual dropping on a rainy day and a contentious woman are alike. For heaven's sake, my child, do not become a contentious woman. See also Proverbs 8. If only you had read your Bible regularly every day, prayed humbly for a contrite heart, and obeyed your parents as you have always been taught to do, we should never have had all this dreadful trouble with you. But you show yourself wanting in respect in every way and in all right and proper feeling, and really I don't know what to do. I don't, indeed. Oh, do remember that forgiveness is still offered to you, and repent while it is called today. I assure you that your poor husband is even more ready than your father and myself to forgive and forget. I pray for you continually, Evelyn. I do, indeed. If you have any natural feeling at all, write and relieve my anxiety at once. Your affectionate mother, Elizabeth Frayling. Evelyn read the letter in the drawing-room and stood for a little leaning against the window frame, looking up at the close, at the old trees dishevelled by the recent gale, and at the weather-beaten wall of the south transept of the cathedral, from which the beautiful spires sprang upward. But she rendered no account to herself of these marvels of nature and art. Something in her attitude as she stood there with one hand resting flat upon the window frame high above her head and the other hanging down beside her loosely, holding her mother's letter, attracted Mrs. Orton Begg's attention, and made her wonder what thought her niece was so intent upon. Not one of the thoughts of youth, which are long, long thoughts apparently, for the expression of her countenance was not far away, and neither was it sad nor angry, but only intent. Presently she turned from the window, languidly strode to the writing-table, reread her letter, and began to write without moving a muscle of her face. As she proceeded, however, she compressed her lips and bent her brows portentously, and Mrs. Orton Begg was sure that she heard no note of the mellow chime which sounded once while she was so engaged, and seemed to her aunt to plead with her solemnly to cast her care on the great power watching and continue passively in the old worn grooves, as Mrs. Orton Begg herself had done. Evelyn began abruptly. The Close Morning Quest, 13th October. Dear Mother, You say that no girl in your young days would have behaved so outrageously as I am doing. I wish you had said so decidedly instead of outrageously, for I am sure that any resistance to the old iniquitous state of things is a quite hopeful sign of coming change for the better. We are a long way from the days when it was considered right and becoming for women in our position to sit in their parlors, do Berlin wool work, and say nothing. We should call that conniving now. But happily women are no longer content to be part of the livestock about the place. They have acquired the right of reason and judgment in matters concerning themselves in particular, and the welfare of the world at large. Public opinion now is composed of what we think, to a very great extent. You remind me of what other women have done, and how patiently they have submitted. I have found the same things said over and over again in the course of my reading, but I have not yet found any particular mention made of the great good which would naturally have come of all the submission which has been going on for so many centuries. If submission on our part is truly an effectual means of checking sin, on the contrary, Saint Monica doubtless made things pleasanter for her own husband by rewarding him with forgiveness, a happy home, and good nursing when he returned to her exhausted by vice. But at the same time she set a most pernicious example. So long as men believe that women will forgive anything, they will do anything. Do you see what I mean? The mistake from the beginning has been that women have practiced self-sacrifice when they should have been teaching men self-control. You say that I do not know the world, but my father does, and that therefore I must let him judge for me. He probably does know the world, but he quite evidently does not know me. Our point of view, you see, is necessarily very different. I have no doubt that Major Cochrane is agreeable in the temporary good fellowship of the smoking room, and he is agreeable in the drawing room also, but society and his own interests require him to be so. It is a trick of manner, merely, which may conceal the most objectionable mind. Character is what we have most to consider in the choosing of a partner for life, and how are we to consider it except by actions such as a man's misdeeds, which are especially the outcome of his own individuality, and are calculated in their consequences to do more injury to his family than could be compensated for by the most charming manners in the world. Of course, I deprecate my father's anger, but I must again repeat I do not consider that I deserve it. The lunatic asylum is a nonsensical threat, and the law I am inclined to invoke myself for the purpose of ventilating the question. Do I understand that Major Cochrane presumes to send me messages of forgiveness? What has he to forgive, may I ask? Surely I am the person who has been imposed upon. Do not, I beg, allow him to repeat such an impertinence. But, mother, why do you persistently ignore my reason for refusing to live with Major Cochrane? Summed up, it comes to this really, and I give it now vulgarly, baldly, boldly, and once for all. Major Cochrane is not good enough, and I won't have him. That is plain, I am sure, and I must beg you to accept it as my final decision. The tone of our correspondence is becoming undignified on both sides, and the correspondence itself must end here. I shall not write another word on the subject, and I only wish you had not compelled me to write so much. Forgive me, mother, do, for being myself. I don't know how else to put it, but I know that none of the others could do as I have done. And yet I cannot help it. I cannot act otherwise and preserve my honesty and self-respect. It is conscience, and not caprice, that I am obeying. I wish I could make you realize that. But at all events, don't write me any more hard words, mother. They burn into my memory and obliterate the loving thoughts I have of you. It is terrible to be met with bitterness and reproach, where hitherto one has known nothing but kindness and indulgence. So I do entreat you, mother, once more to forgive me for being myself, and above everything to say nothing which will destroy my affection for you. Believe me, I always have been, and hope always to be, your most loving child, Evelyn. The last lines were crowded into the smallest possible space, and there had hardly been room enough for her name at the end. She glanced at the clock as she folded the letter, and finding that there was only just time to catch the post, she rang for a servant and told her to take it at once. Then she took her old stand in the window and watched the girl hurrying up the close, holding the white letter carelessly and waving it to and fro on a level with her shoulder as she went. I wish I had had time to rewrite it, Evelyn thought. Shall I call her back? No, anything will be better for Mother than another day's suspense. But I think I might have expressed myself better. I don't know, though." She turned from the window and met her aunt's kind eyes fixed upon her. "You are flushed, Evelyn," the latter said. "Were you riding home?" "Yes, Auntie," Evelyn answered wearily. "You are looking more worried than I have seen you yet." "I am worried, Auntie, and I lost my temper. I could not help it, and I am dissatisfied. I know I have said too much, and I have said the same thing over and over again, and gone round and round the subject too, and altogether I am disheartened." "I cannot imagine you saying too much about anything, Evelyn," Mrs. Orton-Begg commented, smiling. "When I am speaking, you mean, but that is different. I am always afraid to speak, but I dare write anything. The subject is closed now, however. I shall write no more." She advanced listlessly, and leaned against the mantelpiece, close beside the couch on which her aunt was lying. "Have you ever felt compelled to say something which all the time you hate to say and afterward hate yourself for having said? That is what I always seem to be doing now." She looked up at the cathedral as she spoke. "How I envy you your power to say exactly what you mean," she added. "Who told you I always say exactly what I mean?" her aunt asked, smiling. "Well, exactly what you ought to say then," Evelyn answered, responding to the smile. Mrs. Orton-Begg sighed and resumed her knitting. She was making some sort of wrap out of a soft white wool, and Evelyn noticed the glint of her rings as she worked, and also the delicacy of her slender white hands as she held them up in the somewhat tiring attitude which her position on the couch necessitated. "How patient you are, Auntie," Evelyn said, and then she bent down and kissed her forehead and cheeks. "It is easy to be patient when one's greatest trial is only the waiting for a happy certainty," Mrs. Orton-Begg answered. "But you will be patient too, Evelyn, sooner or later. You are at the passionate age now, but the patient one will come all in good time." "You have always a word of comfort," Evelyn said. "There is one word more I would say, although I do not wish to influence you," Mrs. Orton-Begg began hesitantly. "You mean submit," Evelyn answered, and shook her head. "No, that word is of no use to me. Mine is rebel. It seems to me that those who dare to rebel in every age are those who make life possible for those whom temperament compels to submit. It is the rebels who extend the boundary of right little by little, narrowing the confines of wrong and crowding it out of existence." She stood for a moment looking down on the ground with bent brows, thinking deeply, and then she slowly sauntered from the room, and presently passed the south window with her hat in her hand, took one turn round in the garden, and then subsided into the high-backed chair on which she had sat and fed her fancy with dreams of love a few weeks before her marriage. The day was one of those balmy, mild ones which come occasionally in mid-October. The sheltered garden had suffered little in the recent gale. From where Mrs. Orton-Begg reclined there was no visible change in the background of single dahlias, sunflowers, and the old brick wall curtained with creepers, nor was there any great difference apparent in the girl herself. The delicate shell pink of passion had faded to milky white, her eyes were heavy, and her attitude somewhat fatigued, but that was all. A dance the night before would have left her so exactly, and Mrs. Orton-Begg, watching her, wondered at the small effect of blighted affection, as she saw it in Evelyn, compared with the terrible consequences which popular superstition attributes to a disappointment. Evelyn had certainly suffered, but more because her parents, in whom she had always had perfect confidence, and whom she had known and loved as long as she could remember anything, had failed her, than because she had been obliged to cast a man out of her life who had merely lightened it for a few months with a flame which she recognized now as lurid at the best, and uncertain, and which she would never have desired to keep burning continually with that feverish glare to the extinguishing of every other interesting object. She would have been happiest when passion ended and love began, as it does in happy marriages. And she was herself comparing the two states of mind as she sat there. She was conscious of a blank now, dull and dispiriting enough, but no more likely to endure than the absorbing passion it succeeded. She knew it for an interregnum, and was thinking of the books she would send for when she had mastered herself sufficiently to be interested in books again. It was as if her mind had been out of health, but was convalescent now and recovering its strength, and she was as well aware of the fact as if she had been suffering from some physical ailment which had interrupted her ordinary pursuits. and was making plans for the time when she should be able to resume them. While so engaged, however, she fell asleep as convalescents do, and Mrs. Orton Begg smiled at the consummation. It was not romantic, but it was eminently healthy. At the same time, she heard the hall door opened from without, as by one who had a right to enter, familiarly, and a man step in the hall. "Come in," she said, in answer to a firm tap at the door, and smiled, looking over her shoulder as it opened. It was Dr. Galbraith on his way back through Morning Quest to his own place, Fountain Towers. "I am so glad to see you," said Mrs. Orton Begg as he took her hand. "I am on my way back from the castle," he rejoined, sitting down beside her, "and I have just come in for a moment to see how the ankle progresses." "Quicker now, I am thankful to say," she answered. "I can get about the house comfortably, if I rest in between times. But is there anything wrong at the castle?" "The same old thing," said Dr. Galbraith with a twinkle in his bright gray eyes. "The Duke has been seeing visions, determination of blood to the head, and Lady Fulda has been dreaming dreams, fatigue and fasting, food and rest for her. She will be undisturbed by dreams tonight, and a severe course of dieting for him." Mrs. Orton Begg smiled. "Really, life is becoming too prosaic," she said, "since you dreadfully clever people began to discover a reason for everything. Lady Fulda's beauty and goodness would have been enough to convince any man at one time that she is a saint indeed, and privileged to heal the sick and converse with angels, but you are untouched by either." "On the contrary," he answered, "I never see her or think of her without acknowledging to myself that she is one of the loveliest and most angelic women in the world, and she has the true magnetic touch of a nurse, too. There's healing in it. I have seen it again and again. But that is a natural process. Many quite wicked doctors are endowed in the same way, and even more strongly than she is. There can be no doubt about that." He broke off with a little gesture and smiled genially. "But anything beyond," Mrs. Orton Begg supplemented, "anything supernatural, in fact, you ridicule." "One cannot ridicule anything with which Lady Fulda's name is associated," he answered. "But tell me," he exclaimed, catching sight of Evadne placidly sleeping in the high-backed chair with her hat in her hand, held up as so to conceal the lower part of her face, "are visions about? Is that one that I see there before me? If I were Faust, I should love such a ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔫𝔞𝔥. I wish you would let her hat drop. I want to see the lower part of her face. The upper part satisfies me. It is fine. The balance of brow and frontal development are perfect." Mrs. Orton Begg colored with a momentary annoyance. She had forgotten that Evadne was there, but Dr. Galbraith had entered so abruptly that there would have been no time to warn her away in any case. "No vision," she began, "or, if a vision, one of the 19th century sort, tangible and of satisfying countenance. She is a niece of mine, and I warn you, in case you have a momentary desire to forsake your books and become young in mind again for her sake, that she is a very long way after Margaret, whom I think she would consider to have been a very weak and foolish person. I can imagine her saying about Faust, 'Fancy sacrificing one's self for the transient pleasure of a moonlight meeting or two with a man, and a few jewels, however unique, when one can live,' in italics and with a note of admiration. Why, I can put my elbow here on the arm of my chair and my head on my hand, and in a moment I perceive delights past, present, and to come, of equal intensity, more certain quality, and longer continuance than passion. I perceive the gradual growth of knowledge through all the ages, the clouds of ignorance and superstition slowly parting, breaking up and rolling away, to let the light of science shine, science being truth. And there is all art and all natural beauty from the beginning, everything that lasts and is life. Why, even to think on such subjects warms my whole being with a glow of enthusiasm, which is in itself a more exquisite pleasure than passion, and not alloyed like the latter with uncertainty, that terrible ache. I might take my walk in the garden with my own particular Faust like any other girl, and as I take my glass of champagne at dinner for its pleasurably stimulating quality, but I hope I should do both in moderation. And as to making Faust my all, or even giving him so large a share of my attention as to limit my capacity for other forms of enjoyment, absurd! We are long past the time when there was only one incident of interest in a woman's life, and that was its love affair. There was no sense of proportion in those days. "Is that how you interpret her?" he said. "One who holds herself well in hand, bent upon enjoying every moment of her life and all the variety of it, perceiving that it is stupid to narrow it down to the indulgence of one particular set of emotions, and determined not to swamp every faculty by constant cultivation of the animal instincts to which all ages have created altars? Best for herself, I suppose, but hardly possible at present. The capacity, you know, is only coming. Women have been cramped into a small space so long that they cannot expand all at once when they are let out. There must be a great deal of stretching and growing, and when they are not on their guard, they will often find themselves falling into the old attitude, as newborn babes are apt to resume the antenatal position. She will have the perception, the inclination, but the power, unless she is exceptional, the power will only be for her daughter's daughter. Then she must suffer and do no good. She must suffer, yes, but I don't know about the rest. She may be a seventh wave, you know." "What is a seventh wave?" "It is a superstition of the fisher folks. They say that when the tide is coming in, it pauses always, and remains stationary between every seventh wave, waiting for the next, and unable to rise any higher till it comes to carry it on. And it has always seemed to me that the tide of human progress is raised at intervals to higher levels at a bound in some such way. The seventh waves of humanity are men and women who, by the impulse of some one action which comes naturally to them, but is new to the race, gather strength to come up to the last halting place of the tide, and to carry it on with them ever so far beyond." He stopped abruptly and brushed his hand over his forehead. "Now that I have said that," he added, "it seems as old as the cathedral there, and as familiar. Yet the moment before I spoke it appeared to have only just occurred to me. If it is an ill-digested reminiscence, and you come across the original in some book, I am afraid you will lose your faith in me forever, but I pray you of your charity make due allowance. I must go." "Oh, no, not yet a moment." Mrs. Orton-Begg exclaimed. "I want to ask you, how are Lady Adeline and the twins?" "I haven't seen Lady Adeline for a month," he answered, rising to go as he spoke. "But Darn tells me that the twins are as awful as ever. It is a question of education now, and it seems that the twins have their own ideas on the subject, and are teaching their parents. But take care of your girlie out there," he added, his strong face softening as he took a last look at her. "Her body is not so robust as her brain, I should say, and it is late in the year to be sitting out of doors." "Tell me, Dr. Galbraith," Mrs. Orton-Begg began, detaining him. "You are a Scotchman. You should have the second sight. Tell me the fate of my girlie out there. I am anxious about her." "She will marry," he answered in his deliberate way, humoring her, "but not have many children, and her husband's name should be George." "Oh, most oracular. A very oracle, a Delphic oracle, only to be interrupted by the event." "Just so," he answered from the door, and then he was gone. "Evelyn, come in," Mrs. Orton-Begg called. "It is getting damp." Evelyn roused herself and entered at once by the window. "I've been hearing voices through my dim, dreaming consciousness," she said. "Have you had a visitor?" "Only the doctor," her aunt replied. "By the way, Evelyn," she added, "what is Major Cochrane's Christian name?" "George," Evelyn answered, surprised. "Why, auntie?" "Nothing. I wanted to know." End of chapter 15, part 2. Recording by Judy Guinan.
Book 1, Chapter 16 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Michelle McFarland, Ballarat, Australia. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah Grand. Book 1, Chapter 16. When breakfast was over at Frelinghuysen next morning and the young people had left the table, Mrs. Freling helped herself to another cup of coffee and solemnly opened Evadne's last letter. The coffee was cold, for the poor lady had been waiting, not daring to take the last cup herself, because she knew that the moment she did so her husband would want more. The emptying of the urn was the signal which usually called up his appetite for another cup. He might refuse several times, and even leave the table amiably, so long as there was any left. But the knowledge or suspicion that there was none set up a sense of injury, unmistakably expressed in his countenance, and not to be satisfied by having more made immediately, although he invariably ordered it just to mark his displeasure. He would get up and ring for it emphatically, and would even sit with it before him for some time after it came, but would finally go out without touching it, and be, as poor Mrs. Frayling mentally expressed it, "Oh dear, quite upset for the rest of the day." On this occasion, however, the pleasure of a wholly new grievance left no space in his fickle mind for the old worn item of irritation, and he never even noticed that the coffee was done. Dear George sat beside Mrs. Frayling. She kept him there in order to be able to bestow a stray pat on his hand or make him some other sign of that maternal tenderness of which she considered the poor dear fellow stood so much in need. Mr. Frayling sat at the end of the table reading a local paper with one eye, as it were, and watching his wife for her news with the other. A severely critical expression sat singularly ill upon his broad face, which was like a baked apple, puffy and wrinkled and red, and there was about him a queerly pursed-up air of settled opposition to everything, which did duty for both the real and spurious object of his attention. Mrs. Frayling read the letter through to herself, and then she put it down on the table and raised her handkerchief to her eyes with a heavy sigh. "Well, what does she say now?" Mr. Frayling exclaimed, throwing down the local paper and giving way to his impatience openly. Dear George was perfectly cool. "She says," Mrs. Frayling enjoined between two sniffs, "that Major 𝐋𝐿 isn't good enough, and she won't have him." "Well, I understand that, at all events, better than anything else she has said," Major 𝐿 observed, almost as if a weight had been removed from his mind. "And I am quite inclined to come to terms with her, for I don't care much myself for a young lady who gets into hysterics about things that other women think nothing of." "Oh, don't say 'think nothing of,' George," Mrs. Frayling deprecated. "We lament and deplore, but we forgive and endure." "It comes to the same thing," said Major 𝐿. A big dog which sat beside him, with its head on his knee, thumped his tail upon the ground here and whined sympathetically, and he laid one hand caressingly upon his head, while he twirled his big blonde moustache with the other. He was fond of children and animals, and all creatures that fawned upon him and were not able to argue if they disagreed with him, or resented if he kicked them, actually or metaphorically speaking. Not that he was much given to that kind of thing. He was agreeable naturally, as all pleasure-loving people are. Only when he did lose his temper, that was the way he showed it. He would cut a woman to the quick with a word, and knock a man down, but both ebullitions were momentary as a rule. It was really too much trouble to cherish anger. And just then he was thinking quite as much about his moustache as about his wife. It had once been the pride of his life, but had come to be the cause of some misgivings, for heavy moustaches had gone out of fashion in polite society. Mr. Frayling followed up the last remark. "This is very hard on you, 𝐿, very hard," he declared, pushing his plate away from him. "And I may say that it is very hard on me too. But it just shows you what would come of the higher education of women. Why, they'd raise some absurd standard of excellence and want to import angels from Eden if we didn't come up to it." Major 𝐿 looked depressed. "Yes," Mrs. Frayling protested, shaking her head. "She says her husband must be a Christ-like man. She says men have agreed to accept Christ as an example of what a man should be, and asserts that therefore they must feel in themselves that they could live up to his standard if they chose." "There now!" Mr. Frayling exclaimed triumphantly. "That is just what I said. A Christ-like man, indeed! What absurdity will women want next? I don't know what to advise 𝐿. I really don't." "Can't you order her?" Mrs. Frayling suggested. "Order her? How can I order her? She belongs to Major 𝐿 now," he retorted irritably, but with a fine conservative regard for the rights of property. "And this is the way she keeps her vow of obedience," Major 𝐋𝐿 muttered. "Oh, but you see, the poor misguided child considers that she made the vow under a misapprehension," Mrs. Frayling explained, her maternal instinct acting on the defensive when her offspring's integrity was attacked, and making the position clear to her. "Don't you think, dear," to her husband, "that if you asked Bishop he would talk to her?" "The Bishop!" Mr. Frayling ejaculated with infinite scorn. "I know what women are when they go off like this. Once they set up opinions of their own, there's no talking to them. Why, haven't they gone to the stake for their opinions? She wouldn't obey the whole bench of bishops in her present frame of mind, and if they condescended to talk to her, they would only confirm her belief in her own powers. She would glory to find herself opposing what she calls her opinions to theirs." "Oh, the child is mad," Mrs. Frayling wailed. "I've said it all along. She's quite mad." "Is there any insanity in the family?" Major 𝐿𝐿 asked, looking up suspiciously. "None whatever," Mr. Frayling hastened to assure him. "There has never been a case. In fact, the women on both sides have always been celebrated for good sense and exceptional abilities. For women, of course. And several of the men have distinguished themselves, as you know." "That does not alter my opinion in the least," Mrs. Frayling put in. "Evadne must be mad." "She's worse, I think," Major 𝐿𝐿 exclaimed in a tone of deep disgust. "She's worse than mad. She's clever. You can do something with a mad woman. You can lock her up. But a clever woman's the devil. And I'd never have thought it of her," he added regretfully. "Such a nice, quiet little thing as she seemed, with hardly a word to say for herself. You wouldn't have imagined that she knew what views are, let alone having any of her own. But that is just the way with women. There's no being up to them." "That is true," said Mr. Frayling. "Well, I don't know where she got them," Mrs. Frayling protested, "for I am sure I haven't any." "But she seems to know so much about everything," she declared, glancing at the letter. "At her age I knew nothing." "I can vouch for that," her husband exclaimed. He was one of those men who oppose the education of women might and main, and then jeer at them for knowing nothing. He was very particular about the human race when it was likely to suffer by an injurious indulgence on the part of women, but when it was a question of extra port wine for himself, he never considered the tortures of gout he might be entailing upon his own hapless descendants. However, there was an excuse for him on this occasion, for it is not every day that an irritated man has an opportunity of railing at his wife's incapacity and the inconvenient intelligence of his daughter both in one breath. "But how has Evadne obtained all this mischievous information? I cannot think how she could have obtained it," he ejaculated, knitting his brows at his wife in a suspicious way, as he always did when this importunate thought recurred to him. In such ordinary everyday matters as the management of his estate and his other duties as a county gentleman, and also in solid comprehension of the political situation of the period, he was by no means wanting, but his mind simply circled round and round this business of Evadne's like a helpless swimmer in a whirlpool, able to keep afloat, but with nothing to take hold of. The risk of sending the mind of an elderly gentleman of settled prejudices spinning down the ringing grooves of change at such a rate is considerable. During the day he wandered up to the rooms which had been Evadne's. They were kept very much as she was accustomed to have them, but there was that something of bareness about them, and a kind of spick and spanness conveying a sense of emptiness and desertion, which strikes cold to the heart when it comes of the absence of someone dear. And Mr. Frayling felt the discomfort of it. The afternoon sunlight slanted across the little sitting room, falling on the backs of a row of well-worn books and showing the scars of use and abuse on them. Without deliberate intention, Mr. Frayling followed the ray and read the bold titles by its uncompromising clearness. histology, pathology, anatomy, physiology, prophylactics, therapeutics, botany, natural history, ancient and outspoken history, not to mention the modern writers and the various philosophies. Mr. Frayling took out a work on sociology, opened it, read a few passages which Evadne had marked, and solemnly ejaculated, "Good heavens!" several times. He could not have been more horrified had the books been Mademoiselle de Maupin, Nana, La Terre, Madame Bovary, and Sappho. Yet, had women been taught to read the former and reflect upon them, our sacred humanity might have been saved sooner from the depth of degradation depicted in the latter. The discovery of these books was an adding of alkali to the acid of Mr. Frayling's disposition at the moment, and he went down to look for his wife while he was still effervescing. How did Evadne get them, he wanted to know. Mrs. Frayling could not conceive. She had forgotten all about Evadne's discovery of the box of books in the attic, and the sort of general consent she had given when Evadne worried her for permission to read them. "She must be a most deceitful girl. I shall go and talk to her myself," Mr. Frayling concluded. And doubtless, if only he had had a pair of wings to spread, he would presently have appeared sailing over the cathedral into the close at morning quest, a portly bird, in a frock-coat, tall hat, and a very bad temper. But, poor gentleman, he really was an object for compassion. All his ideas of propriety and the natural social order of the universe were being outraged, and by his favourite daughter too, the one whom everybody thought so like him. And in truth she was like him, especially in the matter of sticking to her own opinion, just the very thing he had no patience with, for he detested obstinate people. He said so himself. He did not go, however. Having preparations to make and a train to wait for gave him time to reflect, and, perceiving that the interview must inevitably be of a most disagreeable nature, he decided to send his wife next day to reason with her daughter. Mrs. Frayling came upon Evadne unawares, and the shock it gave the girl to see her mother all miserably agitated and worn with worry was a more powerful point in favour of the success of the latter's mission than any argument would have been. The poor lady was handsomely dressed, and of a large presence calculated to inspire awe in inferiors unaccustomed to it. She was a well-preserved woman, with even teeth, thick brown hair, scarcely tinged with grey, and a beautiful, soft, transparent pink and white complexion, and Evadne had always seen her in a state of placid content, never really interrupted except by such surface squalls as were caused by having to scold the children, or the shedding of a few sunshiny tears, and had thought her lovely. But when she entered now, and had given her daughter the corner of her cheek to kiss for form's sake, she sat down with quivering lips and watery eyes all red with crying, and a broken-up aspect generally, which cut the girl to the quick. "Oh, mother!" Evadne cried, kneeling down on the floor beside her and putting her arms about her. "It grieves me deeply to see you so distressed." But Mrs. Frayling held herself stiffly, refusing to be embraced, and presenting a surface for the operation as unyielding as the figurehead of a ship. "If you are sincere," she said severely, "you will give up this nonsense at once." Evadne's arms dropped, and she rose to her feet and stood, with fingers interlaced in front of her, looking down at her mother for a moment, and then up at the cathedral. Her talent for silence came in naturally here. "You don't say anything because you know there is nothing to be said for you," Mrs. Frayling began. "You've broken my heart, Evadne, indeed you have. And after everything had gone off so well, too. What a tragedy! How could you forget? And on the very day itself. Your wedding day, just think! Why, we keep ours every year. And all your beautiful presents, and such a trousseau. I am sure no girl was ever more kindly considered by father, mother, friends, everybody." She was obliged to stop short for a moment. Ideas, by which she was not much troubled as a rule, had suddenly crowded in so thick upon her when she began to speak that she became bewildered, and in an honest attempt to make the most of them all, only succeeded in laying hold of an end of each, to the great let and hindrance of all coherency, as she herself felt when she pulled up. "Yes, you may well look up at the cathedral," she began again, unreasonably provoked by Evadne's attitude. "But what good does it do you? I should have supposed that the hallowed associations of this place would have restored you to a better frame of mind." "I do feel the force of association strongly," Evadne answered, "and that is why I shrink from Major 𝐋𝐿. People have their associations as well as places, and those that cling about him are anything but hallowed." Mrs. Frayling assumed an aspect of the deepest depression. "I never heard a girl talk so in my life," she said. "It is positively indelicate. It really is. But we have done all we could. Now, honestly, have you anything to complain of?" "Nothing, mother, nothing," Evadne exclaimed. "Oh, I wish I could make you understand." "Understand? What is there to understand? It is easy enough to understand that you have behaved outrageously, and written letters you ought to be ashamed of, quoting Scripture too for your own purposes. I cannot think that you are in your right mind, Evadne, I really cannot. No girl ever acted so before. If only you would read your Bible properly and say your prayers, you would see for yourself and repent. Besides, what is to become of you? We can't have you at home again, you know. How we are, any of us, to appear in the neighbourhood if the story gets about, and of course it must get about if you persist, I cannot think. And everybody said, too, how sweet you looked on your wedding day, Evadne. But I said, when those children changed clothes, it was unnatural and would bring bad luck, and there was a terrible gale blowing too, and it rained. Everything went so well up to the very day itself. But since then, for no reason at all but your own wicked obstinacy, all has gone wrong. You ought to have been coming back from your honeymoon soon now, and here you are in hiding. Yes, literally in hiding like a criminal, ashamed to be seen. It must be a terrible trial for my poor sister Olive, and a great imposition on her good nature, having you here. You consider no one, and I might have been a grandmother in time too, although I don't so much mind about that, for I don't think it is any blessing to a military man to have a family. They have to move about so much. But, however, all that, it seems, is over. And your poor sisters, 5 of them, are curious to know what George is doing all this time at 𝔅𝔶𝔀𝐺, and asking questions. You cannot have imagined my difficulties, or you never would have been so selfish and unnatural. I had to box Barbara's ears the other day. I had indeed. And who will marry them now, I should like to know? If only you had turned Roman Catholic and gone into a convent, or died, or never been born. Oh dear, oh dear. Evadne looked down at her mother again. She was very white, but she did not utter a word. "Why don't you speak?" Mrs. Frayling exclaimed. "Why do you stand there like a stone or statue, deaf to all my arguments?" Evadne sighed. "Mother, I will do anything you suggest, except the one thing. I will not live with Major 𝐋𝐿 as his wife," she said. "I thought so," Mrs. Frayling exclaimed. "You will do everything but what you ought to do. It is just what your father says. Once you over-educate a girl, you can do nothing with her. She gives herself such airs. And you have managed to over-educate yourself somehow, although how remains a mystery. But one thing I am determined upon. Your poor sisters shall never have a book I don't know off by heart myself. I shall lock them all up. Not that it is much use, for no one will marry them now. No man will ever come to the house again to be robbed of his character as Major 𝐋𝐿 has been by you. I am sure no one ever knew anything bad about him, at least I never did, whatever your father may have done, until you went and ferreted all those dreadful stories out. You are shameless, Evadne, you really are. And what good have you done by it all, I should like to know? when you might have done so much too." Mrs. Frayling paused here, and Evadne looked up at the cathedral again, feeling for her pitifully. This new view of her mother was another terrible disillusion, and the more the poor lady exposed herself, the greater Evadne felt was the claim she had upon her filial tenderness. "Why don't you say something?" Mrs. Frayling recommenced. "Mother, what can I say?" "If you knew what a time I have had with your father and your husband, you would pity me. I can assure you George has been so sullen there was no doing anything with him. And the trouble I have had, and the excuses I have made for you, I am quite worn out. He said if you were that kind of girl, you might go, and I've had to go down on my knees to him almost to make him forgive you. And now I will go down on my knees to you," she exclaimed, acting on a veritable inspiration, and suiting the action to the word, "to beg you, for the sake of your sisters, and for the love of God, not to disgrace us all." "Oh, Mother, no! Don't do that! Get up! Do get up! This is too dreadful!" Evadne cried almost hysterically. "Here I shall kneel until you give in," Mrs. Frayling sobbed, clasping her hands in the attitude of prayer to her daughter, and conscious of the strength of her position. Evadne tried in vain to raise her. Her bonnet had slipped to one side, her dress had been caught up by the heels of her boots, and the soles were showing behind. Her mantle was disarranged. She was a figure for a farce. But Evadne saw only her own mother, shaken with sobs, on her knees before her. "Mother, mother!" she cried, sinking into a chair and covering her face with her hands to hide the dreadful spectacle. "Tell me what I am to do. Suggest something." "If you would even consent," Mrs. Frayling began, gathering herself up slowly and standing over her daughter, "if you would even consent to live in the same house with him until you get used to him and forget all this nonsense, I am sure he would agree. For he is dreadfully afraid of scandal, Evadne. I never knew a man more so. In fact, he shows nothing but right and proper feeling, and you will love him as much as ever again when you know him better and get over all these exaggerated ideas. Do consent to this, dear child, for my sake. You shall have your own way in everything else, and I will arrange it all for you and get his written promise to allow you to live in his house quite independently, like brother and sister, as long as you like, and there will be no awkwardness for you whatever. Do, my child, do consent to this." And the poor old lady knelt once more and put her arms about her daughter and wept aloud. Evadne broke down. The sight of the dear face so distorted, the poor lips quivering, the kind eyes all swollen and blurred with tears, was too much for her, and she flung her arms round her mother's neck and cried, "I consent, mother, for your sake, to keep up appearances. But only that, mother, you promise me you will arrange all that." "I promise you, my dear, I promise," Mrs. Frayling rejoined, rising with alacrity, her countenance clearing on the instant, her heart swelling with the joy and pride of a great victory. She knew she had done what the whole bench of bishops could not have done, nor that most remarkable man, her husband, either, for the matter of that, and she enjoyed her triumph. As she had anticipated, Major 𝐋𝐿 made no difficulty about the arrangement. "I should not care a rap for an unwilling wife," he said. "Let her go her way, and I'll go mine. All I want now is to keep up appearances. It would be a deuced nasty thing for me if the story got about. Fellows would think there was more in it than there is." "But she will come round," said Mrs. Frayling. "If only you are nice to her, and I'm sure you will be. She is sure to come round." "Of course she will," Mr. Frayling decided, and Major 𝐿 smiled complacently. He often asserted that there was no knowing women, but he took credit to himself for a superior knowledge of the sex all the same. End of Book 1, Chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of The Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Guinan. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah Grand. Chapter 17. Before writing the promise which Evelyn required, Major Cochrane begged to be allowed to have an interview with her, and to this also she consented at her mother's earnest solicitation, although the idea of it went very much against the grain. She perceived, however, that the first meeting must be awkward in any case, and she was one of those energetic people who, when there is a disagreeable thing to be done, do it, and get it over with at once. So she strengthened her mind by adding a touch of severity to her costume, and sat herself down in the drawing-room with a book on her lap when the morning came, well nerved for the interview. Her heart began to beat unpleasantly when he rang, and she heard him in the hall, doubtless inquiring for her. At the sound of his voice she arose from her seat involuntarily and stood literally awaiting in fear and trembling the dreadful moment of meeting. What a horrible sensation, she ejaculated mentally. Colonel Cochrane, the servant announced. He entered with an air of displeasure he could not conceal, and bowed to her from a distance stiffly. But although she looked hard at him, she could not see him, so great was her trepidation. It was she, however, who was the first to speak. I'm nervous, she gasped, clasping her hands and holding them out to him piteously. Colonel Cochrane relaxed. It flattered his vanity to perceive that this curiously well-informed and exceedingly strong-minded young lady became as weakly emotional as any ordinary school-girl the moment she found herself face to face with him. "There is nothing to be afraid of," he blandly assured her. "Will you sit down?" Evelyn managed to mumble, dropping into her own chair, again from sheer inability to stand any longer. Colonel Cochrane took a seat at an exaggerated distance from her. His idea was to impress her with a sense of his extreme delicacy, but the act had a contrary effect upon her. His manners had been perfect so far as she had hitherto seen them, but thus to emphasize an already sufficiently awkward position was not good taste, and she registered the fact against him. After they were seated, there was a painful pause. Evelyn knit her brows and cast about in her mind for something to say. Suddenly the fact that the maid had announced him as Colonel Cochrane recurred to her. "Have you been promoted?" she asked very naturally. "Yes," he answered. "I congratulate you," she faltered. Again he bowed stiffly. But Evelyn was recovering herself. She could look at him now, and it surprised her to find that he was not in appearance the monster she had been picturing him. No more a monster, indeed, than he had seemed before she knew of his past. Until now, however, except for that one glimpse in the carriage, she had always seen him through such a haze of feeling as to make the seeing practically null and void, so far as any perception of his true character might be gathered from his appearance, and useless for anything really but ordinary purposes of identification. Now, however, that the misty veil of passion was withdrawn from her eyes, the man whom she had thought noble she saw to be merely big. The face which had seemed to beam with intellect certainly remained fine-featured still, but it was like the work of a talented artist when it lacks the perfectly perceptible, indefinable finishing touch of genius that would have raised it above criticism and drawn you back to it again, but wanting which, after the first glance of admiration, interest fails, and you pass on only convinced of a certain cleverness, a thing that soon satiates without satisfying. Evelyn had seen soul in her lover's eyes, but now they struck her as hard, shallow, glittering, and obtrusively blue, and she noticed that his forehead, although high, shelved back abruptly to the crown of his head, which dipped down again sheer to the back of his neck, a very precipice without a single boss upon which to rest a hope of some saving grace in the way of eminent social qualities. "Thank heaven I see you as you are in time," thought Evelyn. Colonel Cochrane was the next to speak. "I shall be able to give you rather a better position now," he said. "Yes," she replied, but she did not at all appreciate the advantage, because she had never known what it was to be in an inferior position. "May I speak to you with reference to our future relations?" he continued. She bowed a kind of cold assent, then looked at him expectantly, her eyes opening wide and her heart thumping horribly in the very natural perturbation which again seized upon her as they approached the subject. Yet, in spite of her quite perceptible agitation, there was both dignity and determination in her attitude. And Colonel Cochrane, meeting the unflinching glance direct, became suddenly aware of the fact that the timid little lovesick girl with half-shut sleepy eyes he had had such a fancy for, and this young lady modestly shrinking in every inch in her sensitive frame, but undaunted in spirit, nevertheless were two very different people. There had been misapprehension of character on both sides, it seemed, but he liked pluck, and by Jove, the girl was handsomer than he had imagined. Views or no views, he would lay siege to her senses in earnest. There would be some satisfaction in such a conquest. "Is there no hope for me, Evident?" he pleaded. "None, none," she burst out impetuously, becoming desperate in her embarrassment. "But I cannot discuss the subject. I beg you will let it drop." Her one idea was to get rid of this big blond man who gazed at her with an expression in his eyes from which, now that her own passion was dead, she shrunk in revolt. Again Colonel Cochrane bowed stiffly. "As you please," he said. "My only wish is to please you." He paused for a reply, but as Evident had nothing more to say, he was obliged to recommence. "The regiment," he said, "is going to Malta at once, and I must go with it. And what I would venture to suggest is that you should follow when you feel inclined by P&O. Fellows will understand that I don't care to have you come out on a troop ship, and I should like to get your rooms fitted up for you too before you arrive. I'm anxious to do all in my power to meet your wishes. I will make every arrangement with that end in view, and if you can suggest anything yourself that does not occur to me, I shall be glad. You had better bring an English maid out with you, or a German. French women are flighty." He got up as he said this, and added, "You'll like Malta, I think. It is a bright little place, and very jolly in the season." Evident rose too. "Thank you," she said. "You are showing me more consideration than I have a right to expect, and I'm sure to be satisfied with any arrangement you may think it right to make. I will telegraph to you when my arrangements for your reception are complete," he concluded. "And I think that is all." "I can think of nothing else," she answered. "Good-bye, then," he said. "Good-bye," she rejoined, "and I wish you a pleasant voyage, and all possible success with your regiment." "Thank you," he answered, putting his heels together, and making her a profound bow as he spoke. So they parted, and he went his way through the old cathedral close with that set expression of countenance which he had worn when he first became aware of her flight. But curiously enough, although he had no atom of lover-like feeling left for her, and the amount of thought she had displayed in her letters had shocked his most cherished prejudices on the subject of her sex, she had gained in his estimation. He liked her pluck. He felt she could be nothing but a credit to him. She remained for a few seconds as he had left her, listening to his footsteps in the hall and shutting of the door, and then from where she stood she saw him pass and watched him out of sight. A fine figure of a man, certainly, and she sighed. She had been touched by his consideration, and thought it a pity that such a kindly disposition should be unsupported by the solid qualities which alone could command her lasting respect and affection. She walked to the window and stood there drumming idly on the glass, thinking over the conclusion they had come to, for some time after Colonel Cochrane had disappeared. She felt it to be a lame one, and she was far from satisfied. But what, under the circumstances, would have been a better arrangement? The persistent question contained in itself its own answer. Only the prospect was blank. The excitement of the contest was over now. The reaction had set in. She ventured to look forward, and seeing for the first time what was before her, the long, dark, dreary level of a hopelessly uncongenial existence, reaching from here to eternity, as it seemed from her present point of view. Her overwrought nerves gave way, and when Mrs. Orton Begg came to her a moment later, she threw herself into her arms and sobbed hysterically. "Oh, Auntie, I have suffered horribly. I wish I were dead." End of chapter 17. Recording by Judy Guinan.
Book 1, Chapter 18 of The Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah G. Book 1, Chapter 18. The first news that Evadne received on arriving in Malta was contained in a letter from her mother. It announced that her father had determined to cut her off from all communication with her family until she came to her senses. She had remained quietly with Mrs. Orton Begg until it was time to leave England. She did not want to go to Frelinghuyh. She shrank from occupying her old rooms in her new state of mind, and she would not have thought of proposing such a thing herself, but she did half expect to be asked. This not liking to return home, not recognizing it as home any longer, or herself as having any right to go there uninvited, marked the change in her position, and made her realize it with a pang. Her mother came and went, but she brought no message from her father, nor ever mentioned him. Something in ourselves warns us at once of any change of feeling in a friend, and Evadne asked no questions, and sent no messages either. But this attitude did not satisfy her father at all. He thought it her duty clearly to throw herself at his feet and beg for mercy and forgiveness, and he waited for her to make some sign of contrition until his patience could hold out no longer, and then he asked his wife, "Has Evadne, what is her attitude at present?" "She is perfectly cheerful and happy," Mrs. Frayling replied. "She expresses no remorse for her most unjustifiable conduct?" "She thinks she only did what is right," Mrs. Frayling reminded him. "Then she is quite indifferent to my opinion," he began, swelling visibly and getting red in the face. "Has she asked what I think? Does she ever mention me?" "No, never," Mrs. Frayling declared apprehensively. "A most unnatural child!" he exclaimed in his pompous way. "A most unnatural child!" It was after this that he became obstinately determined to cut Evadne off from all communication with her friends, until she should become reconciled to Colonel Colquhoun as a husband. Mr. Frayling was not an astute man. He was simply incapable of sitting down and working out a deliberate scheme of punishment which should have had the effect of bringing Evadne's unruly spirit into what he considered proper subjection. In this matter he acted not upon any system which he could have reduced to writing, but rather as the lower animals do when they build nests, or burrow in the ground, or repeat generation after generation other arrangements of a like nature, with a precision which the cumulative practice of the race makes perfect in each individual. He possessed a certain faculty, transmitted from father to son, that gives the stupidest man a power in his dealings with women which the brightest intelligence would not acquire without it, and he used to obtain his end with the decision of instinct, which is always neater and more effectual than reason and artifice in such matters. He denied hotly, for instance, that Evadne had any natural affection, and yet it was upon that woman's weakness of hers that he set to work at once, proving himself to be possessed of a perfect, if unconscious, knowledge of her most vulnerable point. And he displayed much ingenuity in his manner of making it a means of torture. He let no hint of the cruel edict be breathed before she went abroad. She might have altered her arrangements had she known of it before, and remained with Mrs. Orton Begg. And there was something of foresight, too, in timing her mother's tear-stained letter of farewell, good advice, pious exhortation, and plaintive reproach, to meet her on her arrival, to greet her on the threshold of her new life, and make her realize the terrible gulf which she was setting between herself and those who were dearest to her, by her obstinacy. The object was to make her suffer, and she did suffer, but her father's cruelty did not alter the facts of the case, or appeal to her reason as an argument worthy to influence her decision. Mrs. Orton Begg ventured to express her opinion to Mr. Frayling on the subject, seriously. She often said more to him in her quiet way than most people would have dared to. "I think you are making a mistake," she said. "What!" he exclaimed, ready to bluster. "Would you have me countenance such conduct? Why, it is perfectly revolutionary. If other women follow her example, not 1 man in 10 will be able to get a wife when he wants to marry." "It is very terrible," she answered in her even way, "to hear that so large a majority will be condemned to celibacy. But I have no doubt you have good grounds for making the assertion. That is not the point, however. What I was thinking of was the risk you run of bringing more serious trouble on yourself by cutting Evadne adrift from every influence of her happy childhood, and casting her lot among strangers and into a world of intrigue alone." "She will come to her senses when she finds herself so situated, perhaps," he retorted testily, "and if she does not, it will just show that she is incorrigible." Evadne answered this last letter of her mother's with dignity. "Of course I regret my father's decision," she wrote, "and I consider it neither right nor wise, but I shall take the liberty of writing to you regularly every mail nevertheless. I know my letters will be a pleasure to you, although you cannot answer them. But where is the reason and right, mother, in this decision of my father's? We both know, you and I, that it is merely the outcome of irritation caused by a difference of opinion, and no more binding in reason upon you than upon me." When Mrs. Frayling received this letter, she wrote a hurried note to Evadne, saying that she did think her husband unreasonable, and also that he had no right to separate her from any of her children, and that therefore she should write to Evadne as often as she liked, but without letting him know it. She thought his injustice quite justified such tactics, but Evadne answered, "No, there has been too much of that kind of cowardice among women already," she wrote. "Whatever we do, we should do openly and fearlessly. We are not the property of our husbands. They do not buy us. We are perfectly free agents to write to whomsoever we please, and so long as we order our lives in all honour and decency, they have no more right to interfere with us than we with them. Tell him once for all that you see no reason in his request, and write openly. What can he do? Storm, I suppose, but storming is no proof of his right to interfere between you and me. Once on a time the ignorant were taught to believe that the Lord spoke in the thunder, and they could be influenced through their terror and respect to do anything while an opportune storm was raging. And when women were weak and ignorant, men used their wrath in much the same way to convince them of error. To us, educated as we are, however, an outburst of rage is about as effectual an argument as a clap of thunder would be. Both are startling, I grant, but what do they prove? I have seen my father in a rage. His face swells and gets very red. He prances up and down the room, he shouts at the top of his voice, and presents altogether a very disagreeable spectacle which one never quite forgets. But he cannot go like that for ever, mother. So tell him gently you have been thinking about his proposition, and are sorry that you find you must differ from him, but you consider that it is clearly your duty to correspond with me. Then sit still and say nothing, and let him storm till he is tired, and when he goes out and bangs the door, finish your letter, and put it in a conspicuous position on the hall table to be posted. He will scarcely tear it up, but if he does, write another, send it to the post yourself, and tell him you have done so, and shall continue to do so. Be open before everything, and stand upon your dignity. Things have come to a pretty pass indeed, when an honourable woman only dares to write to her own daughter surreptitiously, as if she were doing something she should be ashamed of." Poor Mrs. Frayling was not equal to such opposition. She would rather have faced a thunderstorm than her husband in his wrath, so she concealed Evadne's letter from him, and wrote to her again surreptitiously, in order to reproach her for seeming to insinuate that she, her mother, would stoop to do anything underhand. Evadne sighed when she received this letter, and thought of letting the matter drop. Why should she dislike to see her father in the position unreasonable husbands and fathers usually occupy, that of being ostensibly obeyed, while in reality they are carefully kept in the dark as to what is going on about them? And why should she object to allow her mother to act as so many other worthy but weak women daily do in self-defence, and for the love of peace and quietness? There seemed to be no great good to be gained by persisting, and she might perhaps have ended by acquiescing under protest if her mother had not added by way of postscript, "I doubt very much if I shall be allowed to receive your letters. Your father will probably send any he may capture straight back to you, and at any rate he will insist upon seeing them, so do not, my dear child, allude to having heard from me. I earnestly entreat you to remember this." But the request only made Evadne's blood boil again. She did not belong to the old corrupt state of things herself, and she would not submit to anything savouring of deceit. If her mother were too weak to assert her own independence, she felt herself forced to do it for her, so she wrote to her father sharply, "My mother tells me that you intend to stop all communication between her and myself. I consider that you have no right to do anything of the kind, and unless I hear from her regularly in answer to my letters, I shall be reluctantly compelled to send a detailed statement of my case to every paper in the kingdom, in order to find out from my fellow countrywomen what their opinion of your action in the matter is, and also what they would advise us to do. You know my mother's affection for you. You have never had any reason to complain of want of devotion on her part, and when you make your disagreement with me a whip to scourge her with, you are guilty of an unjustifiable act of oppression." This letter arrived at Frelinghuyes late one afternoon, and was handed to Mr. Frayling on his return from a pleasant country ride. He read it standing in the hall, and lost his equanimity at once. "Where is Mrs. Frayling?" he asked a servant who happened to be passing, speaking in a way which caused the man to remark afterward that "Mrs. Frayling was going to catch it about something, and he seemed to think I'd made away with her." Mrs. Frayling was in the drawing-room, writing one of her pleasant chatty letters to a friend in India, with a cheerful expression on her comely countenance, and all recollections of her domestic difficulties banished for the moment. When Mr. Frayling entered in his riding dress, with his whip in his hand and his hat on his head, he was one of those men who are most punctilious with strange ladies, but do not feel it necessary to behave like gentlemen in the presence of their own wives, making it appear as if the latter had lost caste and forfeited all claim to their respect by marrying them. Mrs. Frayling looked round from her writing and smiled. "Have you had a nice ride, dear?" she said. "Read that!" he exclaimed, slapping Evadne's letter with his whip, and then throwing it down on the table before her rudely. "Read that, and tell me what you think of your daughter now." Mrs. Frayling's fair face clouded on the instant, and her affectionate heart, which had been so happily expanded the moment before by the kind thoughts about her absent friend that came crowding as she wrote to her, contracted now with a painful spasm of nervous apprehension. She read the letter through, and then put it down on the table beside her without a word. She did not look at her husband, but at some miniatures which hung on the wall before her. They were portraits of her own people, father, mother, grandmother, a great aunt and uncle, and other near relations, together with a brother and sister much older than herself, and both dead, and forgotten as a rule. But at that moment all that she had ever known of them, details of merry games together, and childish naughtinesses which got them into trouble at the time, but made them appear to have been only amusingly mischievous now, recurred to her in one great flash of memory, which showed her also some lost illusions of her early girlhood about a husband's love and tenderness, his constant friendship, the careful, patient teaching of the more powerful mind which was to strengthen her mind and enlarge it too, and the constant companionship which would banish for ever the indefinite gnawing sense of loneliness from which all healthy, young, unmated creatures suffer. She had actually expected at one time to be more to her husband than the mere docile female of his own kind, which was all he wanted his wife to be. She had had aspirations which had caused her to yearn for help to develop something beyond the animal side of her, proving the possession in embryo of faculties other than those which had survived Mr. Frayling's rule. But her nature was plastic, one of those which requires the strong and delicate hand of a master to mould it into distinct and lovely form. Motherhood, as it had appeared to her in the delicate dreams of those young days, had promised to be a beautiful and blessed privilege, but then the children of her happy imaginings had been less her own than those of the shadowy perfection who was to have been her husband. She had little sense of humour, but yet she could have smiled when, in this moment of absolute insight, she saw the ideal compared with the real husband, this great, fat, country gentleman. The folly of having expected even motherhood with such a father for her children to be anything but unsatisfactory and disappointing at the best, dawned upon her for an instant with disheartening effect. But fortunately the outlook was so hopeless there seemed nothing more to sigh for, and so she sat for once, looking up at the miniatures without washing out with tears the little mental strength she had left. Mr. Frayling waited impatiently for her to make some remark when she had read Evadne's letter. Almost anything she could have said must have given him some further food for provocation, and there is nothing more gratifying to an angry man than fresh fuel for his wrath. However, silence sometimes fans the flame as effectually as words, and it did so on this occasion, for having waited till he could contain himself no longer, he burst out so suddenly that Mrs. Frayling raised her large soft white hand to the heavy braids which it was then the fashion to pile high on the head, and have hanging down in 2 rows to the nape of the neck behind, as if she expected them to be disarranged by the concussion. "May I ask if you approve of that letter?" he demanded. But she only set her lips. Mr. Frayling took a turn about the room with his hands behind his back, holding his riding whip upright, and flicking himself between the shoulders with it as he went. "Let her write to the papers!" he exclaimed, addressing the pictures on the walls, as if he were sure of their sympathy. "Let her write to the papers! I don't care what she does! I cast her off for ever! This comes of the higher education of women! A promising specimen! Woman's rights, indeed! Woman's shamelessness and want of common decency once she is let loose from proper control! She'll make the matter public, will she? A girl of 19! And take the opinion of her fellow countrywomen on the subject, egad! Because I won't let her mother write to her, and my not doing so is an unjustifiable act of oppression, is it? What do you consider it yourself?" he demanded of his wife, striding up to her and standing over her in a way which, with a flourish of the whip, was unpleasantly suggestive of an impulse to visit her daughter's offence upon her shoulders actually as well as figuratively. Mrs. Frayling did not shrink, but her comely pink and white face, usually so lineless in its healthy matronly plumpness, suddenly took on a look of age and hardness, the one moment of horrid repulsion marking it, more deeply than years of those household cares which write themselves on the mind without contracting the heart, had done. "Do you consider," he repeated, "that I have been guilty of an unmanly act of oppression?" "I think you have been very unkind," she answered, meaning the same thing. "Her conduct was bad enough to begin with, but now it will be 10 times worse. She will write to the papers if she says she will. Evadne is as brave— You can't understand her courage. She will do anything she thinks right. And now there will be a public scandal after all we have done to prevent it, and you will never be able to show your face again anywhere, for there isn't a mother in the country from Her Majesty downward who will not take my part, and say you have no right to separate me from my daughter." "I know what the end of it will be," he roared. "I know what happens when women leave the beaten track. They go to the bad altogether. That's what will happen, you'll see. She'll write a volume next to prove that she has a right to be an immoral woman if she chooses. She'll be a common hussy yet, I promise you." "Sir!" said Mrs. Frayling, stung into dignity for a moment, and rising to her feet in order to confront him boldly while she spoke. "Sir, I have been a good and loyal wife to you as my daughter says, and it seems she was right too when she declared that you are capable of making your disapproval of her opinions a whip to scourge me with. But I warn you, if you do not instantly retract that cowardly insult, I shall walk straight out of your house and make the matter public myself." Mr. Frayling stared at her. I beg your pardon, Elizabeth," he faltered in sheer astonishment. "What with you and your daughter, I am provoked past endurance. I don't know what I am saying." "No amount of provocation justifies such an attack upon your daughter's reputation," Mrs. Frayling rejoined, following up her advantage. "If she had been that kind of girl she would not have objected to Colonel Cahoon, and at any rate she has every right to as much of your charity as you give him." "Women are different," Mr. Frayling ventured feebly. "Are they?" said Mrs. Frayling, some of Evadne's wisdom occurring to her with the old worn axiom upon which for untold ages the masculine excuse for self-indulgence at the expense of the woman has rested. "I believe Evadne is right after all. I shall get out her letters and read them again, and what is more, I shall write to her just as often as I please." Mr. Frayling stared again in his amazement, and then he walked out of the room without uttering another word. He had not foreseen the possibility of such spirited conduct on the part of his wife. But since she had ventured to revolt, the question of a public scandal was disposed of, and that being a consummation devoutly to be wished, he said no more, solving his lust of power with the reflection that, by deciding the question for herself, she had removed all responsibility from his shoulders, and proved herself to be a contumacious woman, and blameworthy. So long as there is no risk of publicity, the domestic tyrannies of respectable elderly gentlemen of irascible disposition may be carried to any length, but once there is the threat of scandal, they coil up. By that one act of overt rebellion, Mrs. Frayling secured some comfort in her life, for a few months at least, and taught her husband a little lesson which she ought to have endeavoured to inculcate long before. It was too late then, however, to do him any permanent good. The habit of the slave-driver was formed. When a woman sacrifices her individuality and the right of private judgment at the outset of her married life, and limits herself to "What thou biddest, unargued I obey," taking it for granted that "God is thy law," without making any inquiries, and accepting the assertion that "to know no more is woman's happiest knowledge and her praise," as confidently as if the wisdom of it had been proved beyond a doubt, and its truth had never been known to fail in a single instance, she withdraws from her poor husband all the help of her keener spiritual perceptions, which she should have used with authority to hold his grosser nature in check, and leaves him to drift about on his own conceit, prejudices, and inclinations, until he is past praying for. There was a temporary lull at Frelinghuyes after that last battle, during which Mrs. Frayling wrote to her daughter freely and frequently. She described the fight she had had for her rights, and concluded, "Now the whole difficulty has blown over, and I have no more opposition to contend against," to which Evadne had replied in a few words, judiciously, adding, "Before the curing of a strong disease, even in the instant of repair and health, the fit is strongest. Evils that take leave, on their departure most of all show evil." End of chapter 18. Book 1, Chapter 19 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah G. Book 1, Chapter 19. It came to be pretty generally known that all had not gone well with the Colquhouns immediately after their marriage. Something of the story had of necessity leaked out through the servants, but as the Frailings had the precaution, common to their class, to keep their private troubles to themselves, nobody knew precisely what the difficulty had been, and their intimate friends, whom delicacy debarred from making inquiries, least of all. Lady Adeline just mentioned the matter to Mrs. Orton Begg, and asked, "Is it a difficulty that may be discussed?" "No, better not, I think," the latter answered, and of course the subject dropped. But poor Lady Adeline was too much occupied with domestic anxieties of her own at that time to feel more than a passing gleam of sympathetic interest in other people's. As Lord John had hinted to Mrs. Orton Begg, it was now a question of how best to educate the twins. Their parents had made what they considered suitable arrangements for their instruction, but the children, unfortunately, were not satisfied with these. They had had a governess in common while they were still quite small, but Mr. Hamilton Wells had old-fashioned ideas about the superior education of boys, and consequently, when the children had outgrown their nursery governess, he decided that Angelica should have another, more advanced, and had at the same time engaged a tutor for Diavolo, sending him to school being out of the question, because of the fear of further trouble from the artery he had severed. When this arrangement became known, the children were seen to put their heads together. "Do we like having different teachers?" Diavolo inquired tentatively. "No, we don't," said Angelica. Lady Adeline had tried to prepare the governess, but the latter brought no experience of anything like Angelica to help her to understand that young lady, and so the warning went for nothing. "A little affection goes a long way with a child," she said to Lady Adeline, "and I always endeavour to make my pupils understand that I care for them, and do not wish to make their lessons a task, but a pleasure to them." "It is a good system, I should think," Lady Adeline observed, speaking dubiously, however. "Can you do long division, my dear?" the governess asked Angelica when they sat down to lessons for the first time. "No, Miss Apsley," Angelica answered sweetly. "Then I will show you how, but you must attend, you know." This last was said with playful authority. So Angelica attended. "How did you get on this morning?" Lady Adeline asked Miss Apsley anxiously afterward. "Oh, perfectly," the latter answered. "The dear child was all interest and endeavour." Lady Adeline said no more, but such docility was unnatural, and she did not like the look of it at all. Next day Angelica, with an innocent air, gave Miss Apsley a long division sum which she had completed during the night. It was done by an immense number of figures, and covered 4 sheets of foolscap gummed together. Miss Apsley worked at it for an hour to verify it, and finding it quite correct, she decided that Angelica knew long division enough, and must go on to something else. Her first impression was that she had secured a singularly apt pupil, and she was much surprised when she began to teach Angelica the next rule in arithmetic, to find that she could not make the dear child see it. Angelica listened, and tried, with every appearance of honest intention, getting red and hot with the effort, and she would not put the slate down, she would go on trying till her head ached, she was so eager to learn. But work as she might, she could do nothing but long division. Miss Apsley said she had never known anything so singular. Lady Adeline sighed. For about a week the twins lay low. The tutor had found it absolutely impossible to teach Diavolo anything. The boy was perfectly docile. He would sit with his bright eyes riveted on his master's face, listening with might and main apparently, but at the end of every explanation the tutor found the same thing. Diavolo never had the faintest idea of what he had been talking about. At the end of a week, however, the children changed their tactics. When lessons ought to have begun one morning, Diavolo went to Miss Apsley, and sat himself down beside her in Angelica's place, with a smiling countenance and without a word of explanation, while Angelica presented herself to the tutor, with all Diavolo's books under her arm. "Please, sir," she said, "there must have been some mistake. Diavolo and I find that we were mixed somehow wrong, and I got his mind and he got mine. I can do his lessons quite easily, but I can't do my own, and he can do mine, but he can't do these," holding up the books. "It's like this, you see. I can't learn from a lady, and he can't learn from a man, so I'm going to be your pupil, and he's going to be Miss Apsley's. You don't understand twins, I expect. It's always awkward about them. There's so often something wrong. With us, you know, the fact of the matter is that I am Diavolo, and he is me." The tutor and governess appealed to Mr. Hamilton Wells, and Mr. Hamilton Wells sent for the twins and lectured them, Lady Adeline sitting by seriously perplexed. The children stood to attention together and listened respectfully, and then went back to their lessons with undeviating cheerfulness. But Diavolo did Angelica's, and Angelica did his diligently, and none other would they do. But this state of things could not continue, and in order to end it, Mr. Hamilton Wells had recourse to a weak expedient which he had more than once successfully employed, unknown to Lady Adeline. He sent for the twins, and consulted their wishes privately. "What do you want?" he asked. "Well, sir," Diavolo answered, "we don't think it's fair for Angelica only to have a beastly governess to teach her when she knows as much as I do, and is a precious sight sharper." "I taught you all you know, Diavolo, didn't I?" Angelica broke in. "Yes," said Diavolo, with a wise nod. "And it is beastly unfair," she continued, "to put me off with a squeaking governess in long division when I ought to be doing mathematics and Latin and Greek." "My dear child, what use would mathematics and Latin and Greek be to you?" Mr. Hamilton Wells protested. "Just as much use as they will to Diavolo," she answered decidedly. "He doesn't know half as much about the good of education as I do. Just ask him." She whisked round on her brother as she spoke, and demanded, "Tell Papa, Diavolo, what is the use of being educated?" "I am sure I don't know," Diavolo answered impressively. "My dear boy, mathematics are an education in themselves," Mr. Hamilton Wells began didactically, moving his long white hands in a way that always suggested lace ruffles. "They will teach you to reason." "Then they'll teach me to reason too," said Angelica, setting herself down on the arm of a chair as if she had made up her mind, and intended to let them know it. All her movements were quick, all Diavolo's deliberate. "Men are always jeering at women in books for not being able to reason, and I'm going to learn if there's any help in mathematics," she continued. "I found something the other day. Where is it now?" She was down on her knees in a moment, emptying the contents of her pocket onto the floor, and sifting them. There were 2 pocket handkerchiefs of fine texture and exceedingly dirty, as if they had been there for months. The one she used she carried in the bosom of her dress, or up her sleeve. A ball of string, a catapult and some swan shot, a silver pen, a pencil holder, part of an old song book, a pocket book, some tin tacks, a knife with several blades and scissors, etc., also a silver fruit knife, 2 coloured pencils, india rubber, and a scrap of dirty paper wrapped round a piece of almond toffee. This was apparently what she wanted, for she took it off the toffee, threw the latter into the grate, whither Diavolo's eyes followed it regretfully, and spread the paper out on her lap, whence it was seen to be covered with cabalistic-looking figures. "Here you are," she said. "I copied it out of a book the other day, and put it round the toffee because I knew I should be wanting that, and then I should see it every time I took it out of my pocket and not forget it." "But why did you throw the toffee away?" said Diavolo. "Shut up and listen," Angelica rejoined from the floor politely, and then she began to read. "Histories make men wise, poets witty, mathematics subtle, natural philosophy deep, moral, grave, logic and rhetoric able to contend. Now that's what I want, Papa. I want to know all that and have a good time, and I expect I shall have to contend to get it." "You'll soon learn how," said Diavolo encouragingly. Mr. Hamilton Wells had always enjoyed his children's precocity, and provided they amused him, they could make him do anything. So after the conference he announced that he had been questioning Angelica, and had found that she really was too far advanced for a governess, and he had therefore decided that she should share Diavolo's lessons with the tutor. The governess accordingly disappeared from Hamilton House. The first tutor found that he had no vocation for teaching, and left also, and another was procured with great difficulty, and at considerable expense, for the fame of the heavenly twins was widespread, and their parents were determined besides not to let any candidate engage himself under the pleasing delusion that the task of teaching them would be something of a sinecure. The tutor they finally secured turned out to be a very good fellow fortunately, a gentleman, and with a keen sense of humour which the twins appreciated, so that they took to him at once, and treated him pretty well on the whole, but lessons were usually a lively time. Angelica, who continued to be the taller, stronger, and wickeder of the 2, soon proved herself the cleverer also. Like Evadne, she was consumed by the rage to know, and insisted upon dragging Diavolo on with her. It was interesting to see them sitting side by side, the dark head touching the fair one as they bent together intently over some problem. When Diavolo was not quick enough, Angelica would rouse him up in the old way by knocking her head, which was still the harder of the two, against his. "Angelica, did I see you strike your brother?" Mr. Ellis sternly demanded, the first time he witnessed this performance. "I don't know whether you saw me or not, sir, but I certainly did strike him," Angelica answered irritably. "Why?" "To wake him up." "You see, sir," Diavolo proceeded to explain, in his imperturbable drawl, "Angelica discovered that I was born with a hereditary predisposition to be a muff. We mostly are on father's side of the family, and if he isn't one it's because I slapped the tendency out of him as soon as I perceived it," Angelica interrupted. "Get on, Diavolo, I've no patience with you when you're so slow. You know you don't want to learn this, and that's why you're snailing." It was rather a trick of Diavolo's to snail over his lessons, for in that, as in many other things, he was very unlike the good little boy who loved his book, besides evincing many other traits of character equally unpopular at the present time. Diavolo would not work unless Angelica made him, and the worst collision with the tutor was upon this subject. "Wake up, Theodore, will you?" Mr. Ellis said during the first week of their studies. "Not until you call me Diavolo," was the bland response. Mr. Ellis resisted for some time, but Diavolo was firm and would do nothing, and Lady Adeline cautioned the tutor to give in if he saw an opportunity of doing so with dignity. "But the young scamp will be jeeringly triumphant if I do," Mr. Ellis objected. "Oh no," Lady Adeline answered. "Diavolo prides himself upon being a gentleman, and he says a gentleman never jeers or makes himself unpleasant. His ideas on the latter point, by the way, are peculiarly his own, and you will probably differ from him as to what is or is not unpleasant." Mr. Ellis made a point of calling the boy Diavolo in a casual way, as if he had forgotten the dispute, as early as possible after this, and found that Lady Adeline was right. Diavolo showed not the slightest sign of having heard, but he got out his books at once, and did his lessons as if he liked them. Mr. Hamilton Wells had a habit of always saying a little more than was necessary on some subjects. He was either a born naturalist, or had never conquered the problem of what not to say, and he was so incautious as to come into the schoolroom one morning while lessons were going on, and warn Mr. Ellis to be most careful about what he gave the twins to read in Latin, because some of the classic delicacies which boys are expected to swallow without injury to themselves are much too highly seasoned for a young lady. "You must make judicious excerpts," he said. Slap came the dictionary down upon the table, and Angelica was deep in the X's in a moment. Excerpt, she found, was to pick or take out. She passed the dictionary to Diavolo, who studied the definition, but neither of them made a remark. From that day forth, however, they spent every spare moment they had in poring over Latin textbooks until they mastered the language, simply for the purpose of finding out what it was that Angelica ought not to know. There were, as has already been stated, some lively scenes at lessons. "Talk less and do more," Mr. Ellis rashly recommended in the early days of their acquaintance, and after that, when they disagreed, they claimed that they had his authority to settle the difference by tearing each other's hair, or scratching each other across the table, and when he interfered, sometimes they scratched him too. Mr. Hamilton Wells raised his salary eventually. The children invariably had a discussion about everything as soon as it was over. They called it talking it out, and after they had sinned and suffered punishment, their great delight was to come and coax the tutor to talk it out. They would then criticize their own conduct and his impartially, point out what they might have done, and what he might have done, and what ought to have been done on both sides. These discussions usually took place at the schoolroom tea, a meal which both tutor and children, as a rule, thoroughly enjoyed. Mr. Ellis was not bound to have tea with the twins, but they had politely invited him on the day of his arrival, explaining that their parents were out, and it would give them great pleasure to entertain him. Tea being ready, they took him to the schoolroom, where he found a square table, just large enough for 4, daintily decorated with flowers and very nice china. "We have to buy our own china because we break so much," Angelica said, seeing that the tutor noticed it. "That was the kind of thing Papa got for us," indicating a hugely thick white cup and saucer, which stood on the mantelpiece on a stand of royal blue plush, and covered with a glass shade. "We broke the others, but we had that one mounted as a warning to him. Papa has no taste at all." The tutor's face was a study. It was the first of these remarks he had heard. The children decided that it would balance the table better if he poured out the tea, and he good-naturedly acquiesced, and sat down with Angelica on his right, and Diavolo on his left. The fourth seat, opposite, was unoccupied, but there was a cover laid, and he asked who was expected. "Oh, that is for the Peace Angel," said Diavolo casually. "Prevents difficulties at tea, you know," Angelica supplemented. "We don't mind difficulties, but we thought you might object, so we asked His Holiness," indicating the empty chair, "to preserve order." Mr. Ellis did not at first appreciate the boon which was conferred on him by the presence of the Peace Angel, but he soon learnt to. "I am on my honour and thick bread and butter to-day," said Diavolo, looking longingly at the plentiful supply and variety of cakes on the table. "What does that mean exactly?" Mr. Ellis asked, pausing with the teapot raised to pour. "Why, you see, he was naughty this morning," Angelica explained, "and as mamma was going out, she put him on his honour, as a punishment, not to eat cake." "I've a good mind not to eat anything," said Diavolo, considering the plate of thick bread and butter beside him discontentedly. "Then you'll be cutting off your nose to vex your face," said Angelica. Diavolo caught up a piece of bread and butter to throw at her, but she held up her hand, crying, "I appeal to the Peace Angel." "I forgot," said Diavolo, transferring the bread to his plate. The children studied the tutor during tea. He was a man of 30, somewhat careworn about the eyes, but with an excessively kind and pleasant face, clean shaven, and thick, reddy brown hair. He was above the middle height, a little stooped at the shoulders, but of average strength. "I like the look of you," said Angelica frankly. "Thank you," he answered, smiling. "And I vote for a permanent arrangement," she said, looking at Diavolo. He was just then hidden behind a huge slice of bread, biting it, but he nodded intelligently. The permanent arrangement referred to was to have the tutor to tea, and he agreed, wisely stipulating, however, that the presence of the Peace Angel should also be permanent. He even tried to persuade the twins to invite him to lessons, but that they firmly declined. "You'll like being our tutor, I think," Diavolo observed during this first tea. "He will if we like him," said Angelica significantly. "Are we going to?" Diavolo asked. "Yes, I think so," she answered, taking another good look at Mr. Ellis. "I like the look of that red in his hair." "Now isn't that a woman's reason?" Diavolo exclaimed, appealing to Mr. Ellis. "Yes, it is," said Angelica, preparing to defend it by shuffling a notebook out of her pocket, and ruffling the leaves over. "Listen to this," and she read, "A tinge of red in the hair denotes strength and energy of character and good staying power. We don't want a muff for a tutor, do we? There are born muffs enough in the family without importing them, and a woman's reason is always a good one, as men might see if they'd only stop chattering and listen to it." "It mayn't be well expressed, but it will bear examination," Mr. Ellis suggested. "Do you like being a tutor?" Diavolo asked. "It depends on whom I have to teach." "If you're a good fellow, you'll have a nice time here, on the whole, I hope, sir," Angelica observed. "But why are you a tutor?" "To earn my living," Mr. Ellis answered, smiling again. The children remembered this, and when they were having tea under the shadow of the supposititious Peace Angel's wing, after the first occasion on which, when the tutor tried to separate them during a fight at lessons, they had turned simultaneously and attacked him, they made it the text of some recommendations. He expressed a strong objection to having manual labour imposed upon him as well as his other work, but they maintained that if only he had called the affray "a struggle for daily bread," or "a fight for a livelihood," he would quite have enjoyed it, and they further suggested that such diversion must be much more interesting than being a mere commonplace tutor who only taught lessons. They could not understand why a fight was not as much fun for him as for them, and thought him unreasonable when they found he was not to be persuaded to countenance that way of varying the monotony. Not that there was ever much monotony in the neighbourhood of the Heavenly Twins. They managed to introduce variety into everything, and their quickness of action, when both were roused, was phenomenal. One day, while at work, they saw a sparrow pick up a piece of bread, take it to the roof tree of an angle of the house visible from the schoolroom window, drop it, and chase it as it fell, and the twins had made a bet as to which would beat, bird or bread, quarrelled because they could not agree as to which had bet on bird and which on bread, and boxed each other's ears almost before the race was over. Mr. Ellis, although continually upon his guard, was not by any means always a match for them. Over and over again he found that his caution had been fanned to sleep by flattering attentions, while traps were being laid for him with the most innocent air in the world, as on one occasion when Diavolo betrayed him into a dissertation on the consistency of the Scriptures, and Angelica asked him to kindly show her how to reconcile Proverbs 8:2, for wisdom is better than rubies, and all the things that may be desired are not to be compared to it, with Ecclesiastes 1:18, for in much wisdom is much grief, and he that increaseth knowledge increaseth sorrow. His way with them was admirable, however, and he completely won their hearts. The thing that they respected him for most was the fact that he took in Punch on his own account, and could show you a lot of things in it that you could never have discovered yourself, as Angelica said, and read bits in a way that made them seem ever so much funnier than when you read them, and could tell you who drew the pictures the moment he looked at them, so that Punch Day came to be looked forward to by the children as one of the pleasantest events of the week. Lessons were suspended the moment the paper arrived, if they had been good, but when they were naughty Mr. Ellis put the paper in his pocket, and that was the greatest punishment he could inflict upon them, the only one that ever made them sulk. They would be good for hours in advance to earn the right of having Punch shown to them the moment it came, and it was certainly by means of his intelligent interpretation of it that their tutor managed to cultivate their tastes in many ways, and give them true ideas of art, and the importance of art, at the outset, and also of ethics. He was as careful of Angelica's physical as of her mental education, being himself strongly imbued by the then new idea that a woman should have the full use of her limbs, lungs, heart, and every other organ and muscle, so that life might be a pleasure to her, and not a continual exertion. He had a strong objection to the artificial waist, and impressed the beauty of Tenniel's classical purity of figure upon the children, by teaching them to appreciate the contrast it presents to the bulging vulgarities made manifest by Kean, and showed them also that while Du Maurier depicted with admirable artistic interpretation the refined surroundings and attenuated forms of women as they are, Linley Sambourne, that master of lovely line, pointed the moral by drawing women as they should be. There was nothing conventional about the heavenly twins, and it was therefore easy to make a good impression upon them in this direction, and the tutor soon had a practical proof of his success, which must have been eminently satisfactory, if a trifle embarrassing. The children were out on the lawn in front of the house one afternoon, when a lady arrived to call upon their mother. They were struck by her appearance as she descended from her carriage, and followed her into the drawing-room to have a good look at her. She was one of those heroic women who have the constancy to squeeze their figures in beyond the Y shape, which is the commonest deformity, to that of the hourglass, which bulges out more above and below the line of compression. There were a good many other people in the room, whom the heavenly twins saluted politely, and then they sat down opposite to the object of their interest and gazed at her. "Why are you tied so tight in the middle?" Angelica asked at last, in a voice that silenced everybody else in the room. "Doesn't it hurt? I mean to have a good figure when I grow up, like the Venus de Medici, you know. I can show you a picture of her if you like. She hasn't a stitch on her." "She looks awfully nice, though," said Diavolo, "and Angelica thinks she'd be able to eat more with that kind of figure." "Yes," Angelica candidly confessed, looking at her victim compassionately. "I shouldn't think now that you can eat both pudding and meat, can you?" "Not to mention dessert," Diavolo ejaculated with genuine concern. "Mr. Ellis, will you get those children out of the room somehow?" Lady Adeline whispered to the tutor, who had come in for tea. "Is it true, do you think," Mr. Ellis began loudly, addressing Mr. Hamilton Wells across the room, "is it true that Dr. Galbraith is going to try some horrible experiments in vivisection this afternoon?" "What is vivisection?" asked Angelica, diverted. "Cutting up live animals to find out what makes them go," said the tutor. In 3 minutes there wasn't a vestige of the heavenly twins about the place. End of Book 1, Chapter 19. Book 1, Chapter 20, Part 1, of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devora Allen. The Heavenly Twins, by Sarah G. Book 1, Chapter 20, Part 1. The twins had a code of ethics which differed in some respects from that ordinarily accepted in their state of life. They honoured their mother, They couldn't help it, as they said themselves apologetically, but their father they looked upon as fair game for their amusement. "What was that unearthly noise I heard this morning?" Mr. Ellis asked one day. "Oh, did we wake you, sir?" Diavolo exclaimed. "We didn't mean to. We were only yowling papa out of bed with our fiddles. He's idle sometimes and won't get up, and it's so bad for him, you know." "I wish you could see him scooting down the corridor after us," Angelica observed. "And you know, he speaks just the same at that time of day in his dressing gown as he does in the evening in dress clothes. You'd die if you heard him." Another habit of the twins was to read any letters they might find lying about. "It is dishonourable to read other people's letters," Mr. Ellis admonished them severely when he became aware of this peculiarity. "It isn't for us," Angelica answered defiantly. "You might as well say it's dishonourable to squint. We've always done it, and everybody knows we do it. We warn them not to leave their letters lying about, don't we, Diavolo?" "That is because it is greater fun to hunt for them," Diavolo interpreted precisely. When Angelica gave a reason, he usually cleared it of all obscurity in this way. "And how are we to know what goes on in the family if we don't read the letters?" Angelica demanded. "What necessity is there for you to know?" "Every necessity," she retorted. "Not be interested in one's own family affairs? Why, we should be wanting in intelligence, and we're not that, you know. And we should be wanting in affection too, and every right feeling, and I hope we are not that either, Mr. Ellis, quite. But you needn't be afraid about your own letters. We shan't touch them." "No," drawled Diavolo. "Of course that would be a very different thing." "I'm glad you draw the line somewhere," Mr. Ellis observed sarcastically. He was far from satisfied, however, but he noticed eventually that the dust collected on letters of his own if he left them lying about, and he soon discovered that when his intelligent pupils gave their word, they kept it uncompromisingly. It was one of their virtues, and the other was loyalty to each other. Their devotion to their mother hardly counted for a virtue, because they never carried it far enough to make any sacrifice for her sake. But they would have sacrificed their very lives for each other, and would have fought for the right to die until there was very little left of either of them to execute. Of such peculiar quality were their affections. They had gone straight to Fountain Towers by the shortest cut across the fields that afternoon when Mr. Ellis suggested vivisection as a possible occupation for Dr. Galbraith. They never doubted but that they should discover him hard at work, in some underground cellar most likely, to which they would be guided by the cries of his victims, and would be able to conquer his reluctance to allow them to assist at his experiments by threats of exposure. And they were considerably chagrined when, having carefully concealed themselves in a thick shrubbery, in order to reconnoitre the house, they came upon him in the garden, innocently occupied in the idle pursuit of pruning rose-trees. He was somewhat startled himself when he suddenly saw their hot red faces, set like two moons in a clump of greenery, peeping out at him with animated eyes. "Hullo," he said, "are you hungry?" The faces disappeared behind the bushes. "Are we, Angelica?" Diavolo whispered anxiously. "Of course we are," she retorted. "I thought we were too angry, disgusted, disappointed, something," he murmured apologetically, but evidently much relieved. Dr. Galbraith went on with his pruning, and presently the twins appeared walking down the proper approach to the garden, hand in hand demurely. After they had saluted their host politely, they stood and stared at him. "Well," he said at last. "I suppose we are too late?" said Angelica. "For what?" he asked, without pausing in his occupation. "For the vivinisectioning." "Vivinisectioning? What on earth—" "Oh!" Light broke in upon him. "Who told you I was?" "Mr. Ellis," said Angelica. "No, he didn't tell us you were, exactly," Diavolo explained with conscientious accuracy. "He asked papa if it was true that you were going to this afternoon." "And what were you doing?" Dr. Galbraith asked astutely. "We were in the drawing-room," Angelica answered, "trying to find out from a lady why she tied herself up so tight in the middle." "And so you came off here to see?" "Yes," said Diavolo. "We wanted to catch you at it." "You little brute, misbegotten by the—" Dr. Galbraith began, but Diavolo interrupted him. "Sir!" he exclaimed, drawing himself up with an expression of as much indignation as could be got into his small patrician features, "if you do not instantly withdraw that calumny, I shall have to fight you on my mother's behalf, and I shall consider it my duty to inform her of the insinuation which is the cause of offence." "I apologize," said Dr. Galbraith, taking off his hat and bowing low. "I assure you the expression was used as a mere façon de parler." "I accept your explanation, sir," said Diavolo, returning the salute, "but I caution you to be careful for the future." "What is a façon de parler, Angelica?" he whispered as he put his hat on. "Oh, just a way of saying it," she answered. "I wish you wouldn't talk so much. Men are always cackling by the hour, all about nothing. If people come to see me when I have a house of my own, I shall not forget the rights of hospitality." The doctor put up his pruning knife. There was a twinkle in his grey eyes. "If you will do me the favour to come this way," he said, "my slaves will prepare a small collation on the instant." "Oh, yes," said Diavolo. "Arabian Nights, you know. You must have fresh fruits and dried fruits, choice wines, cakes, sweets, and nuts." "It shall be done as my lord commands," said the doctor. That same evening, when he took the children home, Dr. Galbraith found Lady Adeline alone. She was a plain woman, but well bred in appearance, and tender thoughts had carved a sweet expression on her face. Next to her brother, Dawn's most intimate friend, Dr. Galbraith, was the man in the world upon whom she placed the greatest reliance. "I have brought back the children," he said. "Ah, then they have been with you," she answered in a tone of relief. "We hoped they were." "Oh yes," he said smiling. "They showed me exactly what the difficulty here had been, and I have been endeavouring to win back their esteem, for they made it appear plainly that they despised me when they found me peacefully pruning rose trees, instead of dismembering live rabbits, as Mr. Ellis had apparently led them to expect." "They told you then?" "Oh, exactly, I am sure. About the lady tied too tight in the middle, and everything." "They are terrible, George, those children," Lady Adeline declared. "My whole life is one ache of anxiety on their account. I am always in doubt as to whether their unnatural acuteness portends vice, or is promising, and whether we are doing all that ought to be done for them." "I am sure they are in very good hands now," he answered cheerfully. "Mr. Ellis is an exceedingly good fellow. They like him too, and I don't think anybody could manage them better." "No," said Lady Adeline, "but that only means that no one can manage them at all. They are everywhere, they know everything, they have already mastered every fact in natural history that can be learnt upon the estate, and they will do almost anything, and are so unscrupulous that I fear sometimes they are going to take after some criminal ancestor there may have been in the family, although I never heard of one, and go to the bad altogether. Now what is to be done with such children? I hardly dare allow myself to hope that they have good qualities enough to save them, and yet they are lovable," she added, looking at him wistfully. "Most lovable, and I am sure you need not disturb yourself seriously," he answered with confidence. "The children have vivid imaginations and incomparable courage, and their love of mischief comes from exuberance of spirits only, I am sure. When Angelica's womanly instincts develop, and she has seen something of the serious side of life, been made to feel it, I mean, she will become a very different person, or I am much mistaken. Her character promises to be as fine when it is formed as it will certainly be unusual. And as for Diavolo, well, I have seen no sign of any positive vice in either of them." "You comfort me," said Lady Adeline. "How did you entertain them?" "Oh, we had great fun," he replied, laughing. "We had an impromptu Arabian Nights entertainment, with all the men and women about the place disguised as slaves, and they all entered into the spirit of the thing heartily. I assure you, I never enjoyed anything more in my life. But I must go. I am on my way to town to-night to read a paper to-morrow morning upon a most interesting case of retarded brain development, which I have been studying for the last year. If I am right in my conclusions, we are upon the high road to some extraordinary and most valuable discoveries." "Now that is a singular man," Lady Adeline remarked to Mr. Ellis afterwards. She had been telling the tutor about the success of his stratagem. "He spent valuable hours to-day playing with my children, and he says he never enjoyed anything so much in his life, and I quite believe him. And to-morrow he will probably astonish the scientific world with a discovery of the last importance." "I call him a human being perfectly possessed of all his faculties," Mr. Ellis answered. The twins worked well by fits and starts, but when they did not choose to be diligent, they considerately gave their tutor a holiday. The last threat of a thrashing for Diavolo happened to be on the first of these occasions. "It looks a good morning for fishing," he remarked casually to Angelica, just after they had settled down to lessons. "Yes, it does," she answered. There was a momentary pause, and then away went their books, and they were off out of the window. But Mr. Ellis succeeded in capturing them, and laying hold of an arm of each, he dragged them before the paternal tribunal in the library. He was not intimate with the peculiar relations of the household to each other at that particular time, and he thought Mr. Hamilton Wells would prefer to order the punishment himself for so serious an offence. Angelica shook her hair over her face, and made sufficient feint of resistance to tumble her frock on the way, while Diavolo pretended to be terror-stricken, but this was only to please Mr. Ellis with the delusion that fear of their father gave him a moral hold over them, for the moment Mr. Hamilton Wells frowned upon them they straightened themselves and beamed about blandly. Mr. Hamilton Wells ordered Diavolo to be thrashed, and Diavolo dashed off for the cane and handed it to his tutor politely, saying at the same time, "Do be quick, Mr. Ellis, I want to get out." "You wouldn't dare to thrash him if he were big enough to thrash you back!" Angelica shrieked, waltzing round like a tornado. "And it isn't fair to thrash him and not me, for I am much worse than he is. You know I am, papa, and I shall hate you if Diavolo is thrashed, and teach him how to make your life a burden to you for a month, I shall!" stamping her foot. It always made her blood boil if there were any question of corporal punishment for Diavolo. She could have endured it herself without a murmur, but she had a feminine objection to knowing that it was being inflicted, especially as she was not allowed to be present. "Don't be an idiot, Angelica," Diavolo drawled. "I would rather be thrashed and have done with it. It does fellows good to be thrashed. Makes them manly, they say in the books. And it hurts a jolly sight less than being scratched by you, if that is any comfort." "Oh, you are mean!" Angelica exclaimed. "Wait till we get outside." "I think, sir," Mr. Ellis ventured to suggest, in answer to an appealing glance from Mr. Hamilton Wells, and looking dubiously at the cane, "I think, since Diavolo doesn't care a rap about being flogged, I had better devise a form of punishment for which he will care." "Then come along, Diavolo!" Angelica exclaimed, making a dash for the door. "They won't want us while they're devising." Mr. Ellis would have followed them, but Mr. Hamilton Wells gently restrained him. "It is no use, Mr. Ellis," he said, sighing deeply. "I would recommend you to keep up a show of disapproval for form's sake, but I beg that you will not give yourself any unnecessary trouble. They are quite incorrigible." "I hope not," the tutor answered. "Well, I leave them to you. Make what you can of them," their father rejoined. "I wash my hands of the responsibility while you are here." The heavenly twins got their day's sport on that occasion, and returned with a basket full of trout for tea, fishy themselves, and tired, but bland and conciliatory. They dressed for the evening carefully and without coercion, which was always a sign of repentance, and then they went down to the schoolroom, where they found Mr. Ellis standing with his back to the fireplace, reading a newspaper. He looked at them each in turn as they entered, and they looked at him, but he made no remark. "I wish you would give us a good scolding at once, and have done with it," Angelica observed. He made no sign of having heard, however, but quietly turned the paper over, chose a fresh item of information, and began to read it. Angelica sat down in her place at table, leant back with her short frock up to her knees, and her long legs tucked under her chair, and reflected. Diavolo did the same, yawning aggressively. "I'd sell my birthright for a mess of pottage with pleasure this instant," he exclaimed. "What was pottage, Mr. Ellis?" Angelica asked insinuatingly. "You don't suppose the recipe has been handed down in the Ellis family, do you?" said Diavolo. Angelica looked round for a missile to hurl at him, but there being nothing handy, she tried the effect of a withering glance, to which he responded by making a face at her. A storm was evidently brewing, but fortunately just at that moment the tea arrived, and caused a diversion which prevented further demonstrations. Happily for those in charge of the twins, their outbursts of feeling were all squalls, which subsided as suddenly as those of the innocent babe which howls everybody in the house out of bed for his bottle, and is beyond all comfort till he gets it, when his anger instantly goes out, and only a few gurgling "ohs" of intense satisfaction mark the point from which the racket proceeded. For a week Mr. Ellis maintained an attitude of dignified reserve with the twins, and their sociable souls were much exercised to devise a means to break down the barrier of coldness which they found between themselves and their tutor. They tried everything they could think of to beguile him back to the old friendly footing, and it was only after all other means had failed that they thought at last of apologizing for their unruly conduct. It was the first time that they had ever done such a thing in their lives spontaneously, and they were so proud of it that they went and told everybody they knew. Mr. Ellis, having graciously accepted the apology, found himself expected to discuss the whole subject at tea that evening. "Of course we were quite in the wrong," said Angelica, taking advantage of the Peace Angel's presence to sum up comprehensively. "But you must acknowledge that we were not altogether to blame, for you really have not been making our lessons sufficiently interesting to rivet our attention lately." "That is true," said the diligent Diavolo. My attention has not been riveted for weeks." After the twins had made their memorable apology, they were so impressed by the importance of the event that they determined to celebrate it in some special way. They wanted to do something really worthy of the occasion. "We'll do some good to somebody, shall we?" said Angelica. "Not unless there's some fun in it," said Diavolo. "Well, who proposed to do anything without fun in it?" Angelica wanted to know. "You've no sense at all, Diavolo. When people get up fancy fairs and charity balls, do they pretend to be doing it for fun? No, they say, 'Oh, my dear, I am so busy I hardly know what to do first, but what keeps me up is the object, the good object,' and then they're enjoying it as hard as they can all the time. And that's what we'll do. We'll give the school children a treat." The twins were allowed an hour to riot about the place after their early dinner, and then a bell was rung to summon them in to lessons. But on that particular day Mr. Ellis waited in vain for them. Angelica had concealed her riding habit in a loft, and as soon as they got out they ran to the stables, which were just then deserted, the men being at their dinner, and Angelica changed her dress while Diavolo got out their ponies and saddled them, and having carefully stolen through a thick plantation on to the high road, they scampered off to Morningquest as hard as their lively little steeds could carry them. They were well known in Morningquest, and many an admiring as well as inquiring glance followed them as they cantered close together side by side through the quaint old streets. The people were wondering what on earth they were up to. "Everybody looks so pleased to see us," said Diavolo, smiling genially. "I think we ought to come oftener." "We will," said Angelica. They pulled up at the principal confectioner's in the place, and bought as many pounds of sweets as they could carry, desiring the proprietor in a lordly way to send the bill to Hamilton House at his earliest convenience. And then they rode off to the largest day school in the city, stationed themselves on either side of a narrow gateway through which both boys and girls had to pass to get in, and pelted the children with sweets as they returned from their midday dinners. And as they had chosen sugar almonds, birds' eggs, and other varieties of a hard and heavy nature, which, although interesting in the mouth of a child, are inconvenient when received in its eyes and cause irritation, which is apt to be resented when pelted at the back of its head, the scene in a few minutes was extremely animated. This was what the heavenly twins called giving the school children a treat, and they told Mr. Ellis afterward that they enjoyed doing good very much. "What shall we do now?" said Diavolo, as they walked their ponies aimlessly down the street when that episode was over. "Let's call on Grandpapa and the bishop," Angelica suggested. "The bishop first, then," said Diavolo. "They've such good cakes at the palace." "Well, that's just why we should do Grandpapa first," said Angelica. "Don't you see, we can have cake at morn, and we shall be able to eat the ones at the palace too, if they're better." "Yes," said Diavolo with grave precision. "I notice myself that, however much I have had, I can always eat a little more of something better." "That's what they mean by tempting the appetite," observed Angelica sagely. End of Book 1, Chapter 20, Part 1. Book 1, Chapter 20, Part 2 of The Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Devorah Allen. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah G. Book 1, Chapter 20, Part 2. When the children arrived at the castle, it occurred to them that it would be a very good idea to ride right in and go upstairs on their ponies, but they only succeeded in mounting the broad steps and entering the hall, where they were captured by the footman and respectfully persuaded to alight. They announced that they had come to call on the Duke of Morningquest, and were conducted to his presence with pomp and ceremony enough to have embarrassed any other equally dusty, dishevelled mortals, but the twins were not troubled with self-consciousness, and entered with perfect confidence. The Duke was delighted. If there was one thing which could give him more pleasure than another in his old age, it was the wicked ways of the heavenly twins, and especially of the promising Angelica, who very much resembled him both in appearance, decision of character, and sharpness of temper. She promised, however, to be on a much larger scale, for the Duke was diminutive. He looked like one who stands in a picture at the end of a long line of ancestors, considerably reduced by the perspective, and it was as if in his person an attempt had been made to breed the race down to the vanishing point. His high-arched feet were admired as models of size and shape, and so also were his slender, delicate hands, but neither were agreeable to an educated eye and an intelligence indifferent to the dignity of dukes, but nice in the matter of proportion. The children found their grandfather in the oriel room, so called because of the great oriel window, which was a small room in itself, although it looked, as you approached the castle, no bigger than a swallow's nest on the face of the solid masonry, being the only excrescence visible above the trees from that point of view. The castle stood on a hill which descended precipitously from under the oriel, so that the latter almost overhung the valley in which the city lay below, and commanded a magnificent view of the flat country beyond, threaded by a shining, winding ribbon of river. The hill was wooded on that side to the top, and the castle crowned it, rising above the trees in irregular outline against the sky imposingly. The old duke sat in the oriel often, looking down at the wonderful prospect, but thinking less of his own vast possessions than of the great cathedral of ℌ𝔞𝔥, which he coveted for Holy Church. He had become a convert to Roman Catholicism in his old age, and his bigotry and credulity were as great now as his laxity and scepticism had been before his conversion. He was sitting alone with his confessor and private chaplain, Father Riccardo, a man of middle age, middle height, attenuated form, round head with coarse black hair, piercing dark eyes, aquiline nose somewhat thick, and the loose mouth characteristic of devout Roman Catholics, high church people, and others who are continually being wound up to worship an unseen deity by means of sensuous enjoyment, the uncertain lines into which the lips fall in repose indicating fairly the habitual extent of their emotional indulgences. His manners were suave and deferential, his motives sincerely disinterested in the interests of the Church, his method of gaining his ends unhampered by any sense of the need of extreme verbal accuracy. He was reading to the duke when the children were announced, and rose and bowed low to them as they entered, with a smile of respectful and affectionate interest. Diavolo raised his dusty cap to his chest, and returned the bow with punctilious gravity. Angelica tossed him a nod as she passed up the room in a business-like way to where her grandfather was sitting facing the window. The old duke looked round as the children approached, and his face relaxed. He did not absolutely smile, but his eyes twinkled. Angelica plumped down on the arm of his chair, put her arm round his neck, and deposited a superficial kiss somewhere in the region of his ear, while Diavolo wrung his hand more ceremoniously, but with much energy. Both children seemed sure of their welcome, and comported themselves with their usual unaffected ease of manner. The old duke controlled his mouth, but there was something in the expression of his countenance which meant that he would have chuckled if his old sense of humour had not been checked by the presence of the priest, which held him somehow to his new professions of faith, and the severe dignity of demeanour that best befits the piety of a professional saint. He was wearing a little black velvet skull-cap, and Angelica, still sitting on the arm of his chair, took it off as soon as she had saluted him, looked into it, and clapped it on to the back of his head again, somewhat awry. "I am glad you have your black velvet coat on to-day," she said, embracing the back of his chair with an arm, and kicking her long legs about in her fidgety way. "It goes well with your hair, and I like the feel of it." "Have you a holiday to-day?" the duke demanded, with an affectation of sternness. "Yes," said Angelica absently, taking up one of his delicate hands, and transferring a costly ring from his slender white forefinger to her own dirty brown one. "No," the more exact Diavolo contradicted. "We gave Mr. Ellis a holiday." "To tell you the truth, grandpapa, I had forgotten all about lessons," said Angelica candidly. "I fancy Mr. Ellis is fizzing by this time, don't you, Diavolo?" "What are you doing here if you haven't a holiday?" their grandfather asked. "Visiting you, sir," Diavolo answered in his peculiar drawl, which always left you uncertain as to whether he intended an impertinence or not. He was lying at full length on the floor, facing his grandfather, with the back of his head resting on the low window-sill, and the old gentleman was looking at him admiringly. He was not at all sure of the import of Diavolo's last reply, but had the tact not to pursue the subject. The priest had remained standing, with his hands folded upon the book he had been reading, and a set smile upon his thin intellectual face, behind which it was easy to see that the busy thoughts came crowding. Angelica turned on him suddenly, flinging herself from the arm of her grandfather's chair onto a low seat which stood with its back to the window, in order to do so. "I say, Papa Riccardo, I want to ask you," she began, "what do you think of that Baronne de Chantal, whom you call ℉ when her son threw himself across the threshold of their home to prevent her leaving the house, and she stepped across his body to go and be religieuse?" "It was the heroic act of a holy woman," the priest replied. "But I thought home was the woman's sphere," said Angelica. "Yes," the priest rejoined, unless God calls them to religion." "But did God give her all those children?" Angelica pursued. "Yes, indeed," said Father Riccardo. "Children are the gift of God." "Well, so I thought I had heard," Angelica remarked, with a genial air of being much interested. "But it seems such bad management to give a lady a lot of children, and then take her away so that she can't look after them." The poor old Duke had been dull all day. His mind, under the influence of his father confessor, had been running on the horrors of hell, and such subjects, together with the necessity of accomplishing certain good works, and setting aside large sums of money, in order to excuse himself from such condemnation as the priest had ventured to hint courteously that even a great duke might entail upon himself, by the quite excusable errors of his youth. But since the heavenly twins arrived, the old gentleman had begun to see things again from a point of view more natural to one of his family, and his countenance cleared in a way which denoted that his spirits were rising. Father Riccardo was accustomed to say that the dear children's high spirits were apt to be too much for his grace, but this was a mistake, due doubtless to his extreme humility, which would not allow him to mention himself, for whom there was no doubt the dear children were apt to be too much. The old Duke, upon that last remark of Angelica's, twinkled a glance at his father confessor, which had an effect on the latter that made itself apparent in the severity of his reply. "The ways of the Lord are inscrutable," he said, "and it is presumptuous for mortals, however great their station, to attempt to fathom them." "I have heard that before too, often," said Diavolo, with a wise nod of commendation. "So have I," said Angelica, and then both children beamed at the priest cordially, and the long suppressed chuckle escaped from the Duke. Father Riccardo retired into himself. "Grandpapa," Diavolo resumed, the heavenly twins never allowed the conversation to flag, "Grandpapa, do you believe there ever was a little boy who never told a lie?" "I hope, sir, you do not mean me to infer that you are mendacious," the old gentleman sternly rejoined. "Mendacious," Diavolo repeated. "That's do I tell lies, isn't it? Well, you see, sir, it's like this. If I'd been up to something, and you asked me if I'd done it, I'd say yes, like a shot. But if Angelica had been up to something, and I knew all about it, and you asked me if she'd done it, I'd say no flatly." "Do I understand, sir, that you would tell me a lie flatly?" "Yes," said Diavolo decidedly, "if you were mean enough to expect me to sneak on Angelica." "Father Riccardo," the latter began energetically, "when you tell a lie, do you look straight at a person, or just past the side of their heads?" "I always look straight at a person myself," said Diavolo, gravely considering the priest. "I can't help it." "It's the best way," said Angelica, with the assurance of one who has tried both. "I suppose, grandpapa," she pursued, "when people get old they have nothing to tell lies about. They just sit and listen to them." And again she looked hard at Father Riccardo, whose face had gradually become suffused with an angry red. "I should think, Father Riccardo," said Diavolo, observing this, "if you were a layman, you would be feeling now as if you could throttle us." But before the poor priest could utter the reproof which trembled on his lips, the door opened, and the Duke's unmarried daughter and youngest child, the beautiful Lady Fulda, entered, and changed the moral atmosphere in a moment. Both children rose to receive her tender kisses affectionately. Their passionate appreciation of all things beautiful betrayed itself in the way they gazed at her, and hers was the only presence that ever subdued them for a moment. "I like her in white and gold," Angelica remarked to Diavolo, when she had looked her longest. "So do I," Diavolo rejoined with a nod of satisfaction. "My dear children," Lady Fulda exclaimed, "you must not discuss my appearance in that way. You speak of me as if I were not here." "You never seem to be here, somehow," said Diavolo, struggling with a big thought he could not express. "I always feel when you come in as if you were miles and miles away from us. Now, mamma is always close to us, and papa gets quite in the way, but you seem to be—" He raised both hands high above his head, with the palms spread outward, and then let his arms sink to his sides slowly. The gesture expressed an immeasurable distance above and beyond him. "Yes," said Angelica, "I feel that too, but sometimes when there's music and flowers and no light to speak of, in church, you know, and you feel as if angels might be about, or even the Lord himself, I rise up beside you somehow and come quite close." Lady Fulda's eyes deepened with feeling as Angelica spoke, and drawing the child to her side, she smoothed her hair, and gazed down into her face earnestly, as if she would penetrate the veil of flesh that baffled her when she tried to see clearly the soul of which Angelica occasionally gave her some such glimpse. The old Duke glanced round at the clock, and instantly the attentive priest stepped to the window and opened it wide. Then the Duke raised his hand as if to enjoin silence, and presently the music of the bells of the city clocks, striking the hour in various tones, and all at different moments causing a continuous murmurous sea of sound, arose from below. When the last vibration ceased, there was a quite perceptible pause. The Duke took off his little round black velvet cap, and leaned forward, listening intently. Lady Fulda bent her head, and her lips moved. The priest folded his hands, and looked straight before him with the unconscious eyes of one absorbed in thought or prayer who sees not. The twins, assuming a sanctimonious expression, bowed their hypocritical heads, and watched what was going on out of the corners of their eyes. There was a moment's interval, and then came the chime, mellowed by distance, but clear and resonant. It was the habit of the old Duke to listen for it hour by hour, and while it rang, he, and those of his household who shared his faith, offered a fervent prayer for the restoration of Holy Church. Lady Fulda insisted on sending the children home under proper escort. They strongly objected. They said they were not going straight home. They had to call on the Bishop of ℌ𝔞𝔫𝔞𝔥. "Why are you going to call on the Bishop of ℌ𝔞𝔥?" their aunt asked. "We wish to see him," Angelica answered stiffly. "On the subject of rotten potatoes," Diavolo supplemented. Lady Fulda stared. "Son Chantal, you know," said the ready Angelica. The reason was new to her, but the twins usually understood each other like a flash. They put a rotten potato on her plate one day at dinner, and she ate it. "She was so hungry?" suggested Lady Fulda, trying hard to remember the story. "No, so humble," Angelica answered. "At least so they say in the book, but we don't think it could have been humility. It must have been horrid bad taste. But we're going to ask the bishop. He's so temperate, you know. We tried to discuss the matter with Father Riccardo, but he shut us up promptly." "My dear child," Lady Fulda exclaimed, "what an expression!" "I assure you it is the right one, Aunt Fulda," Angelica maintained. "He got quite red in the face." "Yes," said Diavolo, gazing at Father Riccardo thoughtfully. "He looked hot enough to set fire to us if he'd touched us." "I should think he would have been invaluable in the Inquisition," said Angelica, to whom that last remark of Diavolo's had opened up a boundless field of speculation and retrospect. "Wouldn't you like to hear a heretic go off pop on a pile?" she inquired, turning to Father Riccardo. The Duke and Lady Fulda glanced at him involuntarily, and very good-naturedly tried to smile. This, however, did not necessitate such an effort as the mere cold reading of the twins' remark might make it appear, for they both had a certain charm of manner, expressive of an utter absence of any intention to offend, which no kindly disposed person could resist, and Father Riccardo was, essentially, kindly disposed. The twins were taking their leave by this time. Angelica proceeded to deposit one of her erratic kisses somewhere on the old Duke's head, with an emphasis which caused him to wince perceptibly. Then she went up to Father Riccardo and shook hands with him. "I hope the next time we come you will be able to tell us some nice bogey stories about death and the judgment and hell and that kind of thing," she said politely. "They interest us very much. You remember you told us some before." "It must be very jolly for grandpapa to have you here always, ready to make his blood run cold whenever he feels dull," Diavolo observed, looking up at the priest admiringly. "You do it so well, you know, just as if you believed it all." "We tried it once with some children we had to spend the day with us at Hamilton House," Angelica said. "We took them into a dark room, the long room, you know, Aunt Fulda, and Diavolo rubbed a match on the wall at the far end, and I explained that that was a glimmer of hell fire at a great distance off, and then we told them if they didn't keep quite still, the old devil himself would come creeping up behind without any noise and jump on their backs." "And the little beggars howled," Diavolo added, as if that consequence still filled him with astonishment. "My dear children, I am afraid you tell dreadful stories," Lady Fulda exclaimed in a horrified tone. "Yes," said Angelica, with her grave little nod, "and we're improving, but we cannot come up to Father Riccardo yet in that line." "Not by a long chalk," said Diavolo. "But, my dear child," Lady Fulda solemnly asserted, Father Riccardo tells you nothing but what is absolutely true." "How do you know?" Angelica asked. "Oh, oh," Lady Fulda stammered, and then looked at the priest appealingly. "When you are older and able to understand these things," Father Riccardo began with gentle earnestness, "perhaps you will allow me—" "But how do you know it's true yourself?" Angelica demanded. "Did you ever see the devil with his little spade and shovel digging praties in the garden with his tail cocked up?" Diavolo chanted, accompanying the words with a little dance, in which Angelica, holding up her habit, joined incontinently. Lady Fulda remained grave, but the old duke and Father Riccardo himself were moved to mirth, and there was no more talk of revealed religion, the power of the popedom, and the glory of the church on earth, at morn that day. Lady Fulda had been firm about sending the children home under escort, and they found a steady old groom waiting ready to mount a spirited horse when they went down to the courtyard to get on their ponies. They had discovered a box of croquet mallets on their way downstairs, and borrowed one each. As they descended the steep hill leading from the castle at a walk, they began to discuss recent events, as their habit was. "What did you do when the chime went, and you hung your head?" said Angelica. "I hoped there'd be hot cakes for tea, but I didn't mean it for a prayer," Diavolo answered, as if the matter admitted of a doubt. "I'm glad we decided to go secondly to the palace. I didn't think much of grandpapa's tea," Angelica observed. "It was all china and no cakes, to speak of, no crisp ones, you know." "Well, you see, his teeth are bad," said Diavolo indulgently. "He has enough of them, then," Angelica answered. "Yes, but they aren't much good, they're so loose, you know. Every now and again you can see them waggle," said Diavolo. "I'd like to see him bite a fig," said Angelica, chuckling. "They'd stick, I suppose," said Diavolo meditatively. "I expect there will be great improvements in those matters by the time we want to be patched." The groom, who had been riding at a respectful distance behind, suddenly perceived that he had lost sight of the children altogether. The descent was steep just there and winding, and knowing with whom he had to deal, the man urged his horse on, straining his eyes at every turn to catch a glimpse of the twins, but vainly, till he reached the bottom of the hill, when they bounced out on him suddenly from among the trees on either side of the road, whooping and flourishing their mallets wildly. The horse, which was very fresh, gave one great bound and bolted, and the heavenly twins, shrieking with delight, hunted him hard into morning quest. When they arrived at the palace, Angelica asked with the utmost confidence if the bishop were at home, and being informed by an obsequious footman that he was, the twins marched into the hall, and were ushered into the presence of Mrs. Beale and her daughter Edith. "Tell his lordship we are here," Angelica said to the servant authoritatively, before she performed her salutations. When these were over, the twins sat down opposite to Edith and inspected her. "We've just been seeing Aunt Fulda," Diavolo remarked. Angelica caught the connection. "Your hair is about the same colour as hers, but your face is smoother," she observed. "It looks like porcelain. Hers has little stipples, you know, about the nose when you go close. They seem to come as you get older." "Uncle Don calls you Saxon, Edith," said Diavolo. "Don't you wonder he doesn't want to marry you? I do. When I'm old enough, I'm going to propose to you. Do you think you will have me?" "Have you? I should think not, indeed!" Angelica exclaimed with a jealous flash. At that time the notion of sharing her brother's affection with anybody always enraged her. Diavolo was irritated by her scornful manner. "I am a little afraid," he began, addressing Mrs. Beale in his deliberate way. "I am a little afraid Angelica will stand in the way of my making a good match. No respectable wife would have her about." Quick as thought, Angelica had him by the hair, and the two were tumbling over each other on the floor. Mrs. Beale and Edith sprang forward to separate them, but that was impossible until the twins had banged each other to their heart's content, when they got up, with their feelings thoroughly relieved, and resumed their seats in the conversation as if nothing had happened. The skirmish, however, had been severe, although short. Diavolo had a deep scratch over his right eyebrow which began to bleed profusely. Angelica was the first to notice it, and tearing out a handkerchief which was up her sleeve, she rolled it into a bandage roughly, whirled over to Diavolo and tied it round his head, covering his right eye, and leaving a great knot and two long ends sticking up like rabbit's ears amongst his fair hair, and a pointed flap hanging down on the opposite side. "I must cut my nails," she remarked, giving a finishing touch to this labour of love, which made Diavolo rock on his chair, but he accepted her attentions as a matter of course, merely drawling, "Angelica is so energetical," as he recovered his balance. Just at this moment the bishop bustled in. He had been engaged upon some important diocesan duties when the twins were announced, but thinking they must have come with an urgent message, he suspended the work of the diocese, and hurried up to see what was the matter. The twins rose to receive him with their usual unaffected affability. He was a short, stout man with a pleasant face, and a cordial, well-bred manner, a little apt to be fussy on occasion, and destitute of any sense of humour in other people, although given to making his own little jokes. He was a bishop of the old-fashioned kind, owing his position to family influence, rather than to any special attainment or qualification. But he was a good man, and popular, and the see of Morningquest would have had much to regret if the back door by which he got into the church had been shut before he passed through it. "I am afraid there has been an accident," he said with concern, when he saw Diavolo's head tied up in a handkerchief. "Oh no, thank you, sir," that young gentleman assured him. "It is only a scratch." "I did it," said the candid Angelica, "and it looked unpleasant, so I tied it up." "Oh!" the bishop ejaculated, glancing inquiringly at his wife and daughter. "You wanted to see me?" "Yes," said Diavolo, preparing to suit his conversation to the bishop's taste. "There are a great many things we want to discuss with you. What were they, Angelica? I am sure I have forgotten them all." "Let me see," said Angelica. Saint Chantal and the rotten potato had quite gone out of her mind. "It was just to have a little interesting conversation, you know." "We're getting on very well with our lessons," Diavolo gravely assured him, anticipating the inevitable question. "We've just come from morn," said Angelica. "Indeed," the bishop answered. "How was your grandfather?" "Rather flat to-day," said Angelica. "He didn't say anything of interest, didn't even lecture us." "No, but he looked pleasant," said Diavolo. "I like him to lecture," Angelica insisted. "I like him to talk about the church, how it is going to encompass the earth, the sea, and all that in them is, and that kind of thing, you know. Boom! Boom! He makes you feel as if every word he uttered ought to be printed in capital letters, and it seems as if your eyes opened wider and wider and your skin got tight." Diavolo nodded his head to one side in intelligent acquiescence. Not being troubled with self-consciousness, he wore the handkerchief with which his head was decorated with the grave dignity of his best behaviour. "I sometimes think, sir," he began, addressing the bishop exactly in his father's precise way, "that there is something remarkable about my grandfather. He is a kind of prophet, I imagine, to whom the Lord doesn't speak." Edith walked to the window. Mrs. Beale got out her handkerchief hastily. The bishop's countenance relaxed. "I suppose you wouldn't like us to be converted?" Angelica asked. "We call it perverted, dear child," said Mrs. Beale. "Well, they call it converted just as positively up at the castle," Angelica rejoined, not argumentatively, merely stating the fact. "I wonder what the angels call it," said Diavolo, looking up in their direction out of a window opposite, and then glancing at the bishop as if he thought he ought to know. "I don't suppose they care a button what we call it," Angelica decided offhand, out of her own inner consciousness. "But you would not like us to be either con or per, would you?" she asked the bishop. "I am afraid I must not discuss so serious a question with you to-day," he answered. "I am very busy, and I must go back to my work." "I thought you looked unsettled," Angelica observed. "I know what it is when you've got to come to the drawing-room and want to be somewhere else. They won't excuse us at home as a rule, but we'll excuse you if you like." Thank you," the old gentleman answered, glancing with a smile at his wife. "But I should think some tea would do you good," Diavolo suggested. "Have you not had any tea?" Edith asked, stretching her hand out toward the bell. "Well, yes," he answered, "we've had a little." The tone implied, but not nearly enough. "We always liked your cakes, you know," said Angelica, "and ours at Hamilton House are generally nice, but at Morn they're sometimes sodden." The bishop withdrew at this point, and the children devoted the rest of their attention to the cakes. "Now we've got to go and settle with Mr. Ellis," Diavolo remarked to Angelica, yawning, as they walked their ponies out of the palace grounds. "Well, at any rate we've done the celebration thoroughly," she answered, "and enjoyed it. He won't be able to help that now. Oh, by the way, here's grandpapa's ring. I forgot it." "It doesn't matter," said Diavolo. "He knows you'll take care of it." Almost at the same moment the old duke at Morn missed the ring, and remarked, "Ah, I remember. Angelica has it. She put it on her finger when she was sitting beside me this afternoon." "Shall I go at once to Hamilton House and bring it back with me?" Father Riccardo asked, somewhat officiously. "No, sir, thank you," said the Duke with dignity. "My granddaughter will return the ring when it suits her convenience." Next day Angelica begged her father to take the ring back for her with a note of apology, explaining that she had forgotten it, and expressing her regret. End of Book 1, Chapter 20, Part 2.
Chapter 23 of the Heavenly Twins. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Brandon. The Heavenly Twins by Sarah G. Chapter 23. Part of the old gray palace at ℌ𝔞𝔥 had been a monastery. The walls were thick, the windows Gothic, the bedrooms small, the reception rooms huge, as if built for the accommodation of a whole community at a time, and with unexpected alcoves and angles and deep embrasures, all very picturesque and also extremely inconvenient. But Edith Beale, who had been born in the palace and grown up there, under the protection of the great cathedral, as it were, and the influence of its wonderful chime, was never conscious of the inconvenience, and would not, at any rate, have exchanged it for the comfort and luxury of the best appointed modern house. The Bishop of ℌ𝔞𝔥 and Mrs. Beale had 3 sons, but Edith was their only daughter, their white child, their pearl, and certainly she was a lovely specimen of a well-bred English girl. On the day following that upon which the Heavenly Twins had celebrated the important occasion of their first spontaneous kowtow, as they called it, in the early morning, Edith, being still asleep, turned toward the east window of her room, the blind of which was up, and fell into a dream. The sun, as he rose, smiled in upon her. She had flung her left hand up above her head with the pink palm outward, and the fingers half bent. The right lay on the sheet beside her, palm downward, spread out and all relaxed. Her whole attitude expressed the most complete abandonment of deep and restful sleep. The night had been warm, and the heavier draperies had slipped from her bed on the farther side, leaving only the sheet. Her warm, bright hair, partly loosened from the one thick braid into which it had been plaited, fell from off the pillow to the floor on her right, and the sun, looking in, lit it up and made it sparkle. She left that window with the blind undrawn, so that he might arouse her every morning. And now, as the first pale ray gleamed over her face, her eyelids quivered and half opened. But she was still busy with her dream and did not awake. She lived in an atmosphere of dreams and of mystic old associations. Events of the days gone by were often more distinctly pictured in her mind than incidents of yesterday. Mrs. Orton Begg, her mother, and all the gentle-mannered, pure-minded women among whom she had grown up, thought less of this world, even as they knew it, than of the next, as they imagined it to be, and they received and treasured with perfect faith every legend, hint, and shadow of a communication which they believed to have come to them from thence. They neglected the good they might have done here in order to enjoy their bright and tranquil dreams of the hereafter. Their spiritual food was faith and hope. They kept their tempers even and unruffled, by never allowing themselves to think or know, so far as it is possible with average intelligence, not to do either in this world anything that is evil of anybody. They prided themselves on only believing all that is good of their fellow creatures. This was their idea of Christian charity. Thus they always believed the best about everybody, not on evidence, but upon principle, and then they acted as if their attitude had made their acquaintances all they desired them to be. They seemed to think that by ignoring the existence of sin, by refusing to obtain any knowledge of it, they somehow helped to check it, and they could not have conceived that their attitude made it safe to sin, so that when they refused to know and to resist, they were actually countenancing evil and encouraging it. The kind of Christian charity from which they suffered was a vice in itself. To keep their own minds pure was the great object of their lives, which really meant to save themselves from the horror and pain of knowing. Edith, by descent, by teaching, by association, and in virtue of the complete ignorance in which she had been kept, was essentially one of that set. It is impossible for any adult creature to be more spiritually minded than she was. She lived in a state of exquisite feeling. The whole training of her mind had been so directed as to make her existence one long beatific vision, and she was unconsciously prepared to resent in her gentle way, and to banish at once, if possible, any disturbing thought that might break in upon it. In her dream that morning she smiled at first, and then she fairly laughed. She had met the heavenly twins, and they were telling her something. What was it? The most amusing thing she had ever heard them say. She knew it by the way it had made her laugh. Why couldn't she repeat it? She was trying to tell her mother, and while in the act, she became suddenly aware of a strange place, and Diavolo kneeling at her feet, clasping her left hand and kissing it. She felt the touch of his lips distinctly. They were soft and warm. He was beseeching her to marry him. She understood, and she was going to laugh at him for being a ridiculous boy. But it was the steadfast, dark blue eyes of Lord Dawn that met hers, and she was looking up at him, and not down at the fair-haired Diavolo kneeling before her. She caught the gloss of Lord Dawn's black hair, the curve of his slight mustache, and the gleam of his white teeth. He was grave, but his lips were parted, and he carried a little child in his arms, and the expression of his face was like the dear Lord's in a picture of the Good Shepherd, which he had in her room. He held the little child out to her. She took it from him, smiling, raised its little velvet cheek to hers, and then drew back to look at it, but was horrified because it was not beautiful at all, as it had been the moment before, but deformed, and its poor little body was covered with sores. The sight sickened her, and she tried to cover it with her own clothes. She tore at the skirt of her gown. She struggled to take off a cloak she wore. She stripped herself in the endeavor, and cried aloud in her shame. But she could not help herself, and Dawn could not help her. And in the agony of the attempt she awoke, and sprang up, clutching at the bedclothes, but was not able to find them at first because they had fallen on the floor, and she fancied herself still in her horrible dream. Big drops of perspiration stood on her forehead. Her eyes were dazzled by the sun, and she was all confused. She jumped out of bed and stood a moment, trying to collect herself, and the first thing she saw distinctly was the picture of the Savior on the wall. A prie-dieu stood beneath it, and she went and knelt there, her beautiful yellow hair streaming behind her, her eyes fixed on the wonderful, sad, sweet face. "Dear Lord," she prayed passionately, "keep me from all knowledge of unholy things," by which she meant sights and circumstances that were unlovely and horrified. She knelt for some minutes longer, with all articulate thought suspended, but by degrees there came to her that glow in the chest, that expansion of it which is the accompaniment of the exalted sentiment known to us as adoration, or love. Love purged of all earthly admixture of doubt and fear, which is the most delicious sensation human nature is capable of experiencing. And presently she arose, free from the painful impression made by the revolting details of her dream, put her hands under her hair at the back of her neck, and then raised them up above her head and her hair with them, stretching herself and yawning slightly. Then she brought her hair all around to the right in a mass, and let it hang down to her knees, and looked at it dreamily, and then began to twist it slowly, preparatory to coiling it round her head. She went to the dressing table for hairpins to fasten it, holding up her long night dress above her white feet with one hand, that she might not trip, and standing before the mirror blushed at the beauty of her own reflection. When she had put her hair out of the way, she glanced at her bed somewhat longingly, then at her watch. It was very early, and the morning was chilly. So she put on her white flannel dressing gown, got a book, returned to her bed, and propped herself up in a comfortable position for reading, and so she spent the time happily until her maid came to call her. Her book that morning was The Life of Frances Ridley Havergal, and she found it absorbingly interesting. End of chapter 23. Recording by John Brandon.